any kind of movement in the hall during the event. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, dignitaries, faculty, and students, a warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of Mr. J.D. Patil, President, Indian National Academy of Engineering, and Professor Manindra, Director ID Kanpur, the co-chairs for this conclave, we extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the inaugural session of the Engineers Conclave 2025, a flagship event of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, organized in association with IIT Kanpur. I would now humbly request Professor Yogesh S. Chauhan, FNE overall coordinator of the conclave, as well as head of the Department of Electrical Engineering, Kanpur, to kindly come forward and be seated on the dais. Requesting Professor Manindra, FNE Director ID Kanpur, and co-chair of conclave to kindly take his seat on the dais. I humbly request Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, co-chair of the conclave, to kindly step forward and be on the dais. And requesting Colonel Shobhit Roy, officiating Executive Director, INAE, to escort the Chief Guest of the conclave, Dr. S. Somnath, FNAE. Professor Vikram Sarabhai, Professor ISRO, Chancellor Chanakya University, Bengaluru, Distinguished Visiting Professor IISc, former Secretary Department of Space, Chairman Space Commission, and Chairman ISRO, to kindly please take his seat on the dais. To inaugurate this momentous occasion, we will begin with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. I humbly request our honorable dignitaries present on stage to kindly come forward for the lighting of lamp that symbolizes knowledge and wisdom. Om Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatrubhuddhi Vinashaya Deepa Jyoti Namostute. At the commencement of any auspicious occasion, Jyoti has been observed. The lighting of the lamp symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and knowledge, dispelling darkness and ignorance. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the foundation of every great nation lies in its commitment to knowledge and innovation. Yatra Vijnanam Tatra Pragati, Yatra Pragati Tatra Kalyanam, Vijnanata Abhyantraki, Rashtrasya Nayati Karsha. This verse beautifully reminds us, where there is science, there is progress, and where there is progress, there is well-being. When guided by scientific knowledge, engineering becomes the driving force of self-reliance, leading a nation towards excellence and prosperity. These words truly resonate with the vision and mission of INAE to advance engineering and technology for the benefit of society and the development of our nation. INAE's wide-ranging activities reflect this spirit. INAE, also known as the Indian National Academy of Engineering, was established in 1987. It's a premier autonomous professional body, a society registered under the Societies Registration Act of 1886. Headquartered at Technology Bhavan, New Delhi, the Academy is dedicated to promoting excellence in engineering and technology across the nation. The Academy undertakes programs addressing issues of technology and national development, supports research projects and pilot studies, and promotes engineering education through fellowships, scholarships, awards, and other benefactions. It also organizes seminars, workshops, and roundtable discussions on topics of current national importance. INAE comprises of some India's most distinguished engineers, engineering scientists, and technologists drawn from academia, industry, R&D institutions, and strategic sectors, as well as eminent professionals from abroad. Together, they represent the full spectrum of engineering disciplines. At present, the Academy has 991 fellows from India and 107 foreign fellows, each elected in recognition of their personal achievements of exceptional merit and distinctive eminence in emerging and developing fields of technology. With this, I would now like to invite Professor Yogesh S. Chauhan to commence the proceedings with the welcome address.
Good morning, distinguished dignitaries and delegates, faculty members, and students. On behalf of Professor Manindrah Agrawal, Director, IIT Kanpur, and co-chair of the Engineers Conclave 2025, it is my pleasant duty to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, the chief guest, Dr. S. Somnath, Professor Vikram Sarabhai, Professor ISRO, Chancellor Chanakya University, Bengaluru, and former Secretary, Department of Space, and Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization. Mr. J.D. Patil, President, Indian National Academy of Engineering, and co-chair of the Engineers Conclave 2025. Former Presidents of INAE, Dr. P.S. Goyal, Dr. Sanak Misra, Lieutenant Colonel Sobhit Rai, Deputy Executive Director INAE, esteemed fellows of INAE, young associates, faculty members, delegates, participants, research scholars, and scientists and students to the inaugural session of the Engineers Conclave 2025, being organized by INAE and IIT Kanpur on October 28 and 29, 2025, on the central theme of cyber physical systems. The Engineers Conclave being an annual workshop and flagship event of INAE that provides a platform for engineers, technologists, and researchers from academic institutions, R&D organizations, industry, domain experts from allied fields, and policymakers to deliberate and recommend actionable engineering solutions to some pertinent issues of national engineering interest. We are happy to host some of the brightest engineering minds at IIT Kanpur, and my team is always ready to provide support, and our efforts are aimed towards assuring the astounding success of this conclave. The Engineers Conclave 2025 has meticulously well-curated program, and I'm confident that the insightful lectures, beginning with the address by the respected chief guest, Dr. S. Somnath, and addresses by the co-chairs of the event, Professor Manindrah Agrawal, Director IIT Kanpur, and Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, will capture your attention and shall enthrall the august audience. The plenary talks and the parallel sessions on the two themes of the Engineer Conclave 2025, that is, theme 1 is intelligent systems, and theme 2 is interdisciplinary cyber physical systems. They are going to feature inspiring presentations by eminent domain experts, and I'm confident that these shall be appreciated by one and all. Please do contact our team of volunteers who are here in this maroon t-shirt from IIT Kanpur for any assistance if required. We look forward to interacting with all the esteemed fellows and delegates and hope that all have a pleasant stay and warm time at IIT Kanpur. It is a matter of pride that IIT Kanpur has been chosen as the venue for this August conclave, and we shall continue our efforts to ensure that the delegates are comfortable in the beautiful campus of IIT Kanpur. Please do take time to visit IIT Kanpur campus. We thank all the delegates for their kind participation and wish all of you a fruitful deliberation towards the outstanding success of Engineers Conclave 2025. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Manindrah Agrawal, FNAE, Director IIT Kanpur, to please share his thoughts with the distinguished audience.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Dr. Somnath, who wears many hats, and one of who has made a name for the country, leading ISRO during a very major achievements period. Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, and also one of the foremost industry leader in the defense sector in the country. Professor Yogesh Singh Chauhan, the head electrical department, who is master of this ceremony, you can say that, right? You are the organizer. So everything that is wrong can be safely blamed on him. All the distinguished guests who are here today from various parts of the country, and all my colleagues who are sitting here, all the students, ladies and gentlemen. It's our pleasure to host the Engineers Conclave of this year at IIT Kanpur. As we were just discussing, this is the first time we have got this honor to host this conclave, and we look forward to contributing towards this great success of this event. I want to thank Mr. Patil, who few months ago we ran into each other, and he just said, okay, why don't you organize the conclave at IIT Kanpur? And I said, okay, it will be a privilege, and that's how this event came about. This conclave brings together all the distinguished leading technologists and engineers from all sectors in the country for an intense discussion over a period of 2 years. And it has, every time it chooses few themes around which the discussions are centered. And this time, the overall theme is a cyber physical system, a very apt theme, because the way technology is progressing and entering our lives, it's the systems which have, or nearly all systems I should say, have both a physical aspect and a digital aspect. And how to work with these entities, how to manipulate them for the benefit of humankind is a great challenge before us, because while these systems are very powerful, they are also, that power can also be used for not so good purposes. So we need a good understanding of how to work with these systems and use them well. In fact, realizing this a few years ago, the Government of India also initiated this national mission on cyber physical systems, which created 25 technology innovation hubs all over the country. And over the last few years, these hubs have been working on developing technologies in these aspects. And some of them have been quite successful. We got the opportunity to host one such hub at IIT Kanpur also, which is in cybersecurity. And we hope to share some of those developments that we have in this hub with all of you over the course of next 2 days. So it's a privilege to have the chief guest, Dr. Somnath, amongst us. I just want to thank him for sparing time and agreeing to address all of us. I also want to thank the organizing team, who is led by Professor Chauhan, who have been working very intensely to organize this event over the last few months. And I wish everybody a great event over the next 2 days, and hope we all go back having acquired something non-trivial from these interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning. Dr. Somnath, Dr. Manindra, all the other dignitaries, the past presidents of INAE, Dr. Goel, Dr. Sanak Mishra, vice presidents who are present, Dr. Shivaji Chakravarti and Shantanu Chaudhary. INAE, as has been told, was founded in 1987. And the need to bring in an organization of this kind at that point in time, if you remember, this was the era of Rajiv Gandhi, who in a way started making enormous amount of difference in what we see today. The cell phone that you carry in your pockets, the entire revolution of telecom began during that era. So Prime Minister obviously supported the idea that a professional body which truly creates a gold standard for the best of the best engineers to come together, and this is the engineers' body. There's no non-engineers a part of INAE. The thinking was, how do you take science and create that science or convert the science in the form of products and in the form of something that truly will change the life of masses. So the focus that INAE, as all of us as engineers have, is translating science into something tangible and in the form of products or technologies that can be underlying factor for what nation or the economy will prosper on. So having created, it was Prime Minister of India at that point in time who said, I will inaugurate and launch it. The very few establishments and organizations one can ever feel or see in the past that a Prime Minister launches. So this is the pedigree with which this organization, by some amazing thinkers in this country, founded an organization. Now, just to tell you a little more about what is this 991 fellows, or typically 150 foreign fellows, are someone, how do they really become a fellow? And we can see that there are fellows which are seated on the dais of the dais. So typically every year, there's only 40 fellows who can be conferred a fellowship. And it's not something you can apply. It's not something you can say that I deserve it, and that's the reason a fellowship should get granted. It's not a degree. It's a recognition of the amazing work that people would have put in, and this recognition comes at some stage when somebody else feels that Mr. So-and-so or Dr. So-and-so now needs to be celebrated. And among those kind of people, typically 1:10, 1:20 is a ratio of when we say we grant a fellowship. There's enormous detailed process, and that's exactly where, among engineers, the fellowship being granted on someone is truly a gold standard. And this 991, if you ever have 100 of them in a room, I don't think the room will survive, because the sheer brilliance of people coming together in that kind of a place would be overwhelming. So the basic aspect of INAE was, then how do you take this engineering ahead? And every national initiative from that point in on, and we're going to be 40. Next year we'll celebrate our 40th birthday, 39 years of completion. This year we are 38 and some months ahead. Now at that point in time, it is interesting and important to say that this body, government always funded, and government said that we want this kind of an organization who tells us what we are doing in terms of policies, what we are doing in terms of science and technology policies or conversion, a free and a frank and a professional opinion on it, or shape the ideas the way the government should do things in future. Now this is a role which INAE has been performing, and to perform this role, while there are enormous amount of special interest groups which exist in INAE, there are some groups which essentially come up like, why don't we build our own aircrafts? I'm talking at IIT Kanpur, which the thinkers and founders of this establishment at that point in time thought of actually having your own airfield and your own kind of establishment around which is conducive to doing some amount of that work. We know that all along in the past, we miss few technology kind of major initiatives. On the semiconductors, which again, IIT Kanpur is extremely well known, is a domain wherein India was among the earliest of leaders across the world. But then, some friendly countries decided that India should not, because knowing the might of Indian minds, if we took that lead, the world would have lost it to India, and then of course that facility was not allowed to be created, but was in a way call it bombed off or burnt off. And then of course India lost out on the semiconductors. The second very, very major industry similar way is the aircraft industry. So while I requested Professor Manindra at about exactly last year, December, we met, and I'll tell you the place. We were in IDSA, and we picked up, dinner. It was a casual meet, and IDSA, I believe, a lot of people here know, because when Professor Manindra actually planned that drone-related two-day session here, it was IDSA who was invited. It's the Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, named after Manohar Parrikar, who was the defense minister. So obviously we were there for some discussions, and I said next year's engineers conclave, which we started doing regularly every year from 2013. So EC is just about 12-year-old initiative. Except the COVID year, when we didn't have it. So we are now having a 10th or 11th engineers conclave. And the model of engineers conclave is to have serious debate, because if you were required to, let's say, advise a government as to what is to be done right, in some of those domains, you need large amount of in-house debate and discussions. And based on those discussions, what all happens during this 1.5, 2 days gets, in a way, distilled. And I'm not simply saying collated. It gets distilled in the form of much more useful information, which then translates into knowledge and then gets captured to be able to tell the government what is the right way. Now, what better place to come when it is intelligent systems? Cyber-physical systems, intelligent systems today, every one of us wears a computer, or at least multiple computers on our own persona, which are more powerful than 40 years back, the mainframes. Mid-80s, the mainframe didn't have the memory which our own cell phones today have. Now the scenario is, in this era of an IIT which keeps doing enormous amount of work in these domains, and Professor Manindra becomes, virtually gets recognized across the country as one of the most, I would say, brightest mind to be able to discuss anything on cyber-physical side. They said, this EC, why don't you host, you decide the theme. So the theme got, in a way, it was always there that it will be somewhere around that, and EC's model is two themes. One theme which the host institute, which is IIT Kanpur in this case, actually selects, and we spend 2 days on that theme. The other theme, which runs parallel, is something which the INAE's existing fellows who would want to come and discuss and debate. And that's exactly the way the two themes run parallel. There's enormous amount of, I would say, dependence and correlation between the two. They are not completely sun and a moon kind of variance. They're related. At the same time, although they are related, there's certain amount of, I would say, handshake between these two, and this is where the EC matters. So this EC, as I said, started in 2013, and only last 10, 11 years what we have done is this has moved from establishment to establishment, and this is the first time the EC is happening at IIT Kanpur. The past have happened, 8 of them, either in some multiple strategic laboratories. DRDO has hosted us twice or thrice. ISRO has hosted us 3 times. Some of the private companies, and exceptions, only Larsen Toubro and Tata's were sort of, they held the EC. The INAE asked them to sort of organize one. We have been routine at some of the other IITs, specifically if I have to speak the Chennai or Madras IIT. And of course this time we have come to IIT Kanpur. INAE otherwise does some exceptional flagship programs on taking frontiers of engineering to a next level in terms of what is going to be happening in engineering. And these are sort of going to the youth to be able to discuss, debate on what all we should be doing. As I said, INAE used to be funded by government, and the current Prime Minister, just about 4 years back, decided that if you really have to be fearless in telling us or advising us, you better are not funded by government, because then you have a completely independent voice. And with this thinking, a decision got made in 2022 that by 2025, government will stop funding INAE, and INAE will be a self-funded, in a way, governed, completely independent body. And this is where 2025 onwards, we are a completely self-funded and self-governed organization. So the responsibility on INAE as a result to be absolutely truthful to what the subject demands or what we ought to be doing has become even higher. Now on this thought, obviously INAE had to do something to achieve that level of achievement, to be able to sustain ourselves, because running an organization with sizable annual budget becomes then important that how is it going to get funded. So some amazing new initiatives that started over last 3 years. One of them I want to talk, which is relevant beyond the fellowship, which obviously nobody pays anything for fellowship. As I said, it's a celebration of what people have achieved in their lives. So essentially we said, those who are not essentially selected as fellows or elected as fellows, those who still are amazingly good engineers, we need to throw open a new category called membership. Now, a membership is something wherein a member then can actually benefit out of coming together with the fellows, mingling with them, and of course, benefiting out of that really kind of an interaction. And this is an initiative that we started. Ideas were two. One is if we have a very large body of members, then this body brings an enormous amount of additional knowledge which can be contributed into a pot to make better kind of an advice to the government. The second is we become more and more powerful, because instead of just about 1,000 fellows or 1,140 fellows all over the world, it now becomes maybe 5,000, 10,000 members. So it is also us numbers to be able to tell the government that it is not now a matter of few people, it's much, much wider, and across multiple technology domains that work can come together. And this is essentially where the membership scheme came in, and of course the corporate endowments. INAE has been extremely, I would say, we are grateful that there are few corporates that came up, and many of our fellows actually selflessly contributed, saying that this organization must sustain and people out of their own pockets contributed money. So INAE obviously, as a result, 1st April 25 onwards, now is a completely self-funded, self-organized, self-ruled. We have our own governing councils and 3 levels of typically any organization must have that as a governance as one of those most important criteria to be able to run an organization without favors and without any favors. So obviously as an organization that does so many of these kind of things, we do an annual conclave typically in December, and this year's annual conclave is going to be hosted by Hindustan Aeronautics in Bangalore. This is an event at which we actually grant the fellowships for the year. And of course, Engineers Conclave becomes the second most important kind of event. And along with that, at least another 4. And we began, as we became independent, a technology conclave, pure discussions on few very select technologies to be able to discuss what INAE should be doing. Given that worldwide, there are only 34 countries that have an engineers academy like India, and we are not the first. We are probably within the first 10 in the world who began or started an engineers academy. So all these 34 come together once a year, which is called Council of Academies, and this Council of Academies meets somewhere in the world once. So this year we obviously met in Australia, and I must tell you that the work on sustainability, which INAE has been doing, there's an interest group in INAE which is continuing its amazing work. This work was recognized as the best in the world, and it's important to know that as thinkers, as the Indians, we happen to be taking lead while you step out and you start seeing that our roads may not be as good, our environment may not be as clean, but the amount of, I would say, intellectual capital that India enjoys on sustainability, it stood out that what India ought to be doing to be able to achieve that carbon neutrality, not by 2070, which the government has committed to, but much, much before. So this was one of those recognitions which every year when certain interest groups are created by the kids, among those interest groups, ours happened to be the one which was most exhaustive and the best celebrated kind of interest group that was headed by INAE. We have currently the chairmanship of this particular group among all the other countries to be able to take this initiative forward. So essentially what am I trying to say? This is a group which essentially does selfless work, and this selfless work is essentially to take the country forward. And in that, when we decide that we are going to be dealing with intelligent systems, cyber-physical systems, which better speaker you can find as a chief guest than Dr. Somnath? We all saw, and I can tell you, I was in Delhi that day when the Chandrayaan-3 happened, and there was no traffic. And it was being carried live on televisions. Every cell phone, my taxi driver had his phone open while he was driving because I had to catch an evening flight. I saw about 1 hour sitting in my office and then sat in the car, and we were continuing to drive towards the airport. There was no traffic. In Delhi roads in evening, typically 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you take nothing less than 1 hour to reach airport. That day we reached in 25 minutes. There was no traffic around. And the man who actually created the best of those examples, stellar example of what an intelligent system can do. And you'll hear it directly from Dr. Somnath today. It's been an amazing time to come to IIT Kanpur. This is my within the year second visit to the campus, and I'm sure it's not the last, and I'll keep coming. Good to see young faces around, because that's essentially where all of us bring in the experience, but the young bring in the energy, and the diversity of thinking together can create new knowledge, new ideas. So wish you all the best next 2 days. Serious debate on the cyber as well as on the intelligent systems. And let's take something out of this EC to be able to advise the government on the right things to be done. As Professor Manindra said, all great technologies can enable thousands and thousands, infinite possibilities of what it can do. But at the same time, it can also be used for wrong purposes. Now, how do we, as thinkers, as students of engineering, make sure the ethicality and the right way of doing things comes in, and then at least all of us agree that we will not contribute to any of those initiatives which essentially could take it in the wrong direction. With that, if we achieve that, I think the purpose of EC 2025 is achieved. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's my honor and privilege to invite our distinguished chief guest, Dr. S. Somnath, to kindly share his insights.
Good morning, all of you. President of INAE, Mr. J.D. Patil, Director of IIT Kanpur, Professor Manindra Agarwal, Professor Yogesh Chauhan, who is organizing this event at IIT Kanpur, former presidents of INAE, vice presidents of INAE, fellows, all the participants, especially the students. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of this Engineers Conclave this year, being held here at IIT Kanpur. Has already been spoken by both Director IIT Kanpur as well as President of INAE. Both spoke about the domain as well as the purpose for which the INAE is standing for. I think it's very interesting way that Sri Patil has put it, how INAE is going to be an independent organization to advise government. I just want to tell you that I was at US just a few weeks back, being made a foreign member of their National Academy of Engineers. It's a very prestigious body there. No, they take great pride in telling that we are independent and that we can really formulate opinion and views that the government of US should be advised to follow. I think this is the stature that INAE now enjoys. I think this is going to be very effective only if we people come forward and then discuss, debate, come out with views and opinions which can be put in a documented form properly. I think that's also important. It's not going to be random thoughts that are really going to help us in the form of proceedings, in the form of reports, in the form of studies which need to be commissioned and brought out specifically on such themes. I think that's going to be very important for the nation. And today that the topic is cyber physical system and intelligence system. It's a very apt theme, as already been mentioned by Director. There is already a mission mode work initiated by government at multiple places, which is really going to showing some significant results. But then all of us are part of it. I think this is something which I want to tell you. Cyber physical systems, I think we all have already become part of it. We are not independent of it in any manner. I think cyber physical system is something between the cyber and physical. I think somewhere the software and the hardware comes together to play the trick that we see every day. I think President mentioned about Chandrayaan-3 landing. I think this is again a beautiful example of how software played a trick in Chandrayaan 2, and the same thing is made to do the whole function very well in Chandrayaan 3. And we realized that how that marriage between these two is, which includes sensors, computers, algorithms. I think all of this play beautifully like an orchestra to achieve something phenomenal. I think this we are seeing every day. I think in day-to-day life, it's a part of it. While I was in the US, I was going through one of the car, I think Wemo, I think all of you know this car, where the driverless car. So I just wanted to experience that car. So I requested somebody, why don't you just get one taxi, Wemo taxi, and I just want to drive through a few kilometers in the busy streets and then experience how that car drives. It was really phenomenal. I know you will be scared really sometimes. You look at the seat and the steering is moving. It's going through the traffic and making very intelligent decisions, even bumps, traffic lights, people. I think it's phenomenal integration of intelligence, computational capabilities, sensors into machines. You are able to sit safely and then forget about it, that there is no one there. You just enjoy the drive. But equally interesting to see the Elon Musk's creation, the cars, which driver can actually sit there and then drive. And you can put it in auto mode and also you put in manual, which actually takes away much of the strain of driving out of this. And it's really interesting to see this automation coming in cars and automobiles in large way there. I think many people own such cars, and in long distance drives, it takes away much of your strain and you can concentrate on what you really want to do. But then cars still always observe you. As I said, there is a spy sitting inside, looks at you, whether you are actually dozing off, you are shifting your attention to the mobile phone. It warns, and then sometimes it may stop the car also. So now you have created that type of intelligence in the system. I think this is something really phenomenal things happening. And you are now in the midst of it. I think this is not just automobiles alone that cyber-physical systems have now really come in. I think it's everywhere. And yesterday I think we were discussing this topic. Who will have the courage to introduce such a car in Indian roads, where the conditions of the traffic, the discipline, the physical infrastructure are not up to that mark. I think somebody who can make such a car here in India will be the best of the cyber-physical system creator here. I believe so. I think the evolution of cyber-physical system came out of convergence of many technologies. I think all of us know that, especially the embedded system, getting more powerful, more networked. And then we also know about IoT, Internet of Things, which is primarily of sensing and then connecting it to the larger networks. AI now coming in terms of decision-making capability. I think all of these are created the world of cyber-physical systems. Now we talk about cars, we talk about power grids, machines, drones. So they become not just automation alone, they become adaptive, they become more predictive now, and they work in unison. I think this is where the whole cyber-physical systems are now working. Because for us, cyber-physical system is very important. Why it is so? Because it is going to lead to the things that we all look for. For example, the Industry 4.0, where you talk about more connected systems, faster production, maintainability, etc. It also enhances safety. Also the word sustainability, I think the sustainability is a nice word, but it's not so nice at some other place of the world. I think all of you know that. So now it also actually bridges the AI, IoT, brings in robotics significantly. And we can say the physical world is now slowly getting into a data-driven world. I think these are the changes that cyber-physical systems bring in. I think the key domains, I think all of you know that it's specifically the real-time monitoring, predictive maintenance, digital twins, transportation, it's becoming self-driving vehicles, intelligent traffic controls, air mobility. It's another topic which is seriously being discussed in the current context of drones and aircrafts coexisting in the same space. Healthcare, I think the healthcare domain, it's also making huge impact, especially with the wearable systems that is coming. I think you are all familiar with the health wearables, but then this is again another recent experience that I had. Somebody in the US brought an instrument, and they said that I can measure your brain activity. I think that he put it on my head. It actually puts sensors around ears and then monitors your brain activity. It gives you a set of displays on the screen which is moving and changing, and you need to observe it. And when you are actually observing it, it is measuring your brain activity, and you can actually find out how much of your cognitive power is there, whether your brain is actually aged. You can actually compute your brain age in comparison to the physical age. And many other parameters. Looks at the disease being started. Suppose you may have a serious cold which is going to happen 2 days down the line. You will have symptoms of that in your brain. Possibly a serious disease could be there. You can have Alzheimer's being started, I think possibly. And even mental illness can be captured. I think many of these capabilities are coming into this. I think this is really phenomenal in terms of health area. Remote surgeries, I think this is another capability that has now come in some of the hospitals claim that they have. And also, the energy systems in grids, it is becoming very important. For example, the distribution systems, demand response, balancing, I think these areas, cyber-physical systems are well utilized. I think in India, defense and aerospace area, there are a lot of work being done in this area, especially in terms of autonomous systems, cyber-resilient command systems. I think this becomes some of the topics which are discussed at our sister organizations. So each of these domains which I described becomes a real frontier for all of us to do research work, especially in the domain of manufacturing. I think this is one of the thrust area for the country today. I think all of us know that if really we need to, as engineers, I think all of us need to focus on this, specifically in the domain of manufacturing. Recently, one of the workshops I had to attend in Bangalore, many of the investors in this domain are speaking about manufacturing as the next IT revolution, where they want to actually invest more money into manufacturing. And if this manufacturing domain has to really become very flourishing, I think we need to bring in more Industry 4.0, IoT, and cyber-physical system-based manufacturing ecosystem, where you interconnect supply chain, maintenance, service, productivity, all into manufacturing ecosystem. It's going to be one of the key areas of research, I believe. Of course, CPS also is a backbone of our digital economy. I think it's more in terms of payment, monitoring, automation, etc., etc. Now, we engineers, we all realize that this cyber-physical system architecture contains many layers. For example, the layer of sensors, actuators, and machines. I think they are more of hardware, electronics layers. But there is another layer which is more into data processing and algorithms. Then the layer of communication, which is either wired, networks, 5G, 6G, those technologies. And finally, the human layer, where we need to interface, connect, take decisions, or supervise wherever it is needed. So all these layers are domains that we need to discuss and address. So we look at all of this. I believe this type of topics that we have set for ourselves today in discussion, many of them are part of the discussion. But while we all realize that this being a key domain, we also have issues which are there in front of us while cyber-physical systems take over manufacturing, day-to-day life, including driving, etc. Issues related to security and privacy, safety and reliability. Again, we talk about demonstration, but in real life, for example, if you talk about drones, we know drones can do a lot of transportation hardware, material transportation, etc. But when you really talk about millions of drones being put into service, how do you really handle scalability and the complexity associated with these systems? Again, questions of interoperability. Standards are still not getting evolved over various systems, and everyone need to work around a framework. I think the creation of framework, rules, and regulations of these to operate becomes an important. And finally, most important aspects become the ethical and human factors. I think this ethical and human factors are also seriously, very important. I think we'll discuss that a little later. I think coming to security and privacy is so important, because the moment that you make it out of sensors, networks, and connect to computational systems, anyone can hack it and create havoc. I think the havoc that is created is not like the issues that we currently see networks being hacked, but really look at the transport ecosystem coming to standstill all on a sudden when that is, the whole chaos it can create will be tremendous if you really look at it. Similarly, the layers which need to create the security, design, develop, and implementation becomes a huge challenge, especially in terms of the hardwares, the complexity of monitoring. Even for standard networks that we have here today, even to monitor its safety and security, that itself becomes a massive infrastructure and capability development. We really realize that. So the cybersecurity is not the only way that you look at it. It is much more than that because at times of crisis, this will become the focus of the attention for adversaries. Today we know even power grids. Power grids are one of the most dangerous domains that can really get affected under cyber attacks. I think that's how it is slowly changing over. Now, another real criticality is in terms of the real-time and safety constraints. For example, safety becomes so important, especially looking at the autonomous driving cars. The safety aspect is something which cannot be overstated. I think it's so important in terms of performance versus safety. So one of the issues is that whether the communication infrastructure delays in terms of giving the data, the computer delay cannot cause a braking action to stop. Braking, suppose it has to act, it has to act. You cannot lament it on your network becoming slow or becoming dead by the time that the whole action is come to a standstill. I think this is not acceptable in such cases. Similarly, the interoperability is a serious issue. For example, across the multiple developers, the standardization of sensors, actuators, communication protocol. Of course, there are global bodies looking at it. I think this is something which we also have to contribute from our country, which are those specific areas that we need to work and create standards for this to become acceptable. Of course, there are standardization efforts happening. I think many of you may be knowing about it. But this is still a large-scale interoperability issues are still a major issue. Of course, on scalability, I think we know that the implementation of smart cities is one domain where we are actually trying to talk about cyber-physical system becoming a real implementable domain. At least for India, I think we can look at smart cities, one of the place where we can actually demonstrate and show. But if you, even for that such a smart city, the scale of implementation is so huge. And many people also talk about digital twins. And then how you really create a digital twin to really understand the complexity. For example, a transportation network for a township. How do you really create a digital twin and then understand the growth of the city, the population, the vehicle, and then handle that over simulation, then create the network. So this becomes a huge task. I think this is again an interesting area for research and development. Ethical and societal concerns is equally important once CPS comes. For example, autonomous vehicles and healthcare. I think these two becomes very important topic of discussion. Look at an autonomous car. I think there was a classic case of ethical decision making came out recently. Somebody was discussing where autonomous car is driving on the road and you see somebody crossing and it's going to hit the person. There is no way that it can avoid it. The autonomous car understands. Then there is one way that I have to take a detour and then sometimes I can save, but that will result in you dying. For example, you are very sure about it, that you are going to collide with a wall and then the whole car is going to have. So what decision you will take at this moment? What should be the algorithm that has to be put into the autonomous car driving when you are actually going to see somebody going to be hit and there is no way to escape? So when you are sitting there and you're taking a decision, of course you may take a decision which goes with your ethical viewpoint, but how do you really do a programming? I think this is one of the cases. For example, again, you can talk about cases like robotic surgeries, the dangers that are associated with such surgeries and how do you really handle. So there are many issues of this nature that which will becomes part of the development itself, not really the result of what you really do. And this will also come in question when you apply regulatory policies. For example, even autonomous cars, there are regulatory policies which need to come in place. Similar questions can be asked by national regulators. That should be the way we should design the algorithm for. But these are topics that I think all of us need to discuss and then come out with some ideas. But there is a huge opportunity for all of us in this domain. It's coming out of intelligent automation, sustainability. I think all of you know about energy optimization, green technology, infrastructure resilience. It's another important issue. For example, how do you really create cyber-physical systems which can actually look at disasters? Disasters include many things. It's not natural disasters alone. Disasters related to spread of diseases like COVID-19. In such scenario, how do you really look at all of this helping the society in a big way? How do you bring in human collaboration, like safe collaboration, assistive robots? I think this is another domain which is very important. I think this is being discussed many times. For example, all of you have mobile phones today. Maybe after a few years, I think all of you will have a robot with you. I think this is what is going to happen, an assistive robot which will do most of the functions. Physical plus your communication plus computational functions and physical assistance. I think all of this will become a natural extension of devices. I think when that happens, how do you really integrate all of this into networks? I think such a robot can never operate independently. It will be connected to a network and it will be collecting your health data, it will be collecting your business data. I think all of this will become equally critical issue. And topic of research, definitely it will become. So intelligent automation, sustainable systems, human-centric cyber-physical system, as I mentioned here. I think all of this gives huge opportunity for people in IITs and higher institutes of learning to create innovation around these topics. I think what I just spoke itself gives you, I think, at least 10, 20 companies can be created in each of them. I think must be happening here. I am very sure about it. So startup and research ecosystem around each of this possibility, there is a huge wave that can happen around this if you really focus on it. But in India, I think we are getting sufficient traction, push in cyber-physical systems. There is a growing momentum, primarily because the digital initiative of the government is really good, creating the infrastructure, the work on 5G, 6G networks, smart cities efforts. But then we also need to create a significantly improved infrastructure to make all of this happen. I think good part is that in our power grids, there is large-scale automation now really come into way. There is significant growth in our infrastructure in terms of road and other connectivity. I think this is really moving in that direction. But still there could be gaps which we need to find out and then identify and then help governments to pay attention to create more investments and research capabilities. And institutions like this, Indian Institute of Science, IITs and other labs across the country are focusing very much on this. But what we need to do is to create very innovative hubs now, especially in the domains of robotics, IoT and smart manufacturing. And this is also a focus area now understood by investors. I think this is what I told you, that most of the investors who are in the high-tech domain, especially deep tech domain, really understand this. It is not coming out of my peripheral knowledge, but more deeper into their current thinking process. I am telling you that it is very good ecosystem now slowly coming up, and then we should really capture it, because people should not be looking at creating app-making companies now. They should actually work on businesses which will really transform our country in a significant way in these domains like robotics and automation and manufacturing. I think if you really want to make huge growth in this sector, I think we need to look at education. I think learning and teaching in a different manner than what is being followed here. For example, for people who want to get into this domain, need to understand multidisciplinary skill sets. I think this becomes important, especially in the domain of robotics, sensors, sensor integration, computer science, data analytics and data analytic capability. I think all of this comes into cyber-physical systems. So even to want to make a assistive robot, I think the type of complexity, I think all of you know very well, and requires large pool of people to come together and work. Recently, I was there in one company, they wanted to, Soho, I think all of you know Soho, they have made huge impact in the recent times. They started a robotic development center in one of the states. I was invited there to be part of their inaugural function. They have put specifically hundreds of people on looking at how to develop cyber-physical systems, specifically looking at robots to address industrial, human-specific, and other related needs in a focused manner. I think this is a great initiative. I think such initiatives, I didn't see much of educational institutions collaborating with those type of companies. I think this is one area which we need to focus. Similarly, we also need to look at our national ecosystem. For example, healthcare area, we need to have serious look at cyber-physical systems come into action, because delivery of healthcare, diagnostics, medicine distribution, I think these networks, organ and even taking patient care, geriatrics, I think all of this requires a lot of focused effort to create capabilities in this sector. So this is one domain I believe we need to focus. Similarly, the topic of ethical, safety, transparency, social trust on having such systems around also is a topic which we need to discuss. Possibly it is not in the domain of scientists or engineers, but also other domains of people, which includes lawyers, policymakers, financiers. I think they should also come and start discussing this topic. So I think in conclusion, I would like to tell you that cyber-physical systems are now reshaping us. Though we realize or not realize, we are already a part of it. I think we are already into it. And day-to-day life, I think we are seeing it and feeling it. But then its various manifestations, facets are still not being fully evident to each one of us. I think this is one of the responsibility of INAE to make it aware that the whole of the society, that cyber-physical systems are an integral part of the society now. There is no escape from it. And we need to assimilate and take it, internalize all of this, create people who understand it, create businesses and industries around it. I think this becomes an enormous responsibility for all of us, because our future growth potential, especially in terms of your society, economy, depends on how well we are able to integrate into our day-to-day life. So let me conclude saying that we are not just building smarter systems, we are also building trusted and human-centered systems, which is going to be truly the one which is going to serve the society. So as engineers, as technocrats, I think we are building the future by addressing cyber-physical system. There is no doubt about it. So it must be, definitely should be built on technology as an integral element of it. It also should be built on safety. It should also be built on trust, and to help all of us prosper in a shared manner. So such forum like INAE that we are organizing, this Engineers Conclave, has appropriately chosen this subject. Of course, it goes well with the skill set that is available at IIT Kanpur. I am very happy that I am able to see some people who are already working on developing such systems are here, and especially students who have a potential to become part of this journey. So savor whatever discussions are really going to happen, and make it a point that you internalize, understand, and then contribute at some point in time in your life. Skill development becomes an important topic when you discuss this agenda in IIT Kanpur. I think this is one focus, attention I think we need to have for this country. I believe that the end of the 2 days deliberations, we should be able to identify a few of key themes and discussion topics that we should form an advisory to the government. At the end of it, it will be a really great work that if you are able to bring out and in a document form at the end of this meeting. Thank you so much, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Your valuable insights have set a powerful tone for the rest of the event, and we're truly honored by your presence today. We'll now begin with the felicitation ceremony. I would now like to invite Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, to please come forward on the stage to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Dr. S. Somnath. May I now request Mr. J.D. Patil to kindly felicitate Professor Manindra Agrawal. I would now request Professor Manindra Agrawal to kindly felicitate Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE. I would now request Lieutenant Colonel Roy, Officiating Executive Director, to kindly felicitate Professor Yogesh S. Chauhan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our esteemed dignitaries. At the end of this inaugural function, may I request Lieutenant Colonel Roy to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Esteemed Dr. Somnath, our Chief Guest for the Engineers Conclave 2025, Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, and Professor Agrawal, Dr. I.T. Kanpur, co-chairs for the conclave, Dr. Goel, Dr. Sanak Mishra, former Presidents INAE, dignitaries of the dais, esteemed delegates, respected faculty members, industry partners, students, participants, volunteers, and colleagues. On behalf of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, it is my privilege to deliver this vote of thanks on the successful commencement of this conclave. This conclave attempts to strengthen the bridge between academia, research, and industry, paving the way for culling out actionable recommendations for the way forward. And in its auspicious commencement, I am thankful to Dr. Somnath, our esteemed chief guest, for his kind consent to be with us today and flag off the conclave. My sincere gratitude towards the co-chairs of the conclave, Mr. Patil and Professor Agrawal, for laying down the contours of the conclave. My gratitude towards the host institute, the prestigious IIT Kanpur, for providing exceptional facilities, seamless logistics, and wholehearted support in organizing this event. The enthusiasm and the cooperation extended by the institute's faculty, staff, student volunteers have been exemplary and have contributed immensely for the seamless beginning of this conclave. I also extend sincere thanks to our sponsors and partners to support and for this active participation, which has made this event more robust. Now, besides the co-chairs, the advisory committee, and the organizing committee of the conclave, my gratitude to the esteemed coordinators of this conclave, Professor Jitendra Bera, Professor Yogesh Chauhan, Professor Santanu Chaudhary, Professor Jalil Akhtar, and Professor Aditya Jagannatham, as well as the convener, Professor Nishchal Verma. A special word of appreciation goes out to the esteemed plenary speakers who will be addressing you shortly, session chairs, expert speakers, participants, for committing their time to be here today and enrich the ensuing discussions that will take place in next couple of days. Finally, a heartfelt thanks to the volunteers, the organizing team of INAE for their efforts, and every participant who has joined us from across the country. Your presence and engagement will make this conclave not only memorable, but also meaningful in advancing the cause of engineering for the national progress. My gratitude to the INAE Governing Council for their encouragement and support for the conduct of this event. I'm sure with all this, you'll get enriched with the discussions which shall follow. Thank you once again, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I will request all the delegates to kindly take their seats below the stage as we will now begin the plenary talk. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for plenary talk on self-reliant AI/ML in engineering, education, research, and technology development. We are honored to have Dr. Sanak Mishra, former President INAE, to steer the session. Dr. Sanak Mishra is a professor of practice at COEP Technological University, Pune, and past president of INAE and the Indian Institute of Metals. He has also served as chairman of the International Organization of Materials, Metals, and Mineral Societies, and as a governing board member of the Steel Research and Technology Mission of India. His distinguished career includes leadership roles at SAIL, ArcelorMittal, as Vice President and CEO of India Projects. As the first Secretary General of Indian Steel Association, he contributed significantly to the National Steel Policy 2017. Recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award 2018 from the Ministry of Steel, Dr. Mishra has won the National Metallurgist Award G.D. Birla Gold Medal, and J.R.D. Tata Award for Corporate Leadership. May I now request Dr. Sanak Mishra to kindly come on the stage and invite our esteemed speaker, Professor Partha Pritam Chakravarti. Dr. Mishra, please.
It gives me immense pleasure, and I think it's a privilege for me to invite the plenary speaker, Professor Partha Pratim Chakravarti, fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. A very eminent, a brilliant scientist and an eminent educationist. Professor Chakravarti completed BTech degree in 1985 and a PhD degree in 1988 from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the IIT Kharagpur. He was director of IIT Kharagpur from July 2013 to July 2019, and then he was professor in charge of the state-of-art VLSI Design Laboratory and was Dean of Sponsored Research and Industrial Consultancy at IIT Kharagpur. He had set up the incubation program at IIT Kharagpur and was head of the Advanced Technology Development Center. His areas of interest include artificial intelligence, algorithms, formal methods, CAD for VLSI, and embedded systems and fault tolerance. Professor Chakravarti has made fundamental scientific contributions in the area of artificial intelligence and automated reasoning, and has applied these techniques to solve important synthesis, optimization, and verification problems, especially in VLSI design and embedded systems. He has published 2 research monographs, more than 300 papers in international journals, and has supervised more than 30 PhD students. He has successfully completed projects with MHRD, DST, CSIR, etc., and also has worked with private corporations like Volkswagen Foundation, Intel, Synopsys, Google, National Semiconductors, General Motors, ONGC, etc. He was the founding architect and overall coordinator of national initiatives like the National Digital Library of India, the Global Initiative for Academic Networks, Spark, Imprint, and Pan IIT ONGC Institute. Dr. Chakravarti has received several awards, such as the President of India Gold Medal 1985, that's for securing the highest marks in the batch of 1985 at IIT Kharagpur, the INSA Young Scientist Award 1991, Anil Bose Award 1995, INAE Young Engineer Award 1997, Swarna Jayanti Fellowship, Santi Shoru Bhatnagar Prize, the INAE Viseswaraya Chair Professorship, the J.C. Bose Fellowship, etc. He is a fellow of the INSA, he is a fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore, and of course of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. He has received an honorary DSc degree from Kalyani University in 2018 and an honorary DLit from Techno India University in 2024. So here we have a very eminent personality who will talk about the self-reliant AI and ML in engineering. He's going to cover a very large canvas like a painter, and it'll cover education, research, and technology development. And so I take great pleasure in inviting Professor Chakravarti. There's no chair for you. Can I take a minute to...
Sure.
I'll take a minute having Professor Chakravarti here by my side. Please, Dr. Chakravarti. I think as a chairman, I just want to speak of the session. I want to speak just a couple of minutes. The fact is that I noted in the abstract written by Professor Chakravarti that he has used the term modern AI. I was very, what shall I say? I was very happy to see that, because artificial intelligence, as all of you know, is not a new concept. It's been there for several decades. And the concept of machine learning is a newer concept which talked about training of models. I think the early generation of smartphones, we already had artificial intelligence. But I think that's artificial intelligence of a different generation. What you have seen in the last 10 to 12 years is the modern AI that Professor Chakravarti is referring to. The modern AI, of course, saw the development of the large language models, the LLMs, the ChatGPT and so on, which basically summarizes or which basically collates and produces a report. The information of that is already available. I think with the new generation of AI, I hope you will be talking about that, is the regenerative AI, which can generate original content, which can generate a piece of art, a painting, which can generate music, very modern music that we haven't come across at all. So I think we are going to hear something very fascinating from Professor Chakravarti. I leave the floor open to you, Professor Chakravarti.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. I'm grateful to INAE and obviously to IIT Kanpur, Professor Manindra Agarwal, Dr. Patil, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary for inviting me. I come once in maybe 2-3 years down the line in IIT Kanpur, and it's very refreshing, and I always have a lot of fun. But today, the topic, as Dr. Mishra has mentioned and the previous chairs have mentioned, this side is three human beings were so trained that they could look at this cockpit of the Concorde, which flies at Mach 2 speed plus, which is now is not used anymore. But only 3 human beings were trained to operate such complex machines, which means that the human beings were really, really well trained. And then today's modern AI, we have trained AI so that 12 robots have gone together, and because they have been trained with large language models with human mentalities, they have gone on strike. So they've gone on strike discussing work conditions. So this is the gamut that we have come to, and we shall have to address as we go ahead. We develop science and technology over a period of time, and at this end of the day, we came through these 2 cycles of computing and electronics, and then that transformed to artificial intelligence and cyber physical systems, which is obviously the topic of today. And throughout this history of scientific development and knowledge, it has gone through 5 phases. The first is about observation. Unless you observe new things, you really cannot. And then from these new observations, you discover new knowledge, from fire to wheel to whatever. And then you build theory to applications and deployment at scale, of which the mobile phone that we use is a big example. Computing changed all science. It became the spouse of every discipline. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational sociology, digital humanities. So it became every discipline's spouse. But the difference was that everybody knew the difference between the discipline and the computational part of the discipline. AI has gobbled the discipline. AI now speaks based on computation, but speaks in the language of the discipline. It speaks to the physicist like a physicist, not like a computational person. It does not show programs, it shows you equations. So from when we came from computational to intelligence, we started solving problems which were solved individually by different programs or by different computational agents. The goal was to solve it by one mega method. But when we tried to solve it with one mega method, we started getting a lot of successes. We want to solve the Google map finding problem, to the chess problem, to the VLSI chip design problem, to the timetable scheduling problem, to the integration to the robot assembly problem, all of which have configuration spaces or state spaces or exploratory spaces whose sizes are close to the number of atoms of the universe. And we started getting successes in that. But then we realized, as Dr. Mishra and everybody said, that this sort of mechanism is now able to assimilate all the data which looks heterogeneous, find patterns amongst them, and provide you with descriptive, predictive, preventive, and prescriptive methods for everything. It is able to look at complex phenomena for which we do not know even a single equation or even a set of equations, but is yet able to predict certain things about those for which human beings cannot conceive of equations. Therefore, it is able to discover things which a naked eye or a human brain finds it difficult to do with its own short-term memory. But the world that we live in is much more complex than even what AI can do today. Because the real world has undecidable problems. The real world has intractable problems. It has multi-objective, multi-dimensional, multi-party problems. And Indians are experts in handling all these issues, because Indians think that, the most difficult multi-party problem, multi-dimensional problem is handled by people like the Prime Minister, and all Indians know how the Prime Minister should behave. Now, there are 3 or 4 steps. Therefore, the information that is available is also partial. This is the gamut, if you want to put this in one sentence. Therefore, the solution comes in many forms. AI is not a single solution animal. AI is a personality which inside it has multiple things. And I will try to distill out in a crude fashion, and you have to pardon me for being so crude though I am supposed to be an engineer and a scientist. There are 3, so I call this the star of AI. Like you have the Star of David, in all our philosophies, you'll have this diagram with something inside. So all of AI has got the first top triangle. The top triangle consists of 3 parts. The first part is the model, representation. Because I want to have a generic method to solve all problems. So I must have a generic method for representation. From that representation, I must have a reasoning engine or a solver. Any problem, I should be able to represent generally, and any problem from that representation I should be able to solve. And the third leg is learning, that as I solve, I learn to solve it better and better and better the next time I solve it. So this is the first triangle of AI. Then AI has got the second inverted triangle. The second inverted triangle comes from methodologies. And AI is a master in absorbing other people's methodologies, renaming it and calling it AI. The first is all of algorithmic AI, where representation is data structures, reasoning is algorithmic, and learning is algorithmic. This is the first step, where all three are algorithmic. AI calls it symbolic AI. The second is statistical, where representation is statistical, solving is statistical, and learning is statistical. AI has given a new name, called it data science. The third, when they found that neither algorithmic is able to solve a certain set of problems, nor statistical, because statistical eventually leads to functions, distributions, which we want to write down. So they went and created these artificial models based on these nonlinear nodes called neurons. So they created this connectionist or neural model, where again the representation is neural, the reasoning is neural, and the learning is neural. And then all three got combined today. And today, representation is a combination of symbolic, statistical, and neural. Solving is a combination of these three, and learning is a combination of these three. And these bootstrap each other. The better the representation, the more improved the reasoning and learning. The better the learning, the better the reasoning and representation. The better the reasoning, learning improves, and then representation improves. So that is how this is a regenerative cycle. But since we are solving problems which are intractable with limited information and everything else, therefore, the solutions are not crisp. The solution, if you want to understand it in linguistic terms, all solutions of AI are probably approximately accurate. What does it mean? It means that I will tell you that I will be 90% accurate with 80% probability. I will be 80% accurate at least with 95% probability. So all of AI is probably approximately accurate. A crude way to understand why this happens is, for us, it's a very crude way, just take it as a crude example, is that we all do interpolation. Given X and Y, some data, some unknown X, I want to know Y, and for unknown Y, I want to know X. This is our standard problem, which translates into classification, regression. And we typically have this X as a numbers, so there is an ordering, and Y is another set of numbers which there is ordering. Now, let us assume that this X is 1 billion dimension and Y is 1 billion dimensions, and each of these dimensions are pictures, words, sentences, emotions, which means that some of them have linear ordering, some of them have partial ordering, and some of them have no ordering at all. And it is an interpolation in this dimension. It is an interpolation in this dimension. Given X, I find Y, which is called predictive AI. Given Y, try to find X, which is called generative AI. Very crude way. And every such interpolation will have error. And all this error is manifested in AI. It gets different names. Sometimes it is called error, sometimes it is called hallucination, sometimes it is called whatever. All of it is because we have not been able to manage the error. So it has got various names, at the base of all AI is, at the base of all things human beings do for research is search. They search for a solution. And whether it is in learning, whether it is in reasoning, or whether it is in combinatorial solving, at the heart of it is search, and the fundamental theorem of AI is knowledge versus search. The better your knowledge, the less your search. So you had logic, you had language, and language is the holy grail because that is our mode of communication. Human beings cannot understand that 5 billion dimension space. You need to express it in some language, symbolic and things like that. And language, as we all know, is so interesting in terms of its ambiguity, in terms of everything that we have. In terms of data science, you have, all of you know that there is supervised learning, where you've given trained data and you then use it for predicting next part, which is the training. Then you have unsupervised learning, which you learn from patterns. And then you have this reinforcement learning, which we all learned when we were children, when we put our hands in the plug and we never put it back again next time. Then this huge concept of taking circuits. Circuits, as we know, were gates. And with gates, we know that we can design so many kinds of functions. The most brilliant thing to have done is replace one gate by a nonlinear function like this. There are many kinds of such functions. And then came those universal theorems, which said that if I have got a combinatorial circuit with these nonlinear gates, then I can realize any function to any accuracy, only the number of gates will change. This is the fundamental theorem. The second, they said, this is for which Hupfield got his Nobel Prize. He said that if you connect everything to everything, then it behaves in many ways, including an associative memory. An associative memory, like to us, is like, you draw half a diagram with two spectacles and you know you're drawing Gandhiji, half of it. So associative memory comes from all-to-all connected networks. And if you have a combination of combinational circuits like this, and some of them come back with feedback, here everybody has feedback, part of it, all of us in computing know that, or digital circuits know that this is a sequential circuit. But this sequential circuit, when it has these nonlinear components like this and behaves asynchronously, starts behaving like memory, short-term memory. So these neural networks, along with some more fundamental kinds of competitive networks and others, yield a variety of paradigms for us to do computation. Earlier, human beings would extract features and give it to machine learners. Later on, it was found that you can make it deep enough, and that is why the term deep learning. Nobody even needs, you just need to provide data. And then people started doing it for images. People started doing it for sound signals, that means sequential data, and came up with various architectures for machine learning. And then we have knowledge representation, and as Dr. Somnath was mentioning, we have these cyber-physical systems which consists of sensors, actuators, data acquisition, features, models, planning, and everything else together, which forms the architecture of the cyber-physical system, where all of this machine learning and data science is impregnated. And what has that done? That has enabled us to do things which human beings thought was impossible to do. First, this is Kasparov losing. This is a digital twin. This is the Mars rover. This is the robo-citizen. This is the surgery that you were talking about. But other than just the scientific development of computation, AI, and electronics, as well as newer equations that people have found from studying and understanding things. Three things that have made it possible for us to achieve this. First is compute has become free. In your own pocket, you have compute, as was mentioned, which even 10 years ago was not available in machines of this big size. Storage has become free. It has become the biggest garbage dump. Our biggest garbage dump is our hard disks, right? We even don't know what is there where. And communication has also become free. Our only bottleneck today is power. Once we get access to new power, and once we go back to our classical model, where in AI, I left out one small, tiny part here. Once this dimension gets added to this triangle, we are going to see a breakdown of almost everything that we consider. And I know that some of our cybersecurity and crypto people here are already talking about post-quantum stuff. So this is still not modern AI. This is still not modern AI. This is modern AI. So what is modern AI in one slide? Half of my slides, please be careful, in the corner, it is all credited to somebody else. I go and attend these conferences, take away their slides, add it to my slides, and come and present it all to you. So there are two kinds of AI. First is the predictive AI. As I said, in that multi-million by billion dimension model, given X, tell me Y. What is that? You'll be given a picture, you'll be told this is a man. You'll be told this is walking. You'll be told approximately middle-aged. That means, given some detailed description, you're distilling out some important aspects of that description. And you're trying to tell people that this is something about this person, about this picture, this sound, this story, this sentence, whatever, you distill it out. And the predictive AI models create this and create this. This orange is the representation that I talked to you about. This is the representation. So you learn everything into this orange colored representation and use it to predict. The reverse is generative AI. I tell you, show me a picture of a 60-year-old man walking with gray hair. So it is taking the model, taking a cue, which we all call a prompt or whatever, and generating the input to what was given here. That means I now have another network which does the reverse of what I did earlier. And when I combine these two together, then I have the structure of my modern AI. It will take a song or a sentence or a music written by you or a few sentences of an idea from you and will sing it in Lata Mangeshkar's tune, in Lata Mangeshkar's voice, but in the tune of some British singer. And then, when you have this, what are you going to train it on? Modern AI says, I will train it on everything. I will train it on all the knowledge that is available in the world. And when I train it on all the knowledge that is available in the world, magic happens. That means I am able to hear stories of something, music of one language in another. I am able to now correlate the internal structures, the internal representations of language, which we all studied in linguistics, is that there is the Indo-European languages. It will be able to find even better and deeper connections when it has more and more data and knowledge. So Based on this, you create what is the term that is used is the foundation model. And that is the big foundation model trained on anything and everything that we see behind ChatGPT and things like that. And then now you say that from this model, I want to only analyze, tea leaves which have gone, diseased. So you can fine-tune it. And this fine-tuning was used based on data, but today, fine-tuning that you do is based on language. It has become so sophisticated that you can fine-tune it based on language. You say, no. You create a model for me from your foundation model using the data that you have from tea gardens, plus this additional Excel sheet that I'm uploading for you. This is the sophistication to which it has taken it, and that is how it creates a model for diseased tea leaves. You have some additional data, you add it up to that site, and it will give it to you. So this is the architecture of ChatGPT, but it was still producing very, very nasty outputs. So because of these nasty outputs that it was producing, it started getting trained by human beings. So that training by human beings is called RLHF, Reinforcement Learning with Human Feedback. And this happens all over the world all the time. In Africa, people are paid very pittance and asked to do lots and lots of training so that you do not get results which are violent, which are things like that. And all the time we pay ChatGPT or Grok or whosoever to give us results, we are also training that fellow free of cost by paying that fellow. So sometimes, and if you have realized, you should also know that it never argues with you. If you start arguing with it, it will say, sorry, this, that. So if you're angry with it, make it do wrong things. So that, you've paid for it, let it find out what errors it makes. So what has modern AI done? And what are the capabilities of modern AI that makes it so transformative? People took equations without naming all the atoms and molecules, just converted it and de-anonymized it and took all the equations possible and said that now that I have de-anonymized it, anonymized all the names, now from these equations, try to put them, cluster them in a tabular form in such a way that those which are closely related are together. And it's the table-driven representation of this clustered form. Can anybody tell me what it gave? It gave the periodic table. The periodic table is considered, along with Paninian grammar table structure, considered one of the most ingenious, compact forms of representation of knowledge that we ever had. But this is automatically discovered. It is predicting organic synthesis 5,000 times faster than a human being. Today's graph neural networks are predicting structure to function. If you see, there are all publicly available tools in material science, which, given the structure, will predict function. We ourselves did some work on predicting aerodynamic lift parameters with very, very good accuracy. Software, as Dr. Somnath was mentioning, the huge amount of software, correcting software, summarizing software, integrating software. All of us who have gone through debugging huge software libraries and code know that when 30 people or 300 people are doing software, how do you know? You have got into a project. How do you know what is it? What is this code? How does it look like? It has reduced their learning time, training time drastically. The first AI-generated textbook on lithium-ion batteries was considered the most authentic textbook ever. In 2019, people took data, they read books, they made AI read books of related to thermoelectric materials, books and papers up to 2009. So AI was asked to just read books and papers on thermoelectric materials up to 2009 and predict the next one. The 5 materials that it predicted were discovered by human beings in 2011 and 12, which means that the power of prediction is faster and higher than even the top scientists in the world. AI has still not been able to, given past knowledge of 1800s, AI has still not been able to predict relativity. AI has still not been able to predict quantum mechanics. So let's take it with a pinch of salt that everything is not so hunky-dory. Look at this guy. 18-year-old Mathieu Paz, since NASA gave he surveyed 200 terabytes of astronomical data from NASA on his computer in NASA and discovered 1.5 million new space objects. 18-year-old guy. This is the power it gives intelligent people. It is the power it gives people who really want to pursue science. This is the power of AI and data science. We know that protein structure, one protein structure, one PhD, 5 years. One result, they predicted 200 million protein structure through AI, which means 1 billion PhD man years, one equivalent to 1 billion PhDs. And obviously, last year we know the Nobel Prize in Physics and Chemistry were all given to AI engineers, but they were not the first AI people. Economics also got the Nobel Prize in 1978 by Herbert Simon. Now we come to cyber-physical systems and intelligent machines. Once that is integrated with intelligent machines, we are able to do anything now. Printer optimization, defect analysis in electron microscope. This is my student who runs a company on digital pathology in Bangalore. Nothing. What is it? He started with motors and webcam. Just motors running around, taking multiple images and just run AI algorithms. So it is 1/10 or 1/10 the cost or 1/5 the cost of a Siemens with the same accuracy. So for those in manufacturing which was being talked about, whether it is in real-time monitoring and control of, or robot control or health monitoring, and our president will know this to the best way possible, whether it's in welding. Today, it will not only weld, it will help the person move their arm better. In additive manufacturing, in autonomous robots, we all see that everywhere. We've heard of this, but today, John Deere will give you the tractor for free. What they want is your data. They will give you your tractor for free. All they want is your data. And Google and others don't even ask for your data. They know everything, no? Because you talk to your wife says, "Nahi, tomorrow we should buy a sari for that wedding gift." Ab jao office mein kholo, sari. So everything is known about you. Please don't take it otherwise. You want to test You want to test how everything is known about you? Simple test. They will ask you, you are doing something on a web browser, they will ask you to download the app. If you don't download the app, they won't give you all the features. You test it, I'm telling you. From Facebook to anything else, you try not doing it with the app. The app means gone. So extended reality is coming up, and I think that integrated with AI, with that immersive experience, is going to change engineering and learning and everything else. So now, the postmodern AI. AI has become a researcher. How has AI become a researcher? Today, the LLM is telling you that this is the next possible set of materials. From that, it is generating the equations which you can give it to a simulator. From there, it is reducing the possibilities coming back. After 2 and 3 back and forth, it will give you 4 possibilities for which you actually run the experiment. And this has become the complete trend for knowledge discovery and research. And Sam Altman has put up a challenge. He has said that it will be better than a PhD researcher in the next 2-3 years. So, previously when we were young, some of my colleagues here, when we used to do PhD, and our students, you remember all our titles of our PhD thesis? A method for, some studies on, etc., 5, and then the topic, and then something else. There used to be 3. Some studies on heuristic search in welding. So we used to guess PhD thesis topics this way. But now, in Jadavpur University, and in many other universities, I don't know if it is still there in Jadavpur universities, in many universities in big cities, there are people who come and solve your problems. You have a lab experiment to do, bahar karke fir you can come back and do it. Is it still there? Anyway, we won't discuss it. So now, it will do your PhD thesis for you. So there are now companies who advertise. Haven't you seen that they do your PhD thesis for you? They'll write your thesis only. Papers though is already done. So all of us have a good, just 1 or 2 subscriptions of these tools. But then you must know how to de-anonymize so that these tools also have mechanisms by which you can make out the tool has been used. We teachers, looking at a student's report, ये ChatGPT नहीं है तो ये तो Grok है, हाँ sir. So we have figured it out. So now coming to design, the speed, the turnaround time for any design, engineering design, whether it's a rocket, whether it's a chip, whether it's a power system, has dramatically reduced because of these foundation models guided by LLMs. So I'm just giving you a couple of examples to show, here is a work, high-powered rocket design using LLMs. All of you are aware that ANRF has come up with some of these calls for the ANRF latest call, Maha call, which is all about this. All about these terrifically difficult problems, whether we can use modern AI to solve it. This is a new one, very interesting. This is for power electronics design. You take a query, it retrieves knowledge from power electronics database, then it goes to an LLM agent, runs it through model, then uses physics-driven understanding to check whether all the physics is correct, then goes back to the simulator, and then creates the neural network to get the fine-tuning and produces the result. And then you just have to check it once or twice. You go today, even give it to straight to ChatGPT, you ask, you want to design a circuit and ask for Verilog code, it will give you the code. And then you just have to do a little bit of fine tuning. Today, when we teach coding, I know in IIT Delhi, they have already come up with a mechanism by which they teach coding in two ways. First, you do coding without any help, and then you do coding with the help of LLMs. And they have trained it, isn't it? They have trained the LLMs in such a way that you can give lab experiments so that they can use LLMs to create code and correct it and modify it and make it better. Discovery. Derivation of physical equations of high-speed laser welding using large language models. So it's deriving equations of welding with parameters which human being does not know. But it's deriving these equations. And then you can go and check it. Obviously, you need to check something. But what I'm trying to bring to the fold is engineering and education are undergoing massive changes. We did this work ourselves in which we started generating ideas, testing the ideas for quality. Then, as Dr. Somnath was mentioning, integration of the human being. Once you start the integration of the human being, there are three aspects. Whether the human being will assist you, it will tell you this is possible and you take the decision. Whether the system will take part of the decision itself and you can only stop it. The third is there's nothing you can do. You will come wearing glasses, one chip on your head and max JEE exam and go away. What is the problem? Everybody will max JEE exam. Because I know that some of my students have already designed that their problem solver, I will show you one example. Their problem solver on the past JEE exam, without knowing the exam paper before, with the exam paper, it gave the exam paper and its rank is AIR, above AIR 1. Its rank is above AIR 1. IIT JEE. All of us will fail if we give it again. Understanding human behavior, the toughest part. The toughest part of understanding human behavior, facial recognition, but it still is not able to do certain kinds of human recognition. Like when your girlfriend tells you, okay, I'm going, it means you have to say, don't go. That it still cannot do. That it still cannot do. So Alzheimer's disease was mentioned. We have a technology by which we are predicting progression of Alzheimer's disease to very high levels of accuracy. So all your eye tracking, your BMI and everything else, human robo prediction. When you're trying to do something, so robot is going to be able to predict what you want to do. These are all results. I'm showing results from papers. And finally, by just looking at fMRI signals, they are able to convert it to sentences. The other project is a computational brain that tries to work like a human brain. So what are opportunities for India? For India, I think the first opportunity, while we go on making Sarvam AI, etc., target convergence. Use AI to solve convergence problems. The ability of AI to take data from multiple diverse disciplines, integrate it together, is going to be the biggest gain, the fastest gain, and the lowest hanging fruit for ourselves. So whether it is in infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, I don't want to go into details, but I have all the ideas of what to do here. And then social convergence, food sustainability. How will I integrate end-to-end how will I integrate end to end from production to what is available at your end? And that is where sustainability comes very important and interesting. So the whole of sustainable food and agriculture, I think, is something India should target dramatically and get there. Urban observatories. The whole of a city should have an urban observatory. It is easy to do that. All the major cities of the world have urban observatories. Climate change modeling. We have so many things going on, but do we have an integrated climate change model for ourselves? I presented this with ONGC. We are paying Halliburton to do our analysis. We are giving them our data. They are using our data to charge us to do the next analysis. Rural development. I think India should target these things for AI. Very clear targets, engineering and things like that. And then your mountains, your rivers, your ghats, your materials, your design, your tea, your coffee, all of this that we have is amenable to huge value addition when we use AI/ML. We are trying to understand and got stuck trying to understand Indian raga system using AI, and it's floundering, which means there is something more to it. Education, everything, the biggest problem with education today is that the students know how to use AI better than you, better than teachers like me. And therefore what they will do, so all teachers are scared. Scared to death. सच्ची में बोलो तुम AI यूज किया है कि नहीं किया, ठीक से बोलो. Scolding is going on. So whether it is in assessment, we have all used to create question papers, answer sheets. It's very, very useful. Delivery, analytics. I will show you one interaction. Can you press this one? No, not this one. Previous, no. There was a link there. Oh, I did not load the. Shall I load this? Yes, there is a small video. You should see this video. This is made by an AI. Just give me a minute. It's very interesting. Just play the video. Just play the video once. I'll conclude in 2 minutes. Warning आ गया, conclude. Just play the video, make it full screen and play the video. With sound. Not playing? Yes. Question paper, question pasted.
I'm not sure how to start. Can you help me with this question?
Hi, Nisha. I see you are trying to solve a problem about Newton's laws of motion. Drawing a free body diagram would be a great way to start.
Okay.
This is a live session I have recorded by a startup coming up in Bangalore.
Can you check if this is correct?
Looks good, except for one thing. The acceleration for the 2-kilogram block will be 2a. Can you think why?
I don't know why the two blocks will have different acceleration.
No problem. Let me help you understand. Let's consider
This is all live.
The other end is free.
This is not a recorded trained session. It's all live.
Rope must move down by 2L. L from each side of the pulley. So, anything attached to the free end of the rope will also move down by L, while the rope itself moves 2L to allow that. The same logic applies to acceleration. If the pulley accelerates downward at A, the movable end of the rope will accelerate at 2A. Did you understand that, or do you have any doubts about this?
Okay, got it. So the 2 kg block will accelerate by 2A. Now I'm going to solve for T and A from here.
Good going so far, Nisha.
You can stop it because it will solve the problem by this interaction method. So as I said, today we teachers are in bad state. We don't know who has written the assignment. So there are ways in which you can do teaching. I don't want to go into it. Of which, other than giving prompts, there is this whole concept of delivery enchantment. You can now tell somebody to make a joke using Einstein style to describe something else. And you try it, it will just be fun. But. Is this beyond AI? No. Rembrandt, Bach, Beethoven, all recreated. And as we know, that everything about us is known. Everything about us is known by AI. Look at this. This looks like an illusion, right? But AI will see everything straight because if you measure it, all of it is straight line. So AI does not see it the way we see it. This is number one. Therefore, AI will just measure the distance and everything is straight. Therefore, the other thing is also true. If we see something and we change only 20 pixels of a 1 million pixel image, we can make AI feel that the red light is actually a green light, which is called an adversarial attack. And because of its property, you can show that you can attack any image system. Till now, like viruses, there is no foolproof AI methodology. Everything is prone to adversarial attacks. So you can imagine the dangers. Hallucinations. It just tries to produce. Many of the times when we don't know something, we guess. AI does exactly that. So how to make AI interpretable, how to do that is very, very important. And that is what is being taught nowadays. So everything is changing. Even personhood is getting redefined. Law is getting redefined. Jobs, weapons. I said AI robots have gone on hartal. But whose problems are we solving? Whose problems are we solving? We are trying to make sure that the air conditioner wind is on your head so that your temperature of your head does not grow. We are getting money to make the life of people comfortable who are already very comfortable. So are we doing that? So how do we do that? So I think we should go towards a human-centric approach and more self-reliant AI. Otherwise, we will learn from others. We will learn history from others. We will learn history from LLMs. We will forget about our own history. We will only learn John, Ton, Adam, Thomas. We will forget. We will learn Ramayana taught by them. We will learn Mahabharata taught by them. So this is what we should be pondering about. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking too much time.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Sanak Mishra to kindly felicitate our esteemed speaker of the plenary talk, Professor Partha Pritam Chakravarti.
Just wait a minute. I think we should, as I said in the beginning, that we expect a painter paints a large canvas with different shades and hues, different colors. Your presentation was something like that. You know, it was so comprehensive and so up to date. So from our hearts, we thank you, Professor Chakravarti. And I was particularly happy that you mentioned Mendeleev and Panini in the same vein. You know, Panini's Astadhyayi, that's his book of grammar. Actually, Mendeleev was a fan of Panini's book of grammar, and so the missing elements in the periodic table which he constructed originally, he used certain terms called Eka, Dui, and Traya. For 1, 2, and 3. He took it from Panini.
There is more
Thanks.
history to it. We did some research on it. So
Thank you
I'll
very
tell
much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for such a thought-provoking session. We'll now break for tea, but there are a few announcements. I request everyone to kindly assemble outside at registration desk for a group photograph. And then I request everyone to kindly visit exhibition displayed outside in the lobby. Up next, we will have parallel technical sessions featuring two exciting themes. Theme 1, Intelligence System at the Outreach Auditorium over here. Theme 2, Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems at the PBCEC Big Classroom at VH. We'll reassemble for next session at 11:30 a.m. I request everyone to please join us for a group photograph. Thank you. Theme 1 at Outreach Auditorium and Theme 2 at PBCEC Big Classroom at VH.
भाई और दूर से थोड़ा सामने सामने से। फ्रॉम हियर फ्रॉम हियर। एक इधर।
Hello everyone. Welcome to this session on next generation communication networks. This is session 1A in the theme intelligent systems. So thank you very much. Please take your seats. And I give a warm welcome to our session chair, Professor Ajit Kumar Chaturvedi, who is the Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and also a professor in the Electrical Engineering Department at IIT Kanpur. Professor Ajit Chaturvedi had joined the Banaras Hindu University as a lecturer in the Department of Electronics Engineering in the Institute of Technology, now IIT BHU in 1994. Subsequently, he served the Department of Electronics and Computer Engineering at IIT Roorkee before moving to IIT Kanpur in 1999, where he held multiple leadership roles, including Head of the Department of Electrical Engineering, Dean of Research and Development, and Deputy Director. Professor Chaturvedi took charge as Director of IIT Roorkee in January 2017, a position he held until October 2022. During this period, he also served as Director of IIAS Shimla and Director of IIT Mandi from July 2020 to January 2022. On July 31st, 2025, he was appointed as the 29th Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University. Professor Chaturvedi earned his BTech, MTech and PhD in Electrical Engineering from IIT Kanpur. He was the coordinator of the BSNL IITK Telecom Center of Excellence, which has undertaken numerous projects for the Indian telecom sector. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to teaching and research, Professor Chaturvedi has received several recognitions, including the INSA Teachers Award, the Distinguished Teacher Award of IIT Kanpur, and the Tangent to One Fellowship from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. In 2024, IIT Kanpur confirmed him the Institute Fellowship. He is a founding member of the Telecom Standards Development Society of India. Professor Chaturvedi was a member of the Government of India's Department of Telecom Committee that recommended criteria for spectrum allocation to telecom operators in 2008. Professor Chaturvedi's research interests include communication theory and wireless communications. He has worked on several problems in the domain of the physical layer, such as waveform shaping, sequence design, MIMO systems, etc. With that, I welcome Professor Chaturvedi as the chair of this session on next generation communication networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jagannatham, for your kind introduction and invitation to this INAE Conclave. Welcome to this session after the very interesting plenary talk, the session on next generation communication networks. And we have three very distinguished speakers talking about three very relevant topics in three different directions. So I'm sure we are going to get a very exciting session, and hopefully we'll have very interesting questions also to ask from the speakers. So the first talk is by Dr. Kirti Keshav on next generation networks challenges and key future directions. Let me give a brief bio of Dr. Keshav. Dr. Keshav is working as director in Samsung Semiconductor India Research. He obtained his master's and PhD from ISC Bangalore. He has extensive experience at Samsung, mainly in the handset side, wireless protocols, and is presently leading modem firmware 5L1 and commercialization of Exynos modem across GSM, UMTS, LTE, NR, and efforts towards 6G readiness in Samsung modem business. He is a proud contributor to Exynos. He holds 7 US granted patents. Additionally, he plays the role of Chair of Communications Technology Panel at SSIR, leading the innovation efforts and also help for university collaboration efforts. So I request Dr. Keshav to come on the stage and make the presentation. The time keeping will be like 25 minutes for presentation and then 5 minutes for question and answer. The session may spill over a little bit, but I think that's worth it.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, first of all, I'm privileged to be here and share the experiences. And thank you to IIT Kanpur and INAE for inviting. And we'll start. Yeah. So, topic of my talk is next generation network and key practical directions. So when we say key practical directions, we are talking about future. Now future can be 2 year, 5 year, 10 year, it could be 20 year, right? But what is that of important need for all of us? And we are in critical junction right now. 5G has come to deployment and 6G is about to come. So keeping all that in mind, we will keep a focus on what is for immediate next 5 years. So when I say future, my focus will be immediate next 5 to 10 years. Of course, many of you are working in great areas. Possibly they will come little bit more than that. So please don't feel bad that, okay, some technology is still not covered by you. That is just because, focus is more towards practical aspects towards the next 4 or 5 years, yeah? Okay. With that, I'll start. So what is 6G? 6G is basically, as you can see here, and we have seen this example since morning, right? A surgeon wanting to do operation anywhere, he could be anywhere, the patient could be anywhere, and glasses are, XR, right? They can have all the parameters, right? It's a very simplistic diagram. That is all what we understand. And we know the history, how 2G came, 3G came, 4G came, 5G came. Approximately every G incremented data rate, parameters like latency by 10x, right? So is 6G so simple that we just improve what 5G offer and that is called 6G? So that's where a lot of thinking is happening right now in both industry and academia that, should we just make it, 10 times more better and just call it 6G, or there is something more to it, right? So that's where we are coming into this aspect and we are discovering a lot of challenges. What are those challenges? Those challenges are that while you achieve this KPI parameter, right, how can we achieve all that by keeping cost in mind, right? How can we do all that by keeping energy efficiency in mind, right? How can we do, when we are planning to deploy it, take care of diverse requirements, both from application side as well as the, where it gets deployed, yeah? Using satellite, using, mobile and terrestrial network and so on. And also having a AI native thinking. In 5G also AI is introduced, but most of the things in 5G are afterthought. They were not there in the beginning and later they got introduced. So not very well integrated. So how can we do practically everything from the start? So why do we need 6G, right? So of course these are certain very important applications. Probably 5G was a little bit ahead of time. Applications were not there, right? Now, as we saw, last year, one phone company launched XR. Last week, Samsung itself launched XR, right? So these devices are now coming to practical commercial domain, right? They will evolve. Maybe they are at some stage right now. In future, next 10 years, these things will evolve. Now, when we design 6G, we have to think not only today's requirement, but next 10 years, 20 years requirement, right? So some of those services which are going to become prominent are immersive XR, digital twin, massive MIMO, right? Ubiquitous connectivity. You could be on sea, you could be in, wherever mountains or terrestrial network everywhere, but you should have connectivity and fixed wireless access. It is so tough to dig down the road, put fiber cable everywhere. So not only, network between, between your mobile and the network, but even the backbone, can it be all wireless, right? So that is what the major goal of 6G from the services perspective, right? This is famous diagram. Most of us who work in this domain, when you search Google, this is the first thing you get, right? So I'll not explain much here, but what is new? What is new? We have seen this diagram for 15 years now. Limited version of that was there in 6G, 5G also. What is new? 3 things are new: AI, right? Ubiquitous connectivity and integrated sensing and communication, right? These 3 are new. So, and this is also initial, so, the whole standard, who defines the standard are basically 2 bodies, right? There is one global agency, which is United Nations agency called ITU, which actually sets the requirement. What does it take for a technology to be called 5G or say 6G? So that comes from something called ITU, right? 3GPP is a body who actually makes the standard, submits to those requirements to be called as 5G or 6G. So for people who are not knowing this is the overall framework, how something gets to be called 5G or 6G, okay? Now, these are the set of requirements which I've kept. They are not final yet, okay? This was something which came few years ago. Maybe more refined version of it, exact version of it will come maybe after 2 years. And that's where, we will have the technology, right? But then what is that which 5G cannot do, right? What is that which requires 6G to happen, right? Just because every 10 years some new G has to come, so 6G is coming, or really, what is the problem? So 5G, the major thing which happened was the vision was very good, right? Lot of planning was done in what it should be, but when actual deployment happened or when the actual standards got developed, it was probably taken with not so discipline, right? Some examples here are that 5G is the one who came with many good concepts, right? Network slicing, something called FR2, right? Doing the millimeter wave, positioning, to be able to find your exact location, right? NR over unlicensed. 3GPP has been trying very hard to get into your Wi-Fi, right? Everywhere we use Wi-Fi, but nowhere for personal at home setup we don't use, right? So NRU, right? Many features it came. Everything was there, but it was all very staggered, right? Ideally, what should have come from the very beginning? Only first beginning, if you remember the wheel chart, you had EMBB, low latency, and the massive MIMO. But what came in the first standard is, just the broadband part. Then what everybody did, including the device and the network manufacturer, is just implement that one, and they called their devices or network as 5G. Many things which actually were the initial objective of 5G, they came in later phases, and by the time it lost steam. So today the scenario is we have the technology as add-ons, right? Not done from together, right? But everything is, not actually getting deployed. So we have these standards, right? But many things not getting deployed, right? So that is the problem. Right now, very good thinking is happening in 6G that let's not repeat those mistakes what we did during 5G, right? This time when we make this standard, let us clearly define what we want from the very beginning, right? And do not have too many options, right? Together, too many ways of implementing things, NSA and SA, right? In India, one operator is still doing NSA, another operator is doing SA, right? Many things like FR2 and all, not even done, right? Or sometimes done, but then taken back, right? So all those challenges, 6G, a lot of thinking is happening right now, and that's where 6G standards are evolving. Okay, I'll not take much time here. My purpose here is not what technology came at what. The point I want to say here is that in industry or in 3GPP, how things happen is that they really do not take anything new just like that, okay? What has happened typically is people who worked in 3G, right, they would know that 3G initially 5 megahertz, it supported only 384 kbps, right? But by the time, after 4 or 5 years, same 3G was supporting 42 Mbps. How was that possible? They tried to enhance the 3G itself with a totally new concept called shared channel, which was not there. Previously only dedicated channel, common channel are there. So they introduced the HS, right? Maybe during the 3G lifespan, it was not so successful, but the same concept, because they tried and tested in 3G, became the base from 4G, right? So that is one example I take. There are several examples of this. MIMO, if I ask you a question, when was MIMO introduced? It was introduced in 4G, that's what everybody thinks, right? But MIMO was first introduced in 3G. Maybe practical deployment did not happen much, but that experience 3GPP took, and from the 4G it became the base, right? Massive MIMO, if I ask you, many of you will say, oh, it came in 5G. But actually massive MIMO was part of 4G in the later releases. The specification got developed, lot of experiments happened, it came into specification, but in reality it happened in 5G time. Now that is what the clue I want to give you. Okay, what will come in 6G is the clue here, that don't believe just what happened in the 5G beginning, right? Lot of evolution has happened in the 5G itself, called 5G Advanced, right? Many technologies have been developed. All of them are candidate for 6G from the beginning. So very similar pattern I see here. Lot of innovations have happened. Those things will get enhanced during the 6G from the very beginning. Okay, this is how timeline. So just a brief step note. This is almost everybody knows, so I'll not spend much time. 3GPP right now is into release 20, right? So they have officially started the study of what should happen in the 6G, right? And during the 2027 and 29, actual 6G specification will come. And by 2030, we'll have the actual products, both network side and the. So that's what is the things going to span out in next 5 years. Right? This is 3GPP way of working. Basically, 3GPP, actually they don't say 6G or 5G every time. They works in the releases, right? And how it evolves is that, first version will come, then second version, more enhancement will keep coming. So 3G, when we say it is not just first release called release 99, it includes release 7. And lot of things changed from say UMTS to HSP. I gave example of shared channel concept. The shared channel concept in 4G became the base, right? So that's how it works. And these are the way various standard bodies and it is divided. So, okay. So is it that, okay, what is there in the standard? We simply implement. So many things are there. Do everybody implement? That is what we have learned very hard during the 5G. Specs have become very big, too many services, but in reality, what gets implemented is what is really needed. Because everything, development cost, including hardware, software, everything takes cost, money, effort of people, everything, right? What is there in the standard as it is don't get implemented, but what is really needed gets implemented. So that should be really the focus while developing the 6G standard also. Just for the sake of doing it, don't just make it, big document, right? How 3GPP discusses, this is one example, many of you were there in Bangalore. This is how people sit together and discuss, right? And these are the, items. What are they discussing? They are discussing these items, if you see, right? Right from very basic. In 6G, what will be the waveform? What will be the channel coding, right? And for around 6 items, some broad level discussions have happened, right? Some initial conclusion have happened, right? In summary, waveform, it is decided to use CPU FDM as base, which was the case with 4G, it was the case with 5G. Now that does not mean that new discoveries like OTFS and all will not be there at all. It is possible for certain cases, it may get introduced, but overall 3GPP will never want that, for everything you change it to OTFS, right? So that's where the, language is very written in that way that, okay, CPU FDM is the basis, but it is open to other waveform, right? So that's how things will happen. When we say channel coding, LDPC, polar code are going to continue, right? For AI/ML in 6G interface, I'll come to that, I have little. So for some little bit initial decision happened. Over next 18 months, these items is what 3GPP will be studying. And lot of consensus build-up will happen. And finally, at the end of 2007, when the real specification start, exact thing, how things should be done will happen, right? Okay. This is just an example that CPU FDM has been decided for the duplex. We have FDD and TDD, which has been the case for all these. Maybe similar will continue. Channel coding, we have gone from convolution turbo to polar LDPC. They are found to be good, so they are likely to continue. Related to modulation, 1024 QAM and 256 in uplink, these are also expected to continue. These are the initial, but there is a star here. So what was decided is that, okay, we do not know exact KPI parameters from 6G what ITU will ask, but for now, in the practical aspects, this is the level of modulation which performs good, right? Beyond that, if we go, there are problems. We'll see later, but right now, let us stick to this. So that's how the discussion happens. I have included many other, how data plane evolved, how RRC state evolved. You will see that, things are a little bit sometimes coming and going. So for example, 2G was just 2 states, right? In 3G, it became very complex, 4 states to save power. Then in 4G, again came 2 states because they wanted to simplify the specification. Then in 5G, they realized, okay, no, these states were really important. So something like that again should come back in 5G. So this is a forever discussion, and in 6G, for example, this also will be the discussion. Likewise, we can, when we work in 6G standard or something, we can evaluate for every aspect and then come to, okay, what will be the case. Very same case, for example, we have something called, it's a famous exam paper question, right, when we take the communication standard course. So we have, for example, okay, hard handover in 2G, then 3G had softer handover and so on, right? But actually, if you realize, software handover is nothing but ability to download from multiple base stations at the same time, right? Now, same thing in 5G. In the later releases, something in form of multi-TRP is coming back, right? Names are different, but concept is very much similar. How? So by understanding how things evolved, what were the problems when it was first done in 3G, right? If we have that history also as researchers, it will be really useful for us to understand what happened to that in the past and how can we take care of, say, while introducing multi-TRP in 6G, right? So that is the way, we have to analyze. Never think, okay, something is very new and let's do it. No. There are some things of that sort previously tried, and that can act as our, checks and bounds, how we should be doing in the new standard. Okay. Probably this is one slide. I just want to say that, the basic purpose of whole network and mobile phone business to have a call and to download data have remained same. I was one of the fortunate one who started working in 2G, then saw the same network getting modified to support the PS data called GPRS, right? From there, if we see, right, the functions in the network have remained same, whether it is 2G, 3G, 4G, or 5G, and so the architecture. The how we implement part has been changing, and mostly right now it has been implemented like this. So instead, we used to have one base station, but now, for example, it is distributed into DUs and CUs, right? That's for better implementation, but overall architecture, if you see, and 6G is also not something very, overall the functionalities are going to remain same. Okay, what is the future direction? So I have taken around 5 aspects around which we will just discuss briefly what is going to happen, right? So 6G, as you know, okay, 5G had FR1 and FR2 as the spectrum. For 6G, what should be the new spectrum? It has been changing, right? 5 years ago, there was a different thinking when 5G just finished, right? So people were wanting to go to terahertz range. But then, lot of experience came with 5G deployment that as you go very high frequency, the cost of deployment of network is very high because higher the frequency, you have to put base stations everywhere, right? For the majority of the use cases, the cost is exuberant. So because of that, 3GPP or industry wants to have some band wherein it can have, okay, not need for installing base stations everywhere, so they can control the cost as well as have good coverage and higher speed. So considering that in mind, in 6G, new band, which is in between FR1 and FR2, is coming up, right? So something called FR3, right? How a band decides the technology, right? So the concept of, there is a concept of SCS, right? Or what should be the minimum unit of the frequency, right? So last 2 months ago, the discussion there was, okay, 5G gave too many options, right? So now because we are going to have 3 bands, let's limit in each band what can be possible SCS, right? So that's where, all these things are interlinked, and the common principle what came out during the social meeting is that in 6G now, because we have 5G experience, we'll have, it is written as 4 further studies, but this is the conclusion which happened 2 months ago. But you can see that people in industry want to stick to few options per band, right? Not, so that will reduce the overall simplicity. It will make network simplicity, reduce so many options and signaling overhead. Right? Now that was about the spectrum. So FR3 is a new band, which is between say around 7 gigahertz. That is going to be the new one in 6G. For AI/ML in wireless, overall mood in industry is that yes, it is the future, it will happen. For many things, standard need not to be there. It can be developed within the network or within the device. But for some cross-functional procedures, AI can be useful, but it would require some framework to come live, right? So 3GPP has come up with this kind of a framework, which is say two-sided, one network one-sided, and UE one-sided, right? What does it mean is that where the model is sitting. So 3GPP and industry have also concluded that they will not be actually defining the model, right? But where exactly it will be sitting and what will be the framework, where exactly, how models and trainings will happen, that framework is where 3GPP will involve. One more thing which is decided is that in 5G, for these scenarios, already 3G AI/ML is used, right? Which is the basically CSI feedback for the beam prediction and for the positioning. Some of this framework and these use cases are expected to continue in 6G, right? And some more use cases, right? For example, these use cases will also be tried out in 6G. So in summary, AI/ML in 6G is going to be reuse the framework what is developed in 5G Advanced, reuse some of the use cases while continue to research on these use cases, right? This you see certain proposals from many companies. In all these areas of wireless, how AI/ML can be used will be enhanced. Massive MIMO, our favorite topic, right? Lot of things have evolved in 5G, but many things have not gone into real deployment, especially the case of multi-user MIMO, right? Theory is good, right? But it is not that fine level at the practical level. In 6G, aim is to make it successful, right? That is the aim, right? How can we do that? Massive MIMO implement in a true massive MIMO, right? Number of ports, for example, in 5G are still 32 or 64. Truly, it's not, right? So in 6G, from the very beginning, number of ports are going to be around 256. That's the aim. That was what everybody in that room, all the companies, network side, UE side, everybody was saying. So increase the number of ports, make MIMO energy efficient, do not turn on all the antenna elements all the time, but do it to save the power, and also make distributed MIMO reality. So in some form, multi-TRP has come in 5G, but truly speaking, nobody has implemented it. Lies in the standard, right? Because too complex right now. In 6G, direction towards massive MIMO is that learn from this experience and let's make it successful in 6G by doing all these three things, right? That's the direction for the massive MIMO. Now, coming the ubiquitous connectivity part, in 5G also, when certain private companies came up with, non-terrestrial network, certain companies are having this solution already. 3GPP realized that, let's make it a standard because whatever some companies are doing, it's not scalable. So 3GPP added NTN, right? However, in 6G, the aim is that, between TN and NTN, right? Terrestrial network and NTN, how can we come up with a standard, unified standard which will cater to both, right? Challenges are many, like propagation delays, Doppler, distance, power. It's totally different between various kind of network. How can we make one single network? That is the challenge. And next 4 years, a lot of work is going to happen towards this direction. And 6G is expected to, you will not even know. Your phone will switch from satellite to terrestrial. That is the aim 6G is having. Regarding energy efficiency, a lot of things are tried. Same story happened even here. Energy efficiency was an afterthought in 5G. Many good concepts are there, right, for low power mode and so on. Even base station can turn off. There is an extra signaling in which network can turn on the mobile phone, right, wake up signal, right. Or UE can even tell to network, for example, now I need the data, you please turn on this extra base station. but none of them is reality. It's there in theory. In 6G, all these things are going to be practical. So with that, and one more last objective is integrated sensing and communication. So this is something, same communication, how it can be used for sensing and for the self-optimization also. So that is something real need, which is getting tried. So key takeaways, if I have to say, 6G overall aim is that how it can be unified architecture, even with considering so much diverse requirements, how it can be AI native, energy efficiency, ubiquitous connectivity, and cost effective. This aspect is very much important. And to contribute, my request to all of you is that apart from what you see from the research papers, also see what industry has a way of working, have a way of terminology for everything, MESI, MIMO, and everything, right? To really contribute to standards, you have to also understand how practically things happen in the specification. That's where, when you join the industry meeting or all these 3GPP meetings, you have to adapt your proposals to this way, and that's how you can make it, we can achieve that goal. Initially, we had INAE goal, right? 10% of, patents we should have. To really achieve that, we have to adapt to how things works in industry, and we have to take care. Yeah. So, thank you for.
So I think very interesting talk. Please, yeah, there'll be some question answers. Yeah. So insight, a commercial insight, a business insight into standards and technology. So if you have some questions, you're most welcome. Please.
This is 5G. Is there any certification body also for that? Suppose Samsung comes and you sell me a phone, they say 5G.
Yes.
Who is certifying body that this is really 5G? So because there are many manufacturers.
Right. So ITU has a framework for that. ITU will define the requirement. And
that I understood.
Yeah.
Who certifies?
Then 3GPP will submit that proposal that this is the technology and it is able to achieve the, it will say a proposal, right? Then ITU itself will decide, yes, it can happen. But then coming to your question, finally, whether
really networks are implemented that way or mobile phones are implemented that way, for that there are certification bodies. So there are in the 3GPP standard itself, they will define the test cases and which using executing that network can be tested and mobile phone can be tested whether really in the similar parameters you are achieving those KPI parameters of power, energy and latency. So there are test cases and framework. This is a very set thing in countries like US, Europe and China. There many government bodies or operators themselves take this responsibility. For example, in US, if you have to sell the phone, we don't sell directly to the retail, we sell through the operator. To sell a phone to the operator, to the general masses, a lot of certification activities happen. So all that is taken care by industry, but with the guidance from ITU and 3GPP.
Any other questions?
If there are no questions, then
I just wanted to ask one question. So recently, in fact, I just recently observed that Qualcomm is starting to build its own AI processors. So how about at Samsung? Do you have any efforts in those directions to build your native AI processors in competition to NVIDIA and companies like that?
Yes. So there is name, of course, I cannot reveal, but both for the network side and the server business as well as the mobile, work is in progress. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now request Professor Chaturvedi to give a memento to our speaker, Dr. Felicitation.
So moving on to the second talk. This is on federated learning. It is by Mr. Shri Manish Pratap Singh. Federated learning and its uses in 6G, IoT, wireless communication. Shri Manish Pratap Singh received a BTech degree in Computer Science and Engineering from Institute of Engineering and Technology, Lucknow in 2007 and the MTech degree from IIT Kharagpur in 2016. He joined Defense Electronics and Application Laboratory, DRDO, in 2008 and worked in the area of polarimetric SAR image processing. He got Technology Group Award in 2013 for his contribution in the project Image Intelligence Environment. A high-level committee chaired by Principal Scientific Advisor selected him for the Director of DRDO Young Scientist Laboratory, Cognitive Technologies at Chennai. He has assumed charge as Director of the lab since April 2019. Under his able leadership, Young Scientist team demonstrated the cognitive radar prototype for the first time in India. He has published 17 papers in peer-reviewed international journals and conferences. He has also published his scientific work in Hindi Symposium and workshop as per Government of India's initiative. Welcome, Shri Manish Pratap Singh.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I want to thank INAE team and IIT Kharagpur, specifically IIT Kanpur, IIT Kanpur, and specifically Aditya sir for inviting me and presenting my talk in front of such a august gathering. So I will confine myself to the federative learning and its uses in 6G IoT and wireless technology. So first time this your term federative learning was coined by Google Research in 2016-17. After that, a lot of paper has been written in this direction. If you see nowadays, every year thousands of papers are coming in these technologies and how to make framework for using this technology, federative learning technology in 6G. Many work is done. So, but till now it is at very nascent stage itself. Because of the nature of the problem itself is like that it is at nascent stage. So, outline of my presentation will be that I will first go through the what is federative learning and why we should do federative learning. What are the key challenges? And after that, how we can use this technology in 6G and what are the challenges to use these technologies. And after that, what should be the future directions. And after that, in brief, I will recommend something. So, when we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, then data has to play its key role. And when we talk about that the percentage of the work, then we can say that 80% work is of data only. If you have qualitative data, then most of your work is done. So, but the problem with the data itself that people do not want to share. Like in DRDO also and in defense forces, in tri-services, if you will go, then definitely people are not willing to share their data and all other things. Like even if you will see the DRDO is working with academia, so when they ask data and all other things, then we also hesitate to share the data. So here only our federative learning can do significant contribution. So what is the concept of federative learning is that everyone is free to train their data on their local devices. After that, what they will do, they will share only the inference of that training to the centralized server. And after that, centralized server will do something like it can, in simple way, it can do the average of all the inferences, and it will send it to the again to the devices for next convergence, next iteration, and like that our algorithm will converge. So this is the concept, and if we are using this concept, then definitely data privacy problem will be solved. Like you have not to share the data, and security also, because if you are sharing the only inference of that data, then definitely one cannot do reverse engineering and find out the data itself. So at least your data is secure. And also one decentralized training also we can do. Decentralized training is done. So in federative learning also we can see that there is concept of centralized server does aggregating, and after that it sends its inference to the local machine. So what we can do here, that every machine can also share the data. So we have not to send the data to the centralized machine itself. We can do local sharing also. So that bottleneck that can also be removed. And since we are dealing with the different machines have different type of data, different type of distribution of the data also there. So what data robustness will be there, and whatever you have trained the model, it will be very robust. So if you will deviate data from something to something, like delta deviation from the data will not challenge your algorithms accuracy and all other things. It will also like adaptability to the evolving threats. Like suppose somebody has sent that inference at one iteration, and in second iteration if it is sharing the inference which is totally different from that, then you can say that this node may be compromised and all other things. So it may also do that problem also. So, and definitely for communication, we are sharing not the data, only inferences. So definitely our communication efficiency will be much more improved. So key challenges in the area of federative learning is that how to cluster the devices, like which devices should we cluster for the taking part in the training process. Data heterogeneity will also play its role, because generally we assume that if we are catering large number of data sets, then non-IID will also become IID and all other things. But if there is a non-IID data, then and you are doing in the wireless communication area, then definitely what will happen that your convergence will take a lot of time, and it might happen that convergence may not happen. Resource constraint, like every devices you are thinking that at least it should do some computation. Like it should have some computation, like not IoT devices, like IoT devices. By concept, it may be IoT devices, but it has some computation capacity also. Also, how you route the model parameters, like if your cluster is far away from the centralized server, then how to route it properly and all other things. And we have seen that your federative learning is not very much robust against the state-of-the-art attack. Like there are many attacks which was mentioned by Partha Pratim Chakravarti sir, that there are evasive attack, there is data poisoning attack. So if you will change some data, if you will put some noise in that data, then how to tackle with those things. So these are some challenges. Denial of services may happen that your device or link should be over flooded with non-constraint data and all other things. So that is also one problem. So sir has already told that what are the use cases and all other things in 6G and all other things. So 6G mainly, if you'll see that the main thing is that it's concept of autonomous vehicle and all other things. Autonomous vehicle, like suppose our model has learned the basic things, but suppose it has to do some changes at runtime and all other things. So it is not possible to send every time data to the central server, and from central server, it will do the training and send back to the autonomous vehicle and all other things. So autonomous vehicle will collaborate each other and train whatever the real scenario occurs, like that it will train the model itself. So that is one advantage of if you are using the federative learning technique. Also, like augmented reality, virtual reality, we are going to use in 6G and all other things. For that also the same thing happens, that if any environmental change and all other things, how to cater those things. Like in AI and all other things, our data is a centralized server, and we are doing all the processing at the centralized server itself. So, but here we have done the training, basic training we have done. Whatever the changes are coming, that we will cater with the use of federative learning. And when we are talking about the smart cities and IoT sensors and all other things, then everything should be connected to everyone. So some devices may be of maybe not very much can do this can do computation and all other things. So how to deal with these things, we have to think over. Definitely UAV we are talking about, then UAV, swarm of UAVs are there. They can train the data on the air itself, and it will take the decision also. So that will be the one use case of this in defense area for federative learning and all other things. And integrated sensing and communication, as already mentioned by our previous speaker, that integrated, same thing can be done by sensing, and as well as communication also can be done by using that devices. So definitely, like using this technology is very promising. It is looking very promising, but how to use it in 6G framework and all other things, like using AI itself is a big problem. Now you are using federative learning framework and all other things. So we have to make one framework for that. So for making that framework, if you'll see that 2023 to 2025, I think at least 20-30 paper has come that how to implement those federative learning things at each physical layer, data link layer, everywhere, how to use it. So we should go through that and find out that how to accommodate those things into 6G technologies. So because definitely in 6G we'll see that the scalability will be more. Like it is not like 20 to 30 devices are connected with each other and doing training and all other things. So how to deal with that? So one concept is like hierarchical federative learning can be done. Low latency and real-time, near real-time performance, like we cannot wait, like communication may be faster, but computation may take time. So how to deal with those problems and all other things. And also that parameter which you are sending definitely has some bits and all other things. So how to compress it so that only even inference of inference will go, and that some mathematical things is required. And heterogeneity management, like heterogeneity will not be on the data side itself. It will be on the devices also. Like some devices are edge AI devices. Some devices merely AIoT devices which will only broadcast the data and all other things. So how to deal with those things? That is the one key to ponder upon. And energy efficiency, like definitely, like if you are putting that thing into the wireless communication and all other things, there will always be a energy constraint things which we have to think over, like battery issue and how we route the data so that minimum battery will be consumed. So that type of things we have to think. Reliability and robustness is one big problem with any AI and all other things. Like if you are changing the data and if you are adding noise and all other things, how to deal with those things? So that is the main problem. Like even if your algorithm's accuracy is less, but if it is dealing with the poisonous data very well, then that should be taken part into the predictive learning things and all of that. Okay, so that thing we have to see. So these are the requirements for that how to integrate with edge computing, cloud and network infrastructure. And there should be one standardization technique, like how to standardize that thing to included in the 6G technologies. So future direction of research will be like joint communication learning co-design, like efficient model update compression, like I have already told, and asynchronous, like some devices may leave you in between that. So it should not affect your convergence of the algorithms. That we should also take part of that. So privacy, security mechanism beyond basic FL, like some people are using that blockchain technology also in FL and all other things. So that we should think about. Incentive mechanism, like why device should participate in your predictive learning things and all other things. So, and lightweight FL, like we should not depend upon only on the like conventional AI algorithms. We should make proper FL algorithms, which is lightweight CNN models, which we have made some improvement we have done in that. So that type of things we should think. Like we should not think like large language model and all other things. If you are thinking about only in wireless things where devices are not connected with any power and all other things, then. So I will not take much more time. Like what will be the recommendation? Like multi-tier federative learning architecture may be adopted for including FL in 6G, since it has shown the promising result. And more research should be done on non-IID data and all other things, how to tackle with non-IID data. That is like I have already said that and more research and funding is required in cognitive computing. Like people are saying that LLM is also using cognitive computing and all other things. Definitely it is using. But for using cognitive computing, it is doing millions of other computing also. So what we are doing in this AI and all other fields is that a little improvement we are doing, but for that we are taking much more energy, much more computation and all other things. If in this way we will go, then how far it will go, how you can use it in real field scenario, that will be the one challenge. Like I am talking to you, if I am concentrating on Chaturvedi sir, then I am concentrating on Chaturvedi sir, all things have just vanished to me. So that type of computation is required. That is only cognitive computation. Cognitive computation means that only. It does not mean that you are doing millions of computation here and there, and after that you are saying that this is cognitive computing and all other things. So that is not because human has non-deterministic way of dealing with the algorithms and all other things. So how to deal with that things we should take care. And more research should be required in edge AI, because AI we are doing, But how to put only inference on the boards and all other things, that thing we have to think. And Edge AI, many private vendors are doing, but they have made IP, so you cannot play with that IP and all other things. So we have to do basic research and all other things, like how to put, because we have trained on floating point numbers, and after that, how you will deal with the fixed point numbers and all other things. So a lot of things are there, so we should ponder upon that. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Edge AI, cognitive computing, any questions? Cognitive learning. No questions? Yeah, please.
The way I understood, rather than data, you are depending on the sort of gist of from the data, and then you are putting yourself. Now, in that process, communication part 5G or 6G doesn't make a difference. It's the algorithm which you are implementing for extracting the final information. That's what it means. Because whether 5G, 6G is of no consequence to me. Just explain.
Actually, sir, when we are saying that, like we are only passing, like instead of like if you are not doing federative learning, then you have to pass the data also.
Okay, so that's a separate issue. But as far as it's concerned, 5G or 6G doesn't make a difference.
No, sir. But 6G, if you have to use if you have to use AI and all other techniques, then suppose I have given the example of autonomous vehicle and all other things. So it cannot send every time the data to the central server and do the training and all other things. So it's collaborative training is required, sir, for that purpose. Like whatever the 6G technology is promising, like if it is promising that autonomous vehicle and all other things, then definitely it has to consider federative way of learning and all
if
other
you look at it, even 5G provides all the features to you. It's not that you are waiting for 6G. 6G you are largely depending on the speed, 10 times the speed. Otherwise, 5G gives you everything to do whatever you
No,
want to do.
sir, that is debatable. Okay, no problem. I'll see. That is debatable. That whatever you are saying is debatable. Like whatever we are throwing in the public and whatever reality, that is there is a big gap and in between. So definitely, I will ponder upon that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now request Professor Chaturvedi to present a memento to Dr. Shri Manish Pratap Singh.
So we come to the last talk of this session on next generation Wi-Fi, delivered by Professor Nilesh Mehta, who is a chair of the Electrical Communication Engineering Department at ISC Bangalore. He received his BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from IIT Madras and his MS and PhD from California Institute of Technology in 2001. He is a fellow of the IEEE, Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Science Academy, Indian National Academy of Engineering, and National Academy of Sciences India. He is a recipient of the J.C. Bose Fellowship, K.K. Birla Award, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, and IIT Roorkee's Khosla National Award. Very accomplished person. Hope to listen to a very interesting talk ahead. Please come.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks to INAE for the invitation. It's very nice to be here. So I'll talk about essentially next generation Wi-Fi or next generation wireless LANs. And the case I'm going to make is there's a lot of excitement and hype also about 5G, 6G cellular systems. I myself am a cellular system designer. But in parallel, I think there's also a revolution taking place in Wi-Fi technology. And Wi-Fi will just be as much of an integral part of 6G wireless access as cellular systems themselves. So what I'd like to convey to you through my talk is it's a very exciting area of research and essentially yet another backbone in wireless access. So if you look at Wi-Fi, I think you probably have a couple of access points here. They're probably hidden somewhere. They're central to providing connectivity to the public in enterprises or commercial places. And not just indoor coverage now, people are using it also for outdoor coverage. So it's there everywhere. And secondly, a significant portion of the cellular traffic itself is downloaded onto the Wi-Fi network so that you can decongest the cellular network. So it's essentially critical for providing wireless access today. And the expectation is that it will continue to be critical in next generation wireless itself. Now, if you look at evolution of Wi-Fi over, say, the last 2 decades, it's undergone a fairly dramatic revolution, or evolution, I should use that word. About 2005 vintage, there was this standard called 11N. These acronyms don't have any meaning to them, so just take them as I throw at them. Don't try to open the acronyms up. There is really nothing you can do about it. But there was a standard 11N. Several of our phones probably still support 11N. They were talking of, of the order of tens of megabits per second type data rates. Then came Wi-Fi 6, which is currently getting deployed now more and more. I still don't have 11AX access point in my house. I have a Wi-Fi 5 AP, but soon I'll probably be getting 11AX AP. If you look at 11AX, they're talking of now much higher data rates of the order of gigabits per second. Just very recently, Wi-Fi 7 got standardized. Again, there's an acronym for it, 11B. Don't worry about the acronym. They're talking of gigabit per second data rates. And work on the next generation of Wi-Fi called Wi-Fi 8 has just started. Standardization efforts have started, and they're now talking of the numbers up to 100 gigabits per second data rate. So there's a dramatic change in what Wi-Fi was and Wi-Fi will be. And over the talk, you will also see it's not just data rates. Data rates are in some sense a marketing number. One should always take them with a pinch of salt. It's also the spectral efficiency. How much information can you pump through the channel per unit bandwidth? Also the latency. Those of the items also have been improved quite a bit over the evolution of Wi-Fi. Now, what is the secret behind the success of Wi-Fi? You can ask, why is it so prevalent? So fundamentally, Wi-Fi works in the unlicensed shared band. It's called the ISM band, Industrial, Scientific, and Medical band. And you'll hear these terms for 2.4 gigahertz, 5.5 gigahertz, and there's also 6 gigahertz. India has not yet operationalized it, I think, but it'll come sooner than later. And the fact that you're operating in an unlicensed band means that you don't have to pay spectrum licensing fees to the government. And if you've seen the news, you know how much it costs. I mean, a cellular operator pays several thousands crores for spectrum access. You just don't have to pay that. Now, that makes the system fundamentally cheaper. The second thing is, and this is a point I'm going to elaborate on as I go further in the talk, is that by its very design, it's a very distributed system. Every access point does its own thing. Every user or station does its own thing. There's not much coordination. There's a little bit of coordination, but not much. So what that means is we've got much, much cheaper devices. So for example, if you look at a cellular base station, the cost of a cellular base station can easily be several $1,000s. But if you look at an access point, I can buy it and put it in my home. So it's like tens of dollars to at most $100. So it's much, much cheaper. And there's a reason why it's much cheaper, and you'll see that as I go along. Now, and of course, it's very easy to deploy. You can just pretty much unwrap the access point and plug it in, and you're ready to go. Now, of course, this comes at a price. There's no question about it. A cellular system is very centralized. The base station controls everything, who transmits, when, with what power, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of central control, and there's a reason why there's centralized control. You get much more bang for the buck. It's very expensive to use the spectrum. Therefore, you use it very efficiently. In Wi-Fi, you inherently have to be resilient to interference. Because it's an unlicensed spectrum, it means that anybody can interfere with it. For example, your Wi-Fi transmitter will get interfered with the access, with your microwave oven. It'll get interfered with your Bluetooth device. There can be a lot of other interferers that can show up. You've got to be interference resilient in your very design. Now, second, because it's unlicensed, you've got to share it with everybody else. Sharing means that you cannot blast a lot of power out. So there are constraints on how much your transmit power can be. There are constraints on how much you can focus your transmit power. That's what we mean by antenna gain. Now, to deal with this kind of coexistence with this sharing, inherently the Wi-Fi standard or whatever technology goes into the Wi-Fi standard has to use techniques that are compliant with these kind of requirements. So the digital modulation techniques that we use are compliant with this interference resilience type design. Secondly, the protocols that are used in the Wi-Fi standard, and this is again something elaborate on, this is going to be the heart of the talk, are also designed to be resilient to interference, for example, and also they're designed to ensure that you don't cause too much interference to the others. So Wi-Fi, for example, uses what's called carrier sense multiple access, which means that you sense the channel, and only if you find the channel to be idle or nobody else is transmitting, only then do you transmit. So it basically means be polite, don't just barge in. And if the idea is to prevent collisions, or essentially two people transmitting and interfere with each other. So there's a lot that goes into this to make it happen. Okay, and so what I'd like to do to kind of just elaborate on these points a little bit is just in a slide or two give you a flavor for what I think is the heart and the beauty of the Wi-Fi protocol. And it's a very simple idea. Essentially, how does a distributed system work in a wireless system, in a wireless channel? So essentially, the idea that Wi-Fi uses is randomization. And the randomization is as follows. So basically, say I have a packet to transmit, somebody else also has a packet to transmit. We do not immediately jump on the channel and transmit, because what would happen is then we would both transmit, our packets would interfere with each other, or what we say they collide, and really nobody can make sense of the packets that were transmitted. So that's not what happens. So what happens is each node randomly decides when to transmit. And the way it's done is as follows. You pick a timer, as it's called. So one number between 1 and 64, for example, randomly. And then you set your timer with that number. And then you slowly count your timer down. Every time you measure the channel, you find that the channel is empty or idle, you count it down. Okay? However, the channel is busy, which means somebody else is transmitting, you freeze your timer. Okay? That is your carrier sense multiple access in operation. And the idea is the moment your timer hits 0, boom, you transmit your packet. Okay, now you can see that different users would have used different timers because they're chosen randomly. Therefore, the users would end up transmitting at different times. You already have got randomization taking place. Now, despite all of this, you can easily imagine a scenario where two users would have chosen the same timer. It's entirely possible. Well, you've got only 64 values, for example. Now, what happens in that case? Both of them would indeed transmit at the same time. It's a distributed system. You cannot tell somebody, oh, don't transmit, wait for the other guy to transmit. Nobody really knows what's happening. So you would transmit your packet, so would your other person whose timer is expired, and the packets would therefore collide in the air. Now, what do you do in that case? Both of them again back off, choose new timers, and then go through the whole process again. And in fact, in Wi-Fi, what they do is they slow you down if you collide, which means you would double your windows. So if you chose 64 the last time, 1 to 64, now it will be 1 to 128. If you happen to choose 1 to 128 the last time, it will be 1 to 256 in the next round. So they slow you down so that these collisions don't become too frequent. Because you can clearly see collision is a waste of resources, it's a waste of transmit power, it's a waste of transmission opportunities. This is how Wi-Fi works in a nutshell. It's a very simple protocol, but it's scalable, which means as the number of nodes increases, you can actually show that the protocol doesn't collapse. It'll saturate out and give you some performance, and clearly it's distributed. Okay, and it adheres to the carrier sense multiple access principle that's required of anybody who operates in the ISM band. Now, things can go wrong, and here's one example of how the system is engineered to deal with things going wrong. So it can so happen, I said you must sense somebody else's transmission, and if the transmission, if you find it to be the channel to be empty, then you transmit. But it can so happen that even though somebody else is transmitting, you may not be able to sense the transmissions. For example, I show it in the cartoon here. There is a wall between the two transmitters. Okay, think of that transmitter operating in some other room. I am in another room. So even though that person is transmitting, I will not sense it, or the signal is too weak for me to make sense of it. Now, in that case, you are still merely counting your timers down. And when your timer becomes 0, you will transmit on the channel. And the problem with that is then the second person would also transmit, you're also transmitting, and therefore a collision will happen. So this is what's called a very famous problem called the hidden nodes problem in Wi-Fi. So there are protocol mechanisms meant to deal with it also. And the philosophy is very simple. When you send a packet, it's a big fat packet, several thousand bytes. And if a collision happens, you lose all the several thousand bytes. So instead you send a small packet. It's called a please let me transmit packet. It's called the request to send packet. And if that packet goes through, then the access point tells everybody, hey guys, this guy is going to transmit. Please back off. Nobody else transmit. And then you're cleared to send, and then you transmit. So there are all these mechanisms built into the protocol to make it distributed and to make it work. So now, till now, what I've spoken to you about is the conventional Wi-Fi MAC protocol, 11N, about 2005 vintage protocol. Now, if you look at Wi-Fi now, from 11N 2005 to 2025, it's undergone a lot of evolution. So there have essentially been 3 generations now that have come. And what I'd like to do now in the next about 10 minutes is explain to you some very key features of these protocols and also tell you some work we've done in this space. So the version that came is Wi-Fi 6. Wi-Fi 6 deviated in many fundamental respects from the conventional Wi-Fi MAC protocol, and explained to you. It introduced this new feature called hybrid access. I said everything is distributed in a Wi-Fi system. It's not like a cellular system where the base station controls everything. In Wi-Fi 6, they said, you know what, some amount of control is needed if you want to really use the spectrum efficiently. So Wi-Fi 6 introduced this thing called hybrid access, and I'll explain to you in a minute. It also used multiple antennas much more aggressively. Now, multiple antennas are great because essentially what you can show is if I have multiple antennas, you have multiple antennas, then I can send multiple streams of data to you in parallel, use signal processing to essentially separate out the different streams, and therefore get essentially much more data rate through better spectral efficiency than conventional systems. They also use something called orthogonal multiple access or orthogonal frequency division multiple access. Essentially, the idea is take the whole bandwidth, 20 megahertz, 80 megahertz, break it into small chunks, and then allow each user to access a small chunk. You don't have to access the entire 20 megahertz. And the beauty of the setup is, and I won't be able to prove it here on this talk, is when you operate on one small chunk, you do not interfere with anybody else who's operating on any of the other small chunks. So essentially, the system's transmissions are orthogonal to each other. So this was, this played a big role in Wi-Fi 6. And the other trick we always play as wireless system designers is, A, we increase the bandwidth. So because you have more bandwidth, you have a fatter pipe, you can pump in more data rates. But also I guess what the word I should, density with which you send information, or essentially the number of bits per symbol that you send out, is also increasing from one generation to the other. So in Wi-Fi 6, they went up from 256 QAM, which was able to send 8 bits per symbol, to 1024 QAM, which was able to send 10 bits per symbol. It doesn't mean you will get 10 bits per symbol all the time. Your stars have to be aligned. You have to have a very good signal to the access point. Only then you can go up to 10. But you still can go up to 10 if the stars are aligned. Now, if you look at the next generation of Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 7, they took all of this in, yes, and they added more things. So one very interesting new technology, we are just beginning to look at it now, called multi-link operation. And I'll explain to you in the next slide, so I won't describe it now. And they jacked up again the density of information from 10 bits per symbol to 12 bits per symbol. So again, you can keep increasing the data rates as you go along. There's discussion now in Wi-Fi 8, where now, so far what I've spoken is one access point perspective. Now they're saying there are multiple access points. These guys should all collaborate with each other and make sure they don't interfere with each other too much. So there's inter-AP coordination that's now being introduced in Wi-Fi 8. So lots of things are happening as we go along. And the goals of these are to increase your data rates, but also improve your spectral efficiency. But when I mean spectral efficiency, I mean how many bits per second you can transmit per unit bandwidth. And a cellular system designer would actually say bits per second per unit bandwidth per unit area. That's really the performance measure you care about. And of course, latency. And what we've been doing in our group over the last, I guess, 5 years or so has been essentially trying to understand, when you take all of these features together, what is the net performance of these systems? Do they add up? Or are there diminishing gains? How do you optimize their performance? And also, of course, as researchers ask the next question, what's beyond these technologies? So that's really where the interesting part is. Okay, so let's look at, I'll talk to you about 2 of these technologies, hybrid access and multi-link operation. So hybrid access is there if you buy an 11AX AP. It is there in principle. Some APs don't yet implement it, but in principle, it's part of the standard. What I really like about this is Wi-Fi beginning to accept the fact that pure distributed control is not good. Centralized control to some extent is needed. So what Wi-Fi 6 did, and try to contrast the protocol I discussed with you, 5 minutes back, was what it did was took the whole bandwidth and broke it into small chunks. So here are the 4 small chunks that I'm showing you here. Ignore the labels for now. And so these are called resource units. Okay, so 1/4 of the bandwidth. And one user can transmit on a resource unit. So in principle now you can support 4 users in parallel as opposed to just one user. That cuts down on the latency. And what now happens is the AP has complete control over what happens. So the AP specifies this resource unit is for this user, that resource unit is for another user. So now the AP begins to schedule users. It's not just timers and everything. But there is a catch here. The AP needs to know who has packets to transmit, who doesn't have packets to transmit. Nobody's going to tell the AP what's happening. So the way that happens is just like in conventional Wi-Fi, there was random access. Everybody set timers and transmitted packets when the timers expired. That still happens here. So the AP sets aside some resource units saying, hey guys, these resource units are for the guys, for the stations I have no information about. You please fight it out, transmit your packets, use random access, and send your data. Once I listen from you, once I hear your packets, I will then start scheduling you out so that after that there will be no collisions. So what hybrid access is, as the name suggests, is a mixture of random access and scheduled access. And what our results were able to show very recently, we submitted, was that once you start merging both random access and scheduled access, you can beat conventional systems because your system becomes much more spectrally efficient, and therefore you can get much better gains. Of course, system design becomes a question. For example, you can ask the question, how many resource units should I set aside for random access? How many for scheduled access? Does it depend on the number of users? And so on and so forth. So all of these design questions have to be answered as you build these systems. But fundamentally, it gives you the capability to now go well beyond legacy systems. Okay, so let me talk to you about multi-link operations. I'm moving to now the next generation Wi-Fi that will come probably in our homes in 3 to 4 years from now. And that's multi-link operation. Everything I've told you about right now is one AP, lots of users on one single link. One link meaning 2.4 gigahertz. But now let's say I said, ISM band consists of 2.4 gigahertz and also 5 gigahertz. So now in multi-link operation, what they're saying is the AP can operate on both the links simultaneously. And so that you can see that in the cartoon here. There are 2 links here. And it will simultaneously transmit on both the links. It would potentially simultaneously receive on both the links. And on each of these links, you've got what I described to you before, MIMO, OFDMA, hybrid access, all of that thrown in, okay? But the thing is, you can now do multi-link operation. Now, why would you want to do that? The benefits are obvious. The AP is able to push data much faster because it has access to 2 links. It can receive data much faster because it has access to 2 links. There's a latency benefits and so on, okay? Now, one of the important points that comes about, one of the important points that comes about is when you have multi-link operation, what sort of design rule should you use? When should I transmit on 1 link? When should I transmit on 2 links? How do I still ensure that I satisfy the requirements of operating in the ISM bands? So all of these questions are really where the interesting research problems lie today, and several of them are rather open. In fact, we just submitted a paper last week on this whole problem. So it's a very new area and very interesting new features throwing into Wi-Fi. Okay, so far I've spoken to you about 7 minutes about what is there today or what will be there almost tomorrow in Wi-Fi. Now, the last 5 minutes I'd like to speak to you about speculative technologies. What can be there in Wi-Fi? I don't know, Wi-Fi 9, Wi-Fi 10, I don't know. But what is the future of Wi-Fi? So one technology that I really like and something that we worked on is called full duplex radio. So let me just spend a couple of slides on discussing what full duplex radio is and why it's an exciting technology for Wi-Fi. So everything today, regardless of what the branding is half duplex. What does half duplex mean? It means the following. In this cartoon, you'll see 2 stations, the blue and the yellow station. At any point in time, the access point can either receive from one of these stations or transmit to one of the stations. So it can either receive from the blue or transmit to the yellow, but it cannot do that simultaneously. That's why it's called half duplex, okay? What full duplex is saying is, no, this is not smart. We should be doing both simultaneously. So I should be receiving from the blue guy and transmitting to the yellow guy. It's obvious it will lead to better usage of the wireless spectrum because you can see now there are 2 communication links happening in parallel. So it's kind of like a no-brainer to do full duplex. Now, the reason why full duplex is still not used today, there's a reason for it. It's not like people didn't think of this 20 years back. It's an obvious idea, but technologically it's extremely hard to pull this off. And the reason why it's extremely hard is this, the reason for this is called self-interference. So when you transmit a signal, you typically send at the rate of a watt. Roughly 1 watt is your transmit power. When you receive your signal, your receivers are designed to operate at essentially tens of nanowatts of received signal power. So what you have is a transmit signal that is 9 to 10 orders. 9 orders means 1 billion times stronger than your receive signal. Okay, so even if a small portion of the transmit signal, when I say small, even 1/1,000,000th of the transmit signal somehow leaks into the receive circuitry, it can completely wipe out your receive signal. It will drown out your receive signal. You can see that because you've got 9 orders of magnitude. Even a 1 in a million is enough to finish your receiver. Literally your amplifier will burn. So what you need to do to be able to implement full duplex is be able to cut down the transmit signal leakage by a factor of 1 billion or even 10 billion or more. Okay, that's really where the technological challenge was. And until 2010, if you had said, is this possible, I would have laughed at you and said it's a fairy tale. But now there are prototypes. Several groups, UCSD, Stanford, there's even a startup now that have shown that it can be done. They use a mixture of hardware and software algorithms, but they've shown that you can achieve cancellation of the order of 100 dB. We measure everything in dB, that's just the way wireless works. 100 dB means 10 billion. A factor of 10 billion, you can cut the interference down. And therefore now it is indeed possible to do full duplex. So it's a technology that is going to come sooner than later. In fact, this is already beginning to get traction, not in the Wi-Fi space, but in the cellular space, in the 5G standard, what's called Release 18. They're talking of not exactly the full duplex that I spoke about, but a simplified version of full duplex. It's called subband full duplex, SBFD. So the idea is, even if I can't transmit on the same band simultaneously, I'll be able to transmit and receive on very, very close bands simultaneously. Okay, so the beginning to get there. The gap was this, they've shrunk it to this. Hopefully very soon it'll become like this. So there's subband full duplex. It's, I think it's almost standardized in the thing. There's also, in the context of 6G cellular, there's also talk of in-band full duplex. Of course, there's a lot of resistance to this because the hardware becomes much more sophisticated, but sooner than later it's going to happen. In fact, there was a full issue dedicated to full duplex communication in this very prestigious journal called the Proceedings of IEEE a couple of months back. All the papers were entirely on full duplex because they know it's a technology that's coming. Okay, so at least hopefully I've got you excited about full duplex. And so now let's talk about full duplex in the context of Wi-Fi. This is what this talk is. So now let's assume we've solved the self-interference problem. I've got fantastic hardware, I've got fantastic software, everything is working. Now, is it a no-brainer to introduce full duplex in Wi-Fi? Turns out no. There are still very interesting challenges that need to be overcome. The first challenge is the CSMA protocol of Wi-Fi that I discussed with you inherently will prevent full duplex from operating because it will never let two people transmit at the same time. But in full duplex, you want multiple transmissions to happen simultaneously. For example, the transmitter here would talk to the access point and the access point would talk to some other node. They're two simultaneous transmissions. So you somehow have to change the Wi-Fi protocol itself if you want to leverage full duplex. Second thing is, even after you've solved self-interference, there's yet another new problem that comes, which only protocol design can solve, and that is called cross-link interference. So let me give an intuition about the problem. So say the transmitter is transmitting to the access point. Some of its signal will leak through to the receiver because wireless is a broadcast medium. When I talk to you, my signal will also go there. So there's this interference that now comes from the transmitter to the receiver. So if the receiver is receiving a signal from the access point, it will get interfered with by the cross-link interference from the other transmitter. And what this means is your signal-to-noise ratio comes down, your data rate will come down. In fact, there are studies we've also shown that if you're not careful about cross-link interference, you can actually get worse performance than even half duplex. Okay, so which means you're better off just not doing full duplex, period. So you've got to be very smart. It's a very powerful capability, but you've got to design protocols around it to be able to leverage it. How much time do I have? 2 minutes. Okay. So, so I'll skip the part about protocol design. I had a slide on it, but I'll skip this part. So it turns out one can indeed design protocols and show that you can actually exploit that capability of full duplex. And I know I'm going to glitz over this, but I'll just show you something. So this is some measure of how much throughput you can get normalized as a function of the packet length. Turns out as your packet lengths become longer and longer, your overheads associated with the protocol decrease because you spend some time waiting, you spend time for your timers, all of that takes lesser and lesser fraction of time, so your efficiency improves. And we were able to show in some topologies of the network, you can actually get close to 2x benefits if you use full duplex. But in some topologies. There are other topologies where we are able to show that full duplex will not give you the promised 2x gains. The gains can be lower or non-existent also. So it's very much system design dependent. Okay, let me skip that and let me try to wrap up. So essentially, I think the message today I had was, I think Wi-Fi is an integral part of 6G wireless access. And I mentioned 6G because 6G is really the next thing that's going to come. It'll remain an integral part of 6G wireless access. There are several significant enhancements that have taken place to be able to position Wi-Fi where it is now. The enhancements are at the physical layer. When I say physical layer, I mean the modulation techniques, but also at the medium access control layer or the protocol layer. And all of this together is what gives you the benefits. And I spoke about some of the technologies like multiple antennas, orthogonal frequency division multiplexing, hybrid access, multi-link operation. There are many others I've not spoken about. In fact, some of them are questionable. It's really not clear if they give gains, even though they are in the standard. But these things we do see really leading to advantages. And if you look into the future, I think clearly there are new technologies that are coming in. I mentioned inter-AP coordination. That will make things better, more efficient. But also, I think one aspect that I've really not covered in my talk is new applications of Wi-Fi. I think, we all use Wi-Fi for downloading data, for streaming, all of that. But Wi-Fi in an industrial setting, when you use it in industry automation, I think it's a much more difficult environment to work in, because now I have to meet strict quality of service constraints. If I'm running a control loop, I can't say, oops, I missed your packet, just can't afford to do that. So can you actually use a distributed protocol or a distributed mechanism like Wi-Fi to support critical applications? It's a very interesting question. It'll eventually happen. How we get there is really the question. A lot of very interesting problems. So with that, I'll stop. This is my group, and we basically work on wireless communications, design, modeling, analysis. And if you're interested, there's a QR code. You can look up the papers. And there's also a YouTube channel, but these are technical talks, 20 minutes to 40 minutes, not 2-minute TikTok videos, but they'll have very detailed discussions of what I've said. Thank you.
So clearly Wi-Fi borrowing from cellular, distributed to centralized control, hybrid of that. I think our most interested audience would again have the same question. Yeah.
Perception of very high data rate was that today, every house we are putting a wire for Wi-Fi cable. Perception was that same tower which is used for the cellular phone will also be having Wi-Fi hybrid rate like 800 GB, so that you don't have to run wire and you can communicate that maybe something like 1,000 houses, because your average will be much larger. So than that, because 100 GB will serve at least 1,000 or more houses. So that was the concept. If that is so, in that case, because you must be talking maximum of phase modulation of 8 PK, 8 PK. Pardon? 224, no, 8 PK. Yeah. Much more. Okay, so that means what is the frequency you are talking about? Because that frequency has to be different than what you're putting again. In the house, I may connect another 10 devices. So I'll be receiving at a much higher frequency, but other device which is connected to my house, they will be having a much lower frequency because their data rate requirement is much smaller. So that is the kind of a concept is being propagated. And I just want to know how you perceive it.
So actually, the idea is there, but I decouple several things. First, I would decouple completely the cellular and the Wi-Fi. Okay, so your cellular tower, for the most part, is sending you cellular signals.
The tower will get only cable or fiber.
Yeah, I understand. The other is your Wi-Fi access point. Now, the idea that you have in mind, there is already an implementation of it. It's called fixed wireless access. So in fixed wireless access, either through Wi-Fi or through cellular, you do exactly that. Essentially, you take the fiber out and you put a wireless link in. So in fixed wireless access, what you're saying makes sense. You would have essentially a fiber replacement technology, you do it. But the other things where you're saying, the data rates, all of that, the point is that you can pretty much decouple the issue of the frequency of operation, how many devices are there. Because all I'm doing in fixed wireless access is just giving you a fat data pipe, a very fat data pipe, which is shared, like you rightly pointed out, between multiple houses. Because that's the power of wireless. You don't have to run it. So after all that, the question is, how can we still keep bumping up the data rates? So the evolution of Wi-Fi is not is intrinsically connected to the evolution of fixed wireless access. Both of them, fixed wireless application is an application you would use using either Wi-Fi or cellular. And from what I understand, in the US and Europe, fixed wireless access lives off primarily cellular backbone, whereas in India, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, Geo is living off primarily Wi-Fi backbones. So
Wi-Fi for data will be different for the cellular phone because those frequencies will be different.
Yeah, they're two very different
Yeah,
technologies.
they're not coupled,
Yes.
but actually they will be coupled at the tower through the same fiber because tower will receive from the common fiber. That's how the optimization of the complete economics of the communication goes.
Hello. Yes and no. The reason I'm a little skeptical, I'll tell you why. Cellular is designed for coverage. Cellular is designed for mobility. Wi-Fi is not designed for coverage. It's primarily indoor and low mobility. So it doesn't make sense to put Wi-Fi access points on towers because that's an outdoor setting. What you primarily want is an indoor setting with some potential outdoor deployments.
No, but idea is that you remove this individual distribution to houses. So anyway, I think that's the kind of concept we want.
Yeah, I think offline discussion can happen. Any other questions? Yeah, please, mic this side.
So my question is this, that you tell the Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 8, the power of 0.6.11 AX, the Wi-Fi 8 generation represent the 0.611 BN. So I want to ask that the AX and BN is just a generation or representing something important function of that Wi-Fi generation?
These are what are called, so okay, so just since you mentioned the acronyms, the general standard on which this whole thing is based is called IEEE 802.11. Again, nothing sacred about nothing sacred about 802 or 11 is just one number that somebody cooked up. Now, every one of these standards of Wi-Fi is actually called an amendment to the basic standard. So it's called the 11AX amendment, 11B amendment. Amendment means something that's already there to which you've amended things. So yes, there's been a fairly significant technological evolution, but these are not completely new standards. One builds on top of the other. Was that your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I guess there are many more questions, but in the interest of time, I think people must be feeling hungry also. So with that, I request Professor Chaturvedi to present a memento to our distinguished speaker, Professor Nilesh Mehta. To present a memento to Professor Chaturvedi.
I will now request the coordinator for the theme to kindly, Professor Jagannatham, to kindly present a memento to our distinguished chair for this session. May I request? Yes, sir. Professor Chaturvedi, sir, kindly accept the memento on behalf of INAE from Professor Jagannatham.
So that concludes our session. We will now proceed for lunch, but please be back after lunch at 2 o'clock for our session on AI and data science. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Would just like 10 seconds from everyone. I'm from Keysight Technologies. We are participating in this event as sponsor. We have a booth in the other room, just on this floor. So please feel free to visit for our instrumentation and test solutions. Thank you.
आप स्टार्ट कीजिए फिर मैं उनको बुला लेता हूँ. Amritur, you want to install your slides? They're installed, na? ठीक है, चले. Hello everyone, very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you to this next session, session 2A under theme 1, that is intelligent systems. The title of the session is AI and data science, and our session chair is Professor Nishal Kumar Verma, who is a faculty member, a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering here at IIT Kanpur. I give a warm welcome to Professor Nishal Verma, who is over here. Thank you very much, Professor Nishal Kumar. And Professor, just a brief bio. Professor Nishal Kumar Verma is a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Kanpur. His research interests are in artificial intelligence, machine learning, cyber physical systems, computer vision, industrial automation with interdisciplinary applications. A prolific researcher, educator, Professor Verma has significantly contributed to the advancement of AI/ML driven techniques for pattern recognition, emotion recognition, image dehazing, prognosis, life prediction of machines, etc. With over 2 decades of academic and research experience, he has published extensively and holds key editorial positions in top journals and conferences in the area of intelligent systems and data-driven technologies. His research group has actively collaborated with national and international institutions promoting interdisciplinary innovation and technology development. Professor Verma currently serves as the chairman of the IEEE Computational Intelligence Society Chapter, Uttar Pradesh section, and has been instrumental in organizing several major scientific events. So he's committed to advancing indigenous AI innovation, and Professor Verma's vision is to leverage intelligent technologies for societal transformation and national development. With that, I welcome Professor Nishchal Kumar Verma to chair this session too. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aditya. So, very good afternoon. I hope you had good food. First talk is in this session is AI as skilled engineering assistants, opportunities and challenges, by Professor Amrutur Bharadwaj. So I take the opportunity to introduce Professor Bharadwaj. Professor Bharadwaj is a professor in IISc and Director Executive and Chief Technologist for Art Park, AI and Robotics Technology Park. He has a BTech in 1990 from IIT Bombay and MS PhD in Electrical Engineering in 1999 from Stanford University. His current technical interests are in embodied AI and development of AI-based tools for engineering, education, and practice. So let me welcome Professor Bharadwaj for his talk, please.
Thank you for that kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to give a talk in front of this very august audience. So I was scratching my head as to what I should talk about, and you know, there's always a balance between going deep into one particular topic versus keeping it a little bit general and at a meta level. So I thought maybe maybe there's a diverse audience out here, so I'll just keep you know, I'll just talk some things about you know, kind of the ongoing, shall we say, tsunami of AI and how it impacts engineering. And so that's why I kind of titled it NJI for Skilled Engineering Assistants. So you have all heard of Gen AI, which is generative AI. So NJI is AI for engineering. And so let me kind of articulate what I feel as some really exciting opportunities for us in this space. So first I want to start off with a really, you know, kind of summarizing some key insights from a very recent talk by, I would say, one of the pioneers in, you know, practical AI. So you can look up on YouTube this person's really interesting talk on so the 3 key ideas of AI, which I just wanted to kind of summarize out here because it has an impact of how we will do and go about using AI for our engineering work, right? So the reference is below out here. So of course you can search on Google and you'll get his talk. So the first point Jason makes is what he calls verifier's law. And what it means is that the quality of an AI model is essentially related to how easy is it to verify something. So if you have some data sets or some examples which is very easy to verify, then you can train an AI model to actually do that job very well. For example, let us say training an AI to play Sudoku, right? So given a solution, you can check whether the solution is correct or not very quickly. And so you can actually train AI to play Sudoku very well. Of course, in addition to that, you also need, for many domains, you also need data, which is not easily available, but that is the other thing. You have enough data and you have an ability to quickly check what you're doing is correct or not, problem is solved. Second really interesting point he makes, and which we are seeing now, unfortunately for us humans, intelligence has become a commodity. What does intelligence mean? Intelligence means the ability to solve problems. Okay, so that is becoming a commodity, and I think this is something which has a huge impact for how we do things as we go forward. So as you know, now you can, it costs very little to actually solve some really complicated problems, making a call to some of these AI models on the web. Of course, what it also means is that because it's becoming a commodity, it's also getting democratized. Now people have the ability to access intelligence through their smartphone, right? And that also again has a huge implication for people and society. The final point, again, it's related to the first point, is the jagged edge of intelligence. What essentially Jason is saying is that the intelligence is not uniform across all disciplines. And it is not surprising. It's related to the amount of data and verifiability for different disciplines. Advances are much more in areas like game playing, in computation, math, etc., right? Whereas some of the other areas where the availability of digital data is sparse or it becomes very difficult to check, the models are not yet there. So what does it mean for us as engineers in the engineering profession, right? Whether we are practicing engineers, whether we are teachers, or whether we are learners. So one kind of mission goal I would put out there is, I call it AIGE, right? Can we create an AI-enabled generalist engineer which can solve any problem, any engineering problem? Right? Any engineering-related task, we should be able to ask the AI generalist engineer. Is it possible? My opinion, yes, I think it is possible. And I think it will get done, and people are working on it. Of course, for us is, what does it mean then, right? For the engineering profession and engineering education. Okay. So the rest of the talk, I'll just try to kind of articulate at least my perspective, and I'll be very happy to hear your views and opinions at the end of the talk. Hopefully we can have an interesting discussion. So firstly, why do I think it is feasible to build this AI generalist engineer? Right. So one of the things is that the engineering always stands on science, right? And science which is usually well understood. So we know what is going on. Of course, it might be difficult to, at least it would have been difficult to kind of fully predict what happened, but the science is known, right? For example, you want to know the electromagnetic compatibility of the product you have made, or what kind of electromagnetic interference it will create. The science is Maxwell's equations, right? It's well known, like 100% we know. You solve the equations, you put the initial conditions, you know what will happen. Right? Batteries. Well, we engineer batteries. It's based on science of electrochemistry, science of electronics, science of heat. All these sciences are known. And so the second thing is that, fortunately, the engineering practice in the engineering domain, there's a lot of documentation. Engineers document things well, good engineers. There are, of course, large numbers of textbooks, research articles, manuals, technical reports, user guides, data sheets, so on and so forth. Right? So there's a lot of data which is in the digital domain. And when we do something, we can also check whether is it done correctly, which is the verifier's law, though it may not be easy all the time. And that's because many of the engineering disciplines have actually created simulation environments, simulators, which are very accurate. And you can use, people use them, engineers use them for design space exploration, for validation, for a lot of what if, etc. Right? For example, in the VLSI area, which I used to work in before, very high quality, very accurate simulators are there for circuit simulation and so on, which ensures that the chip you design usually comes out working the first time. many tools, COMSOL, HSPICE, ANSYS, etc., there for doing all kinds of engineering, multiphysics simulations. Okay, so that is case for saying that, look, yes, I think it is possible to make this, but what are the roadblocks for doing actually a AI generalist engineer? Coming back to the verifier's law, it is not easy all the time to actually verify what you have designed, right? And that's where you have all these simulators, and you have to actually, sometimes some of the engineering designs might take a lot of computational effort to actually verify. And so disciplines where you can do a quick, low-cost verification are going to be the ones which are getting AI-fied, so to speak. Data, right? Barriers to data is always a key problem. While there is a lot of data available in public domain, high-end engineering will always relies on specialized data which is not accessible outside, or it is not even digitized. Right? It might be in the form of tribal knowledge of a few people who know exactly what needs to be done, right? But it's not really digitally captured. And finally, to build such models, right, it takes a lot of money and patience. And of course, that is a roadblock. I don't know whether in our country we can have such kinds of money and patience, but if you take some of these generalist models, it has taken a lot of money and it has taken many years. Of course, now you can build the next version of the model much faster, but to get to this point, it took at least a decade. Right? And of course, the initial attempts will not be that, you'll say, what is this model is not doing that great? Even my son will do better, but I think we have seen how the hockey stick of AI, how it improves very rapidly. So if we could do this, what would it mean? Like, what is the promise of this, right? Suppose I had such an AI generalist engineer. So, I think doing Eng AI, right, that is going beyond Gen AI, for us, I think is going to be really important because it will allow a sovereign Eng AI framework which will assist in rigorous and rapid and high quality engineering design. Having access to such a tool will enable our industrial base. It will really lift up our industrial base. We'll get to industry 5.0. Right? We have been in industry 4.0, which is all about IoT, digital data, and so on. We'll get to industry 5.0, where AI becomes like a first-class entity working with our human engineers in the industry. And it will make it globally competitive. And the cost will become very low, right? Because we'll have high-end engineering at commodity cost. And I believe that it will unlock our manufacturing potential, and it will enable rapid design and manufacturing of custom engineered products, right? Because if I have this super intelligent AI tool with me, I can do anything. And I believe that this will really unleash creativity and capacity amongst product designers, creative people. We can focus on creating things, right? Creating new products, innovations. And many times you have an idea for doing something, but you don't have the engineering skill or resources to do it, right? But now you have it. You will have this on your phone, which will tell you what and how to do it. So one of the, if you were to embark on this, there's always going to be a question, should I be specific to a domain? Should I make an AI specialist engineer, or should I make an AI generalist engineer, right? So we see that debate going on with AGI versus specialized intelligence, right? Artificial general intelligence versus specialized intelligence. And there are trade-offs to both. What this means is that the jagged edge of intelligence, right? The point which was raised by Jason, is that some engineering disciplines will be harder to AI-fy, right? Like electrification, we have AIification which is happening. Some disciplines will be harder to AI-fy, mainly because of access, inability to access the data which is needed for training or inability to train the models. So maybe it makes more sense to only focus on those disciplines where we have all the necessary conditions, right? So, show deep progress, for example, in protein design. On the other hand, general intelligence can actually help sometimes to fill in for lack of data in certain specific areas. For example, if some of the techniques might transfer, your knowledge and skills might transfer from one domain to another. And in engineering, there are always certain common principles which transcend a specific discipline. Modularity, testability, composability, robustness, resilience, manufacturability, how efficient you are in utilizing resources, so on and so forth. And so these are things which can have emerged, and hopefully the AI generalist engineer will learn this without anyone telling it to, and then these then get transferred, right? Leading to these kinds of emergent behaviors. And of course, I think as a practical matter, we'll probably have to have both approaches going forward, right? A generalist model and a specialized model. And again, it comes down to money and ability to take risks and bets. So what are the opportunities in this space? So I think I look at this as a very exciting time, and it's in the short to medium term, I think there is a huge opportunity to create and monetize AI-based technology platforms to transform engineering in specific verticals, right? You can take, for example, thermal design, right? Thermal design is such an important area, cutting across all engineering disciplines, from micro scales to mega scales, right? Can we have a thermal foundation model which will allow me to do thermal design, thermal analysis? And that is what one of our startup companies in ISC is focusing on, and also got some money from the government for creating such a model. Again, in the short to medium term, skilling, right? And I'm going to talk a little bit more about it in the next few slides. Skilling, especially engineering skilling, I think we can really transform using AI technologies and tools. In the long term, I believe that, once we have such generalist AI models for engineering, it will really unleash cross-disciplinary engineering capabilities. Suppose I want to do a custom prosthetic for a particular person, right? It involves a combination of bio, neuro, mechanical, electronics, software, right? At least 5 different disciplines. Having access to all that knowledge through a single source is going to become really important and feasible. Also, in the long term, everyone can do engineering, right? And we are seeing that in many other disciplines, especially software, and I'll give you the example of that. If you are a horticulturist and you want to design a greenhouse, you have to kind of figure out how to do the thermal design, right? As I said, where should you put your vents in your greenhouse so that you maintain the optimal temperature, right? You will have AI which will help you to do that. You focus on your horticultural work, and AI will help you design the rest. And this is where I see in the long term, it's something which will enable everyone to actually, do and design their own products in a much more efficient way. And what does it mean, right? So what is the implication of this? One is that I think we will be doing more with less. The negative of this is that, we are already seeing that in many industries as they're starting to lay off people, more work is being done with less humans and in less time. On the other hand, every human can do more, right? So that is the promise, if we are able to embrace it and actually adapt and use it. And I also believe that the silos which we have created, these discipline silos, right, they will become history. And barriers across discipline will be removed, and we are engineers. We are not just mechanical engineer or software engineer or electronics engineer. We should be able to engineer anything, right? And we will have the access to the specialized knowledge to help us do that. And of course, it has a huge implication on engineering education. What is it that we should teach our engineers, right? If an AI can do what I'm teaching right now to a student, what should I be teaching the student? And perhaps collegiate education, as you know, it is going to cease to exist, right? And this is not just my personal opinion. I think some other people in eminent positions have making this prediction, right? So I think it's going to be a huge deal, which we should, embrace and think about right now, right? Time to adapt is now. So I just, given that I'm short of time, I'm just going to rush through my own journey of using AI tools. I teach this course called Mathematical Techniques for Robotics and Autonomous Systems, mainly linear algebra and probability as applied to roboticists. As you know, learning really happens when you're doing things, right? When you solve problems, when you're working, and building things, right? As an engineer, you have to do that. And it's very difficult to do that 1:1 with every student in the class. And that's where AI has become really critical. And clearly our current system is woefully inadequate, right? We are training engineers within quotes, right? Training within quotes. So I asked myself, can I create an AI teaching assistant which will really help me teach every student, right? And there are two lessons out here. One is engineering of such an AI assistant itself. Second is what the assistant does, right? And so just a high-level diagram of what this assistant looks like. So the student works with a Python notebook, solving problems, writing programs, and so on. And for every question, when they write an answer, they say check or help. It goes to a AI agent which I created, hosted on the web, which calls an LLM agent and gives feedback. And and this is the system I built, and it's deployed, and my students are using it right now. Just to give an example, simple, find power of a matrix, that is a question, and then the answer, you write some answer, and then you say, yes, check my answer, right? And it will come back and give like a pretty detailed feedback. So this kind of feedback is very difficult for an instructor to give to every student, but AI can do it. Right? And very detailed feedback and very interesting feedback, which unfortunately, firstly, you cannot read, and I'm running out of time to explain. You can also, a lot of coding questions, right? You can ask a student to write a program, and then the system comes back and actually tells, okay, your program is good, but you can do it better, right? You can make it more efficient and so on. And this is pretty amazing, actually. The technology has reached such a level that you can actually build these systems. And I think it's going to actually have a huge impact. And I believe that this is actually an inflection point in our history. And everything is going to change, and it's not just a hype, right? I do believe that everything is changing, and it will change. And so we have to wake up. Status quo with existing approach will become irrelevant. And many old jobs, those considered so-called intellectual jobs, are going to go away, right? And at the same time, I believe it's a huge opportunity for us, for especially the younger people. I think there'll be many new promising startups, and there'll be new unicorns which will emerge. And can we in India be at the forefront? Can we embrace it? Can we lead it, right? And be part of this revolution? So with that, I thank you for your attention. I don't know if there's any time for any questions. Or
Thank you, Professor Bhardwaj, for a very informative talk. So let me welcome some questions.
Very nice talk, a lot of good information, but I have a little concern for two statements. You said intelligence is a commodity. It's not you need a lot of thinking on that. Artificial intelligence can be commodity. Intelligence cannot be commodity. Second point, we understand the science much better. There are a lot of questions in science. We're still discovering what is black hole. We still could not convert the fundamental particle. We talk of string theory, superstring, but still there's a lot of mess there. We still do not understand how to make a gyro with quantum physics. So there are a lot of things which are enablers. So I just thought that these two, similarly skilling. Skilling for using AI is a very important issue and one should develop that. But skilling by itself has got a lot of, you cannot replace a skilled, let's say, craftsman or skilled even farmer or even a carpenter by any of these things. So skilling is a very different concept in different ways. So I thought I'll just...
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I think, of course, yeah, I think very good comments. I also wanted to kind of make a little bit extreme statement out here, just to kind of, also create a little bit of shaking out here. To the first point, intelligence is a commodity. I would actually say that I do agree with the observation by Jason that it is actually becoming a commodity. And it's amazing if you play around with the latest AI models, the kind of problems they can solve, right? I mean, you would think it is not intelligent in the human sense, but it's able to solve problems, it's able to crack problems, right? So it depends on how you define intelligence, right? And to your point about science and engineering, I think maybe it didn't come out clearly. I didn't say all science is known. I just meant that the engineering which we do, the science behind that is known. And also I wanted to kind of point out is that it's really important that, that's why I'm making this extreme statement, right? That I want people to really wake up, because I see many of my colleagues still are in denial about AI's power of AI. Oh, AI cannot do this, humans. We somehow thinking that we are very special. But the world is very different, believe me. Another 2-3 years, what we thought was so special is no longer going to be special to AI. So I want people to actually just take a paranoid view and say, look, machine will do what I'm doing. So I better find out what I can do better than what a machine does. So that is my intention out here. Yeah, but you're right, not everything can be done by AI. Yeah.
Any other questions from audience? Yes, ma'am.
Greetings, sir. So you mentioned that in future there will not be any specific field in which we will do engineer. We all would.
2020 to September 2025. Currently, she is formation includes BSc Honors in Physics from Presidency College, Kolkata, BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from Calcutta University, and MTech in Computer and Information Technology from IIT Kharagpur, and a PhD in Computer Science from ISI completed in 1998. Professor Bandyopadhyay's research contributions are prolific and wide-ranging. She has authored or co-authored hundreds of publications in reputed journals and conferences, with work often focusing on multi-objective optimization, soft computing techniques, and data mining in biological data and scalable algorithms for high-dimensional problems. Her achievements have been recognized via numerous honors, including the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in Engineering Science in 2010, Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science in 2017, and Civilian Award Padma Shri for Science and Engineering in 2022. She is a fellow of INAE, INSA, IASC, NASI, IEEE, and TWAS. As the first woman to hold the post of director at ISI Kolkata, Professor Bandyopadhyay stands as a role model for many aspiring scientists in her capacity as a leader, scholar, and mentor. She continues to foster interdisciplinary research and guide the next generation in computational sciences and bioinformatics. So let us welcome Professor Bandyopadhyay on the dais.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks to INAE for inviting me for this talk here. It's a pleasure to join INAE programs anyway, and also a pleasure to visit IIT Kanpur. So I'll be talking about some of the research results in our lab, where we've been using artificial intelligence and not the really modern ones. I mean, modern ones we've just started now, but the 3 different works that we have done in the area of biology, where we were using computational methods, AI methods. And before that, before I go into what we've been doing, I will give a quick recap of the journey of AI from when it started in the 1950s, or maybe earlier, to where it stands now. We have already had a fantastic walk through the journey of AI in the plenary talk by Professor Parthapratim Chakraborty. So it'll be maybe some points maybe slightly repeated here. So as we all know, AI has had its ups and downs. It started somewhere in 1940s, 50s, and saw its 2 winters, and right now we are here. And the future, we don't know what the future holds. There are some people who think that it's going to grow, or become unmanageable and very scary. It's going to be everywhere, and we may become redundant. Another where the excitement will fade, and there will be certain applications which will benefit hugely. And the next AI winter is around the corner. So there are different thoughts about where AI will go in the years to come, but as of now, we don't know. What 50 years later, what human beings will be doing is something we cannot predict now. So it started way back in 1940s. Alan Turing was already thinking about thinking machines, And the first model of neuron came up around 1943, McCullough and Pitt. And the Turing test was designed in 1950, which was a test of whether whether a machine is intelligent or not. And it goes something like this, the Turing test. We have an interrogator and a computer and a human, but the interrogator cannot see the computer or the human. And there's a interrogator engages in a 5-minute keyboard conversation. Either the computer or the human will respond. So if the interrogator is unable to reliably distinguish between the human and the computer, that is who responded, then the computer would be termed as it has acquired intelligence. And it has been really tough to pass the Turing test. In fact, in 2014, one chatbot, a computer program fooled the 33% of the judges into believing that it was a 14-year-old boy who was responding. But officially, Turing test got passed only very recently, in 2025. We'll come to that quickly. So then the development continued, the checkers playing program, and in 1956, the term AI got coined. In 1958, the term machine learning got coined, and Rosenblatt developed the perceptron, which is the basis of artificial neural networks, which is very simple model, a nonlinear function here. It was originally a linear function. You just have certain inputs and the weights on these inputs, and you have a bias term, and there is an output which is coming out, and usually it actually is modeling a hyperplane like this. And the parameters here that we have to learn, these are the W's. The W's are what we have to learn, and the bias, and this is the input. So we know the input, we know the output, and we have to learn what are the W's and the B's so as to model this relationship between X and Y. So that was very nice. There was steepest decent method for learning those parameters. Everything was going very nice. The development was continuing. Then NLP became important, language models, and also the first expert system, Dendral, was developed. And then in 1969, the first IJCAI was held, International Joint Conference on AI, and Minsky and Papert published this book, Perceptrons, An Introduction to Computational Geometry, but there it actually brought about the first AI winter. It went down. After this, it went down because the failure of single-layer perceptrons was demonstrated. It could not solve the very simple XOR problem, okay? And because at that time, although multi-layered perceptrons, not single-layer, but multi-layered perceptrons, that multi-layered perceptrons could solve the XOR problem was known, but the training algorithm was not yet to be discovered. So, and there were many other reasons why this AI research hit a winter. But that was it. The machine translation hype was also busted. In fact, there was there's this famous thing which the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Translated into Russian and translated back into English, came out to be the vodka is good, but the meat is rotten. So, I mean, these things sort of made people realize that AI is not delivering on its promise. And it was the start of the first AI winter. But then, of course, Rumelhat, Hinton, Williams, they brought about this very, very important paper, 1986, the learning representations by backpropagating errors. And CNNs started appearing, the convolutional neural networks. So it re-emerged. But then again, because of very high promises, the hype, failure of expert systems and high costs of certain machines, the Lisp machines, it brought about the second AI winter in late 1980s, which, of course, in about late 1990s, again, there was a re-emergence. And we know of this very important thing which happened, IBM's Deep Blue, which in a pair of 6 game matches, in the first match of 6 games, in 1996 in Philadelphia, Kasparov won 4-2. But this already showed that at least in 2 games, Deep Blue had won. So the Grandmaster was defeated in 2 games, but overall the match was won by Kasparov. But a repeat match of 6 games, there Kasparov lost 3.5 to 2.5 to Deep Blue. So this actually gave rise to this a documentary also, Game Over, Kasparov and the Machine. Then, of course, the development continued. 2009, we have this, the GPUs were available for training large neural networks. 2012, the AlexNet came in, interest in deep learning in all-time high with CNN by these people. 2013, DeepMind introduced deep reinforcement learning. 2014, GAN came in. GAN was generative adversarial networks. So 2 networks trying to compete with each other, one network trying to fool the other, and in that way, the learning was happening. So this was all very, very fast developments happened. 2016, DeepMind's AlphaGo defeated the top Go player. And then diffusion model came in 2017, which was a way to reverse engineer the process of adding noise to a final image. And very, very importantly, Google researchers developed this concept of transformers, which is attention is all you need. So it was here. This brought about the remarkable change and became the foundation, became the basis for the large language models. Okay. And then, of course, the development continued. 2018, we have the GPT releases from 2000, and the latest one, GPT-5, I think, August 7th, 2025. And, of course, we know that Bengio, Hinton, and LeCun, they won the Turing Award in 2018. 2021, AI released DALL-E, which could generate images from text prompt. So the authority of humans was challenged now. The creativity of humans was challenged. And as I said, this should be read as 2025. ChatGPT 4.4, that was when the Turing test actually got passed in a UC San Diego study. It was conducted by these researchers. The participants held simultaneous 5-minute text conversations with a human and a Gen AI model, and it was very difficult to distinguish. 73% of the time, GPT 4.5 was judged to be a human. So significantly more than any other competing models as well. So, and now we stand where we are, with most of us very confused, those who supervise research students. We are struggling also to get the students into areas of research. What to do next is a major question that I think all of us are faced with. And for everything and anything, we have this tendency of going to ChatGPT. So I also had this, and I just gave it a question that how to give an interesting keynote talk. It gave me a very nice list of points and wrapped it up with additional tips. Okay, and there you can see dress appropriately and use humor wisely. So very, very appropriate tips for a good talk. So anyhow, but why did it move in spurts? Why was it not a very smooth journey? Because at every point, the theory was there, but the technology had not yet caught up. Storage was expensive, speed was less. As soon as these were addressed, the AI flourish happened. Okay, so now it looks like the big companies are holding the foundation models. We'll be doing small language training now with our own data sets. So now the power will be with whoever holds the data. That's where looks like things are going. So holding on to data, generating data will be extremely important, at least for the near future. So just to put things in proper perspective, AI, within that a part is machine learning, and within that we have the deep learning, which is essentially different forms of neural networks. And we know that AI is everywhere. I will be focusing on the next 10 minutes. I'll just walk you through some of the applications that we have done of AI in healthcare, AI and machine learning in healthcare. Again, there are many different areas in healthcare where we apply artificial intelligence and machine learning methods. I will just focus, but before I go into that, just to put again very quickly things in proper perspective, because this is the basic the central dogma of molecular biology is the basis of whatever biology you would want to do. And all the data sets most of the data sets in molecular biology is around this particular set of processes. So we have the genes, which are pieces of DNA. From there we produce, the cell produces something called messenger RNAs, and from messenger RNA through another step of translation, we get the proteins, and proteins are like everywhere. So you can see these are sequences. DNA is a sequence of 4 characters, A, T, C, G. RNA is a sequence of, again, 4 characters, but A, U, C, G. And proteins are actually sequences of 20 standard amino acids. Okay? And as soon as we know this, we are already looking at data. And there are various types of data that we look at. One, of course, the sequences, the DNA sequences, RNA sequences, protein sequences, the structures, because these are all 3-dimensional molecules. They will take up certain structures in space. So the nucleic acids, they have structures, proteins and drugs. There are different types of structures in biology. Expression data, what is expression? Expression is, if we go back just one slide, expression essentially measures how much of the messenger RNA is produced from a gene. Okay, so if the gene expresses highly, means a lot of mRNA is getting produced, which would translate into a lot of protein getting produced. So gene expression measures how much a gene expresses itself through the production of messenger RNA. And there are a lot of networks which are in action inside the cell. The gene regulatory network, protein-protein interaction networks, drug-drug interaction networks, and all of these actually demand sophisticated algorithms for solving that. And that is where my work has primarily focused, on developing algorithms for solving biological problems by analyzing biological data. And of course, the images, different types of images and electronic health records. These are also amenable to a huge amount of analytics. So I will be talking a little bit about gene expression data. So as I said, gene expression just measures how much of the messenger RNA is produced. And that varies over time. It varies over different conditions the cell is in. It varies over different individuals also. So these are often considered as time series data, etc. So what earlier, the technology which was available was able to only measure, the gene expression data, expression of genes averaged over many cells. So it was an average expression that one could measure. But latest technology has become available where it is possible to measure the expression of individual genes in individual cells. Okay? So if you think of it, you have many cells, let's say 100,000 cells on your rows, and you have all the genes, about 30,000 genes on the columns. And this matrix will give you the expression of a particular gene in a particular cell. That technology is available. But with that technology, the challenges which are coming is, this is called single cell RNA-seq data. That's the expression data. It is a matrix where suppose you want to cluster, but the characteristics are, it has substantial amount of noise. And as you can understand, it is a large data set in very high dimensional space. So how do you develop your algorithms? The standard clustering algorithms will not work here. So what do? We have come up with a method of clustering single cell RNA-seq data. And this is called DropClust, which has a version 2.0 as well. But essentially what we were doing is, we have to sample because we cannot work with 30,000 dimensionals in a 30,000 dimensional space. So we are sampling, but we used a method whereby the structure of the clusters, so even small clusters, because in sampling what happens is, if there are small clusters, meaning they are rare cell types which are seen only a few cells of that type are there, then if we are sampling, very likely we will lose that cluster, but we don't want to lose it. So we came up with something called structure preserving sampling, and where in this we were using something called locality sensitive hashing. Right? And locality sensitive hashing, its hashing, as we all know, is where you want to spread out the data so that once you give the key, you can immediately retrieve the data. Right? So what in normal hashing we would like to do is to avoid collisions so that data points don't collide and go to the same location. In locality sensitive hashing, we actually want data points to collide if the points are close to each other. So that is what locality sensitive hashing is about. And we use that for structure preserving sampling. And we did a little bit of innovation in principal component analysis as well. It was the standard principal component analysis, but then which principal components we will pick up is something that we brought in a little bit of change there. And then we actually did the standard pipeline. So nothing much there, hierarchical clustering, etc. But just one result, quick result on peripheral blood mononuclear cells. These are actually immune cells in the blood. And you can see here, I've marked certain small regions. Those clusters were also detected once we used dropclast. So the interesting thing was that this CD52 regulatory T cells, which comprised about 0.5% of the total population of 68,000 cells, those were also detected. And it's not that this is a new cell type. CD52 is known, but what was interesting is that in this data, in this particular data set, it was not known that CD52 existed. So that gave additional biological insight into the data. And those are things which become interesting in the long run. So with that, let me quickly go into another problem that we've solved. How much time do I have? About 3-4 minutes more? 5 minutes, okay, yeah, I'll do it fast. So on a problem in drug design, so remember when we were doing this work, it's all pre-LLM era, okay? So you will not find LLM or deep learning here, pre-deep learning era. So drug design is a very difficult problem, and that's why the drugs are so expensive. Companies typically take about 10 to 15 years for a drug to come into the market and costs huge amount of money. The research costs huge amount of money for the company to identify a workable drug. There are many small molecules that they start off with, but then one by one they fail, and then only maybe one or two they can hit, which goes into the market as a drug. So now what is tried is something called rational drug design, where you actually use certain principles in order to do the computational stuff. And it is now almost expected that drugs in future will be totally designed on computers. Traditionally, drugs were discovered, by chance, observation of nature, etc. What works, what doesn't work. I will skip these parts, but it just shows that there are proteins. Suppose a pathogen has infected. This is a flu virus. If a flu virus infects, this is a flu virus which is shown here. There are proteins on the virus, and there are proteins on the human lung cell, for example, which interact with each other, and that pushes the virus inside the human cell, and then certain proteins swing into action, proteins of the body, proteins of the virus, and then this virus makes multiple copies of itself, and then the human lung cell bursts, and these viruses have multiplied so many times, and now they are free to go and infect other cells. So that is how a pathogen typically works. And rational drug design principles have been used to actually design molecules which are in the market. So what we were doing is, we were taking a multi-objective optimization approach for drug design, and there were several objectives that we could identify. So, and we used a multi-objective optimization, as I said, where essentially in a single objective optimization problem, what you do is you take one solution and try to improve it. In multi-objective optimization, essentially what you do is you have a surface, a set of trade-off solutions, and you try to improve that surface. Because you are not converting a multi-objective optimization problem into a single objective one. Suppose you had 3 objectives, you could have done a weighted averaging, W1 F1 plus W2 F2 plus W3 F3. Here we are not doing that. The objectives are kept separate and they are simultaneously optimized, and the objectives are such that they conflict with each other. If you improve one, the other becomes bad. So how do you tackle such problems? So this is multi-objective optimization problem, and we were using a genetic algorithm-based approach as well as a simulated annealing-based approach. These are all optimization techniques. They are meta-heuristics. And we were using several functions that we wanted to optimize simultaneously. And as target, we took a protein of the bacterium, of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the one that causes TB. Okay, and this protein actually is a protein which does DNA repair. So once we have the virus, the bacteria has infected the human being, and the person takes antibiotics, the antibiotics goes and damages the bacterial DNA. Okay, and this protein, which the bacteria brings along with it, it will repair that DNA. Now, if you are able to stop this particular protein from repairing the DNA, then hopefully the disease can be arrested with antibiotics. So this is the purpose why RECA protein is often taken as a target in Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So what we did was, we looked at this protein and we tried to design small molecules from scratch which could work here. And our results showed that several molecules were generated which are already known to be inhibitors of RECA protein. Okay, these are known. There's nothing new here. But the algorithm generated on its own. That gave us a bit of confidence on the method. So along with these known inhibitors, some new inhibitors were also generated. And these are the interesting ones. We did some further studies with these molecules which were generated. And some of these proved to be quite interesting because there were other studies like QSAR studies which one can do to figure out if these molecules are really good given that particular target. Okay, so this is another work that I just wanted to quickly walk you through. And the last one that I will just tell in about 2 minutes is something to do with graph neural networks. As we know, graph neural networks are a relatively recent development where a graph is actually embedded. There's a representation of this graph which is learned. The representation embedding is in such a way so that two nodes, if they are close to each other in that embedding space, they will also be similar. The embeddings will be similar to each other. So that's how the embeddings, the representation of the graph is learned. Okay. So what we are doing now is we are applying graph neural network approaches for analyzing networks of drugs and proteins in order to predict adverse events, so adverse side effects that might happen. And here we are looking at this graph where, as you can see here, the triangles are the drugs, okay? The triangles are the drugs, and you can see some circles here. These circles are the proteins. So drugs are interacting with each other. They are known to interact with each other. So if this drug and this drug is given together, then R2 is the side effect which is observed. So that part is known, but not every such side effect is known. Every such combination has not been tested out. So whatever is known is put in this graph, and also these are the proteins, and every drug essentially targets one or the other protein. So those linkages are also created here, as well as proteins interact with each other. So you can see here, it's quite a complicated heterogeneous graph. And we are using graph neural networks to predict side effects of drugs in combination by analyzing this entire network. Okay, so task is to assign a new medicine to a person considering other diseases that the person has and the ongoing medications that the person is on. So this is a project that we have with French collaborators. So it's an Indo-French project which is currently just getting wrapped up. So with that, I think I will stop my whatever I had to just tell about the things that we've been doing in our lab. But these are some recommendations where I would like to actually tell that we have to take a problem-solving approach. I mean, if several groups can sit together, in my own institution, I'm trying to build such a group which will first not think of methods, but let's think of a problem that we want to solve and then see what is necessary to solve that problem. It should be a very big problem that we want to solve, a problem that faces the country here. So, and a major focus has to be, of course, on development of Indian data sets, because in every domain almost, even in computational biology, whatever methods we develop, we finally end up applying it to data from the US, from Europe, or even from China, but Indian data sets has been difficult to find, but that is changing. Now, a lot of Indian data sets are getting built. So you can see DBT, ICMR, CSIR, a lot of efforts are now on, but pace is still low and the quality of the data is not very high as of now. And other recommendations, of course, we have to have a national level EHR data. So it's like an Aadhaar card, if we can have my entire medical history is over there, that would be really an ideal way of going about doing this. And personalized medicine, we hear of personalized medicine so much these days because every individual indeed is genetically different. So medicines also should be personalized. But for a country like India, where our target should be, if I just go back here, power of AI to be harnessed to provide access to high quality. Quality has to be high. Quality cannot be compromised. Scalable, affordable healthcare to all. If that is the target, then too much of personalization may be very expensive. So if we can have not personalization at the individual level, but at a group level, at a cluster level, at a community level, if personalization can happen. And we also have to reevaluate and calibrate the global standards that we go by. Okay, maybe we are misdiagnosing or overdiagnosing or underdiagnosing our conditions. So our standards have to take care of the genetic makeup of Indians. So we need to probably relook, reevaluate, and recalibrate these thresholds. So with that, there are, of course, some other concerns here. And this also, I will say, tendency to fit all problems to the LLM solution. This is something I think we need to reconsider. So with that, thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions or comments, I'll be very happy to take those.
So let us thank Professor Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay for a very interesting, informative and thought-provoking lecture. And let me invite questions from the audience, please. Yes.
Alas, okay. You talked about the Turing test. For a while now, I've been worrying that are we entering the age of the anti-Turing test? Put a human and AI together, and if the human can't match up, declare it stupid and fire it. So what is your reaction to that kind of a usage of AI?
Not, I mean, let us say that the other component is wiser or more intelligent rather than calling anybody stupid. But yes, that's one way of putting it. But these, what is it called? The captchas are the reverse Turing test. It's not anti-Turing test, but reverse Turing test. The captchas that we are constantly inputting. Because there the computer has to determine if I am a human or a computer. So that is there. There was one question over there.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My question regarding radio imaging. I think even a small change can lead to a serious injury. When we talk about MRIs and CT scans, how radiologists be diagnose and like problems?
No, you mean small change in the image, a small noise or something which is inserted in the image can fool the system. That is what you are saying? Yeah, but
deep learning models.
Deep learning models, yes, true. And how the radiologist does it, because the radiologist is not, he or the person is looking at the biological information which is there. Deep learning, what it is looking at is very difficult. We don't know. That's why explainability of deep learning is so poor. So that is why deep learning, a small change, a small noise inserted here and there can actually lead to very, very different and wrong results. So that's the adversarial attacks where you can actually hack. But we are not talking as of now here in this lecture. We have not talked about deep learning for these images. But that is where I think things are going, and robust models, RAG models, etc. These are all coming in now in very big way. But that adversarial attacks, that's a major concern anyway.
Okay, ma'am. My question about the deep learning field, that even small changes radiologists can
No, that the
detect?
system will fail, but the radiologist will not.
Okay.
It's
Misinterpretation of radiologist can.
that for that the image has to be really, really. I mean, if the radiologist in the
prediction.
beginning was able to detect or whatever is there correctly, then just because a small noise has been inserted somewhere,
Yeah.
the radiologist would be fooled. For that, a lot of noise would have to come into the system. But a deep learning system can be fooled very easily.
Oh, okay.
But to your eye, that small noise will not be visible at all, possibly. But the deep learning system can really get fooled.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, for more questions, please interact with Professor Bandyopadhyay during tea time because of the time limitations. So, the next talk is on. Oh, yes.
I now request Professor Nishal Kumar Verma to present a memento to Dr. Sangamitra Bandyopadhyay. Please, ma'am.
Okay, so the next talk is on synergizing AI with industry norms, design, paradigm, and certification framework by Dr. Subrata Rakshit, formerly Distinguished Scientist and Director General, Technology Management, DRDO. Dr. Rakshit did his BTech from IIT Bombay in Engineering Physics in 1988. He completed his MS in Electrical Engineering in 1989 and PhD in Image Processing from Caltech, US in January 1994. After a short postdoctoral fellowship at Washington University, St. Louis, he joined CARE DRDO in December 1994, where he worked till May 2023. At CARE DRDO, Dr. Rakshit has worked on image processing, computer vision, neural networks, and cyber security. From 2000 to 2012, he headed the computer vision group and worked on multi-sensor data fusion and net-centric warfare, participating in various CARE activities related to Army TAC C3I development projects. From January 2013 to August 2017, he had been with the Secure System Division of CARE, initially as division head and then as technical mentor. He guided design and development in the areas of cyber security, secure execution environments, secure communications and networking, and he has also contributed to information security policy formulations. From September 2017 to June 2021, he was Associate Director, Technology CARE, overseeing CARE technology, development activities in command control, artificial intelligence, robotics, and cyber security. From July 2021 to May 2023, he was Director CARE for guided 6 mission mod projects, several sub-projects and TD projects. From June 2023 to January 2025, he was DS and DG TM and DG SAM at DRDO headquarters, where he spearheaded DRDO's grant in 8 projects to academia and industry, as well as actively participating in DRDO's internal transformation activities. He superannuated in January 2025 and has led a private life since then. So let us welcome Dr. Rakshit for his talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to INAE for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to address this August gathering, and to IIT Kanpur for their excellent hosting. So you saw the biodata, which I can't change because it's a historical fact. But as far as the talk is concerned, nothing much of defense is going to come into it, and never mind all those acronyms. But it is a fact that starting from my days in Caltech graduate school till I was in CARE, AI one way or the other, whether I liked it or not, was always part of either what I had to do, or I had to guide somebody else to do, or defend what somebody else has done. So based on this, there were many things which I had never had a chance to talk about, which I thought that this would be an excellent opportunity, and the way the invite came, it was about giving policy inputs. So I de-emphasize the hardcore technology part, but I'm here till day after, so anybody wants to ask about the underlying details, I'll be happy to do so. So as the title goes, there is a question of industry synergy, and then there is this concept of the design and the certification. So I'm showing on the left-hand side what is the usual flow. Now, when we talk about design, so let's say from anywhere between 1830 to 1980, that's 150 glorious years of post-industrial revolution engineering, and certain norms, behaviors, expectations got crystallized and understood by everybody. And in that paradigm, you would start with requirements where people would talk in terms of their functional requirements or environmental requirements, whatever, based on which the engineer, I'm sorry, that particular color is not working out too well. That's the design and development part, that yellow box. So the engineering teams would then do the design and development, which would undergo all kinds of reviews, validations, preliminary reviews, detailed reviews, critical design. Then you would have quote unquote metal cutting, so on and so forth. Now, after that, there would be the acceptance test, initially in-house, then maybe a quality group or IVNV, and then finally the customer would be doing it. And typically for those items for which the customer would not be able to look under the hood and appreciate certain critical parts, it would always go for a technical certification by a competent authority. So whether it was fire safety or flight safety or crypto safety for military, this certification was always there. And similarly for food safety or drug safety for anything that we are consuming. And then you had the production and the costing part. So this paradigm was well understood. Everybody expected anything with engineering to follow this. And things were going fine, and as people have said before me, it is settled, it is understood, and I would say mastered. Mastered simply because it was going slowly enough that you had 2-3 generations with human beings for every generation of technology, so they were really mastered in those days. The first jolt, in my judgment, came in the 1980s when we suddenly started getting into software engineering. Now, if you see the very name of the department, computer science and engineering, so clearly people could not make up their minds whether it was in science or engineering and put both, missing elements of both. Now, what that meant is that we had a large amount of expectations from software. So the software-defined world was hyped way back. And then you had IEEE Spectrum telling us that 80% of software projects are failing. And there was a lot of hue and cry. People lost their jobs. People lost their reputation. Eventually, after muddling through, we came to this software engineering in a more rigorous sense. We understood details and entropy, and so the stack became heavier. We had equivalence classes understood, and so we had analysis classes, design classes, the entire object-oriented programming took off. So some things happened. But it happened not because we understood what we were doing, but because we kept failing and trying something or the other. In the bargain, going from classical engineering to software engineering and making that solid took a good 30 years. And it was 30 years of pain. And in many cases, that pain has not completely gone away. Okay. Now we are coming to AI. And AI is as different from simple software as software was from hardware. Now the question and the reason for my talk is, do I want another 30 years before the bleeding stops? And I think we can do better than that. Of course, we are not God sent to be able to get it right in the first shot, but at least if we intend to understand the difference of the underlying paradigm and say, therefore, what changes we need to make with respect to so-called requirement gathering and the design system and the development system, it should be better. Now, there is, of course, a lot of hype on AI going on. But if you think about it, all of it is about, here is an AI product, isn't it wonderful, don't you want to use it? It is not being custom developed for you with any kind of an assurance or a guarantee. Chances are, in order to install it, you'll have to say, I promise not to sue anybody for anything, and hit that OK button before it will even work on your system. So that's not the way engineering went. You don't sell a house saying, okay, if you want to buy it, but if it comes down on your head, I'm not responsible. You don't say that with respect to food products and medicines either, because we have a way of getting assurance. Now, when it came to software, the utility was so high and the assurance was so low. The big people managed to get away by making people click that OK button. That's not really a satisfactory state of affairs. It will be more unsatisfactory if that same practice continues into AI. So what happened? With respect to the software, the adaptation to software was, we had this software engineering after, say, the 90s, and then all the CMI and all those Carnegie Mellon kicked in. And incidentally, why did they get hired? DoD was forced to give them that task because otherwise they were bleeding money. Everybody was promising DoD the cat's whiskers in software systems, and then it was going and failing. So should the same thing have to repeat from scratch for AI? Probably not. So this needs to be done proactively, and let's look at the synergy between the stakeholders. There's end users, designers, producers, operators, regulators, of which the designer part of it is a tech crowd. That's where all the geeks are, whether it is the graduate student or whether it is a fresh hiree or it is the tech lead or the project lead in a project. So that part of the conversation is within technologists, and you can say, this is my language today and that is my jargon tomorrow, no problem. But at the point of the requirements, you are talking to a lay user who's potentially not a techno geek. And at the end of it, you're talking to society at large, where again, the gobbledygook of languages and technical terms cannot possibly be what the rest of the society is looking from a engineering community. So these are the 2 points which I have chosen to highlight, that this part definitely needs fixing. The rest of it is our internal problem as engineers, that we keep changing a language every 5 years and we keep changing the best model every 3 years. That's our internal problem. So now getting into some of the details. See, when it comes to the requirements, and just to make the transition into AI more gradual, I've started from the systems, gone to the software, then gone to AI. Now, as far as the role of requirements in engineering is concerned, that's kind of canonical. A, communicate user expectations. That's the most obvious part. But then there are a couple of things which are also there. 2, you want the management to look at it and make an assessment with respect to the scope, complexity, effort, and risk. Every time a user says, I want something, every company doesn't get up and bid for it. Okay. And in any case, you have to give estimates with respect to time, cost, reliability, availability, so on and so forth. So the requirement should allow that second function also to happen. Thirdly, when you are giving the requirement and you say yes, after that work starts in what sense? You are supposed to start doing designing, prototyping, development, so on and so forth. So if the requirements was not enough to enable those processes to happen, you'll be going back again saying, okay, now that you have asked for it and I have bid for it and won, now let us really say what the project is all about. How dangerous is that? You have signed a legal document, somebody has got an expectation set, and now you're trying to find out what the project is all about. And yet that has happened. It has happened in software in the past, it is happening for AI today. So in the case of physical systems, this did not happen. Why? Because you had, first of all, linear space-time invariant systems. That itself simplified a lot of things. Secondly, there were physical systems based on laws of physics you understood. And that linearity would typically, and this is most thinking of the electrical and the signal processing crowd, that because of that you had an eigenbasis, the Fourier harmonics, you figured out what to do for the Fourier harmonics, the rest of it could be sorted out. So there was a very underlying regularity in the universe which allowed us to do these things so easily. And the physics was common. It was common for the person giving the requirement, it was common for the engineer designing it. And I think that point was mentioned today that yes, there's a lot of underlying physics, and yes, that's great for the classical part of engineering. When it came to the software systems, now you had a very non-linear information processing system. If you are trying to make decision based on comparison between numbers, some Boolean variable here and there, a little bit of a change can lead to a catastrophic difference in the output. It is not the case that if I built it for 30 tons, then probably a 31-ton truck is not going to break my bridge. True, it won't. But you can't have any such assumptions with respect to a software system. So they are far more required to be right in the minutest detail. And you don't expect this epsilon delta behavior to save you. Secondly, you had to therefore not just say in terms of, okay, I want to shine a light and see how far it shines, or I want to send a radio signal and see how much, whether I get 1 Gbps on my channel on a good day or not. Now, if it comes to the software systems, it is not that physics. So you're defining an equivalence class. If that person is making a deposit, ask these questions, perform these actions. If that person is asking for a balance inquiry, get this information, take these actions. So again, if I say I want 100 rupees as opposed to as I want 200 rupees, do you expect a completely different subroutine to kick in? No. So you define, so that part of it is not different. So there it is just a matter of the number being slightly different. So you have a very big input space. You break it into a few equivalence classes and say that for each equivalence class, I'll have a response method implemented. And that was what Grady, Booch and the rest of them were doing with respect to UML. And it was after that that a lot of the fighting stopped in the requirements part of software engineering. And finally, therefore, you came to this equivalence classes, and subsequently based on that, the designers would come up with this use case objects and classes, and actually the analysis classes you discuss with the users first to make sure you are on the right track, then you get back and do something else. And the worlds were very different. So now that engineer, the software engineer working on telecom is not a telecom engineer necessarily. So therefore that gap in understanding was always bigger. But with all of this it worked, but no space, no basis, no physics, no epsilon delta, which we ignored to begin with. So we assumed software will work much easier. After all, there's no metal cutting. So the biggest risk in engineering has been taken away. What is left? Hit that brown exclamation mark and the code will compile itself. It didn't. And every time the big boss came and made a last minute suggestion, however innocuous it was, it always led to a long-term crisis later on because of the nonlinearity. Now, all of this we did the hard way in going from hardware to software. Now we come to AI, and I'm taking a more detailed look here. So you had three things: expectations, assessment, as well as enabling inputs. Now, let us look at how this AI thing started getting used first, and it's not getting used only today. People have been promising it and been trying to use it much earlier, 20 years almost. So the initial inputs would be textual, because after all your SRS for the software was a piece of text. So why not do it even if it is AI into it? So they would give things like, okay, I want bridges and railway stations and airports to be understood in that image. That's a textual description, but it doesn't allow anything to happen. It doesn't even say who took the pictures, when they took the pictures, and how close the various classes are. Similarly, when it comes to giving illustrative examples, after a lot of blood and tears, then people understood, okay, AI needs data. That nickel fell. So now it started coming with 10 pictures of airports, 5 pictures of ports, 3 pictures of a railway station. Now you go and analyze everything based on that. Again, it didn't work. It is better than just the textual description. At least you can guess what kind of images they are looking at, sensors they are having, but not otherwise. Then eventually, so eventually this is what it is coming to. It's looking for a bigger, much bigger set. So what is design? In the classical era, there was something. In the software design, there was something. Now, in the case of AI, what does it even mean to do the design? So you would have to do a model selection. You have to do a parameter estimation on that. Then you would need iterative refinements for improvements because the specific data relevant to different users would be different. And finally, this entire thing is driven by a curated data set. So what is meant by data adequate for AI design? So these are some of the things that has to be checked off if you want to say that as a person asking for a bespoke tailor-made AI solution, this is the kind of things you have to get into before you say that the data is enough to drive an engineering design process. The iconic things has to be defined, the boundary values have to be defined, and typically you have to allow for a failure of both, because no user today, in spite of the few years of digitization we have had, will have enough data to necessarily do it right. So the mitigation for what happens if I don't have every class or every class boundary representation will also have to come in. Now, that's one part of it. Next comes when you're trying to deliver it. And this is assuming that you took it as an order and you're trying to fulfill an order. If you want to deliver it, what happened so far was this. The typical engineering thing where everything was designed up front, everybody signed off on it, and finally you just bought a piece of equipment and you plugged it in and your television worked or your computer worked. With respect to AI, much of the work remains to be done after you have taken the delivery. So therefore, you would, after you do the design, the designer is only doing this much, which is why it actually looks like a no ops to be doing a design review just after the project has been sanctioned on an AI project. Then the user has to go in and fit in this actual data and see the performance of the AI system against the human operator, because the human is lambda equal to 1 for AI. It is not 100% performance. And with respect to this, you will then see whether it actually worked or not. And different people have different data. And finally, the user operations will proceed. So if you want to do it, there is a is this the PPT or the PDF? Oh. Anyway, okay. So actually, if anybody asks for it, give them the PDF. PPT is not coming correct. So in the traditional sense, what we were doing is we were dealing with a lot of the risk up front at the design stage. But once you delivered it, it had to just work. But it would work for a specific static environment model. That this is the person, this is the kind of data, and it will work. AI gives you a flexibility. It is putting the risk towards the end of your delivery process, but now you can tailor make your AI solution differently for different customers. And even the same customer can keep making the solution adapt itself to a change in environment, which the traditional solutions never had. But this conversation has to be explicit. If you did not have customer adaptation and if you did not have post-deployment adaptation to be done, only reason for AI would be to use AI in the design process, as was being talked about, that can I use AI to do better engineering. That usage is independent of anything else. But if you want the AI to be AI in the hands of the user, not just helping the engineering in the design, then you have to be very clear that that risk mitigation is not coming for free. The risk mitigation with respect to customization and adaptation is coming at the cost of variable performance post-deployment. So one thing that has always cropped up is how do you do an ATP on an AI system? Because you cannot now say, I will only use that data which I gave at the beginning, because then you could fake it with a lookup table, and no self-respecting AI person wants to deliver a lookup table. So of course the data will be different. At the same time, if the data has a foundationally different PDF, then of course any AI you have built on the previous data is going to fail on this data. And the best of AI doesn't always score 100%. You don't have to get 100% to publish a paper. In fact, people will say you have overfit your data if you have published anything with more than 95, right? So that being the case, how do you deal with this business of passing an ATP? Those of you who are in college, fine. But if you ever try to run a startup and deliver to the government, you will face this problem. And then you will not get your payment. So there are methods for actually doing this. And we explicitly came up with something called a calibration data, where you say that among other things, and this is an intermediate step, you would have to say, here is a set of inputs on which the system is supposed to give the following set of outputs. That may not be 100%, but it will be there. Why do we need this? The second problem with AI is the number of runtime libraries that the solutions are linking are absolutely huge. So as a result, these days we find that whenever we give anything to anybody else to deliver an AI solution back, they are not just giving that solution.exe. They'll give a virtual machine with everything contained to say, in this it will work. Because now you go and add somebody else's GCC or somebody else's JPEG or video graphics, then the whole thing is gone. So it's actually working in the Hanuman mode, that for the Sanjeevani, I bring the whole mountain back and hope that nobody will point a finger at me. So if it is that sensitive, you have to also realize in real life, the solution can drift for reasons of environment drift, computing environment drift, not even the parameter learning drift. So for all those reasons, a calibration set should always be provided with an AI so that a user can always check whether a IT environment drift has hit it or something else has hit it. And then we come to this business of a human trusting an AI. As was brought out, this believability for these deep models is a lost cause. Why is it? Believability requires a conversation. Conversation means you and I should be using the same language, same vocabulary, maybe even the same textbooks. Where we are treating AI these days as black box learning, we are not teaching it a language or vocabulary, anything. It is learning what it can. It happens to be getting good results, so we pass it. That being the case, even a computer science professor and graduate student will be hard pressed to understand a code dump from an AI. But we humans are still using experts in our own world. I don't have to understand my heart specialist to take that advice seriously. So what is it that we are doing? So we introspected, and what it came down to was these things. As human beings, we are seeing for reasons to believe an expert. Is there proof of familiarity? Are they an expert in that problem? Or is my dentist giving me real estate advice? Then forget it. Secondly, competence. Have they shown good performance on similar cases? And this can actually be numerically bolted into the solutions. And we have actually worked it out. And it is also amenable to vendor neutrality and black box. See, India is not only going to be using Atmanirbhar AI, much as we would want that to happen. But in the meantime, there'll be AI coming from other people. How on earth are you going to say it is error-free, malevolence-free, or not programmed for something very specific? You can get through the details. The idea is that given an input, I can always see what is its distance to some n nearest inputs in the training set. Now, one thing to keep in mind, in AI, when we are capturing these features, there is an alignment problem. We are in a position to have a camera and take a picture, but everything that the user wanted about the person is not in the picture. So when you define a user-defined class and you extract features from a signal, it's very unlikely it will be a unimodal distribution. If you hand label the data, you will still find multimodal distributions. So given multimodal distributions, when it comes to saying that something is familiar or not, it has to be that there are certain features which are similar to what you have seen before. Now, you can test two things. If the data point is very different from anything that was used in the training set, you can say this AI was not familiar with this, let's not trust its verdict. But further, that's not enough. AI is never uniform in its performance across its entire training set. So there are some parts it gets very good, some parts it makes significant errors. We need to be able to figure out whether the test probe is hitting that error-prone region or the down-cold region. So that's the proof of competence, and there is a numerical method for doing it. If we do these two, then given any OEM implementation, they can give us this calibration set based on which we can implement our own familiarity metrics. And the customer can actually do their own implementation. So I have bought something from some company, but I want to know under Indian conditions what is going to happen. The Indian patterns of TBs and COVIDs and things like that could have been very different from the Germans. So we would have to, even if we decided to take a classifier from them, to trust it in India, we would have to have our doctors with our images building our calibration and believability sets. Then we could safely use it. And lastly, so this is all about the details of how you can do both the calibration, the believability, and once you have these two, you automatically get the disclosure and the certification. This is about as deep as an AI certification can get. Going down and doing code line checking the way we do in aerospace has zero chance here. I mean, you'll be going and hitting 1 billion floating point numbers, end of story. So you have to see its actual performance on calibration data set. And if we do this, we will get industrial strength and maybe even military grade assurance with respect to AIs. And this is the last slide I want to leave you on, that there tends to be a admission of guilt by engineers that, okay, we could have done this, it went wrong, or this is going wrong, that is going wrong. I have always felt that actually the complexity of the problems that we have been taking on have been getting worse over the decades. So initially the ones we were taking on in the classical engineering, typically they were known targets. We knew what we had to build and we knew how we had to build it. And so therefore there's what Pimbock would call the type 1 project management would work for it. It's just a matter of scheduling and making sure you've done your planning correctly. But when it came to software, people were not actually sure of what they wanted. They wanted certain functions, but once you built it, they said, no, not this way, I want it that way. So the form kept changing, even though for each of those asks, the method of coding it was never in doubt. Finally, when it comes to AI, both of them are in doubt. The person, once they see an AI in action, will start demanding more or demanding less. But even then, if a bank manager says, look at the client and tell me whether they will default on the loan, there's no business process automation that you can implement at that point, which is what the software engineers were doing. So now there is a brilliant and a crack that you have to figure out. Maybe based on the data, you will discover it, or however you will do it. So these are the type 3 and the type 4 kind of problems. And if you actually read project management, the type 1 project is to project management what linear systems is to engineering. Great idealization, great for the textbooks. You can wax eloquent on eigenvectors and Fourier harmonics, but it is not the real world. So if we are doing type 2, type 3 and godforsaken type 4 projects, we cannot get browbeaten into using type 1 project management as metrics for the success of that project. And that is something all of you will have to keep in mind. Why? 1 lakh crore RDI funding coming your way. So good luck with that. Thank you.
So let us thank Dr. Rakshit for a very informative lecture. Thank you, Dr. Rakshit. Now let me invite questions from the audience. Only 2 questions because of the time limit. So please, if you have any question, please raise hands. Any question? Okay, no problem. So yeah, I have a question. So you mentioned that AI can help in policy making, right? In your abstract.
No, I was talking about the help in policy making required for AI.
Okay.
That
So
if you want to make a policy with respect to AI, then that requires both engineers as well as governance people to sit together and sort it out.
okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I now request the session chair, Dr. Nishal Verma, to present a memento to Dr. Subrata Rakshit.
So I will now request the theme coordinator for the theme, Professor Aditya Jagannatham, to kindly present a memento to Professor Nishchal Verma, who is the chair for this session.
Thank you. Thank you. That now concludes our session. So we can proceed to the tea break. We are already delayed. It was supposed to start at 3:30. So maybe we can take about 15-20 minutes, come back at I think 4:15, if that is okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I request everyone to have a quick tea and come back. Thank you.
Thank you. First class.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to the next session, in fact the last session of today. That's session 3 on drone technology. Our session chair is Professor G.M. Kamath, who is the professor and head of the Department of Aerospace Engineering here at IIT Kanpur. Professor G.M. Kamath is a professor and head Aerospace Engineering at IIT Kanpur. He was professor in charge of IIT Kanpur Research Park between 2021 to 2023, and currently he is a member of its board of directors. Prior to joining IIT Kanpur, he served in various capacities in CSIR National Aerospace Laboratories, Tata Advanced Materials Limited, Tata Consultancy Services, and Bombardier Aerospace, India. He obtained his degrees in aerospace engineering from IIT Madras and University of Maryland College Park. His research interests include aircraft structural health monitoring, corrosion sensing, monitoring in aircraft, and corrosion fatigue of aerospace materials. With that, I welcome Professor G.M. Kamath to chair this session on drone technology.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. So we have three very eminent speakers here to speak on drone technology. So we will start with Professor A.K. Ghosh. So Professor A.K. Ghosh was formerly the professor and head of aerospace engineering here at IIT Kanpur. He was also the Dean of Student Affairs here. He has mentored more than 15 startups at IIT Kanpur. He has supervised more than 20 PhD students here and 70 MTech students. Currently, he is working as head concept design for airborne stores at Tata Advanced Systems Limited. So it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Ghosh.
How to start? Achha, this I have to do this, no? Where? Where is it? It is gone. कौन सा slide चल रहा है?
Just going to this. Okay.
थोड़ा बड़ा कर दे तो अच्छा पढ़ लूँगा.
You'll have to go this. I think you can.
बड़ा नहीं सकते हैं.
No, but it's also with the writer. With the notes is also visible.
कोई भी कथा बोल लेंगे कुछ नहीं है. हाँ, ये भी ना बड़ा. Go to the first slide. First one. Yeah. ठीक है. तो एक काम करना ना. Yeah. Good evening, students, younger minds, renowned faculty members, and industry experts. Professor Nishal Verma is one of my very good friend. I left academics and all this presentation 3.5 years back. But he gave me a call. Said, Professor Ghosh, can you send some 3 names from industry? I sent him 3 names. Then why? Some INAE conclave is there. And where it is? In Kanpur. It's Kanpur and you are not calling me? No, I'll call you, right? And then he is a smart guy, because why I took name of Professor Nishal Verma, 4 or 5 years back, maybe more than that, I have been telling him, your deep learning execution talent is so needed, right? Especially when we have a limitation on EOIR, remember, because mostly on the startups, where is the money? And if you can add a value to it in terms of DRI, detection or recognition or identification, whatever it is, right? So I was annoyed that he didn't really start working on this. So he asked me, what is your topic? I said, drone technology, you and me. Now, once I have given that topic, I found formal mail came. Now I have to fulfill the content. Okay. And please understand, I approached all my younger students who are startup, Aurora Integrated System, CD Space. I just messaged them. If the title is drone, you and me, what is your interpretation? One girl, Tanvi Prakash from L&T also, she worked with me. She told, sir, me is the requirement and you is the solution. And how do you get a solution? I thought I am smarter. I said, are you hinting at innovation? And she told me, sir, there's nothing like innovation. Please use incremental innovation. And she taught me that engineering always stay at a survival mode. Engineering will always be at a survival mode. You remember, the design starts from safety factor, then system has fail-safe, if there is no survival mode, engineering will not prosper. It will just die. And then who gives the oxygen to engineering? It is the incremental innovation. That is this little girl taught me, and I liked it. And then I asked Aurora Integrated, they're the first startup I mentored. They were my BTP student. And I was inspired by, I think that time Professor Venkatesan was doing on more difficult problem of making autonomous helicopter. And I realized that these boys, they did very good. Not only these boys, Professor Amitabh Mukherjee, unfortunately he is no more, and Professor Rajat Munna, they helped in embedded coding, in writing the software. So these 5 boys, they made a good ecosystem. But my challenge to them was, if you can replace one of the Israeli product, then I am with you. Target was very simple. And then one fine morning they came. I said, take this key, or the so-called R&D lab, I used to tell, it's yours. And that is where the journey started. And I'll always mention this because at their age, when I was doing BTech, I was all the time thinking, can I get a job or not? Can I get a job or not? And these 4 boys, they were always talking about, do you want to open up a startup? In 2005, it was not so straightforward, right? And if you see here, I asked Nimish, what do you understand by you and me, if the title is this? And he says, you are the innovator, students, young scientists, imagining new possibilities. Me represents the ground reality, the soldier in the field, the mission that must succeed. The dialogue between you and me, between innovation and necessity, is what builds nation's capability. This is the story of Indian drone journey, whether it was in IIT Kanpur, Venkatesan, or this Aurora. Parallelly, at the same time, Idea Forge was also working with the quadcopter. The best part I like for both the team is they started developing their own autopilot. At that time, open source was not there. That is exactly what I mentioned Rajat Munna and Professor Amitabh Mukherjee. Yeah, next, please. So this title is given by Nimish. From curiosity to capability, the vision that started it all. 2005, students at IIT Kanpur dreamt of building a UAV from scratch. The word scratch is important because we had a very good ecosystem in terms of aero modeling. Right? There was an end in that. Then mentorship turned curiosity to capability and national necessity. Here I personally give thanks to Professor Mukherjee and Rajat Munna, especially for the autopilot part. Right? I was as good as writing those transfer functions, not beyond that. Yes, next please. If you can run this video, this is my first time. Please understand, I was not a faculty candidate like Abhishek or Kamath and all learned people, right? I came from industry. I was with Pinaka, and suddenly the student expected I should know about aircraft. It's not easy for me. So first time after I taught design course, we designed this one configuration, and it did flew. Can you run the video if possible? Oh, this first one. That's all, only one. Doesn't matter. So this was weighing hardly 17 kg, right? And I wish the video had run. You could see I was standing at the back with being nervous, so I should not get exposed, right? And these boys, and that is the turning point. They came back, they said, we'll open up a startup. And that became the Aurora Integrated System, with their own autopilot, and then those days carbon composite manufacturing was not so easy, right? And they started doing it in, I think we have a mechanical engineering lab, and Professor Iyengar was there. So they guided, whatever way possible. Yeah, next please. Unfortunately, Professor Iyengar is also not there. And these young minds, they gave a title, From Lab to Battlefield. And it was consistent with my request, can you replace one Israeli bird, right? Autonomous bird. And you can see first one is basically, how do I do it? First one is the autopilot. Second one is the hand launch. That was, Army took that hand launch with a auto landing. And then they also developed 80 kg bird, 150 kilometer those days, right? So imagine they worked on microHerd to extend the communication, and extended Kalman filter was not so available in the open source those days, right? Especially among the students, right? Because it was a fashion. How many state Kalman filter you are using, right? And that is how all the product, I think the third one went to Myanmar or somewhere, right? Next, please. So this is, I just refresh myself and pay gratitude to the student who taught me how to think about it. Now the question is from return on innovation to return on investment. There's one model. Tata invested some money and Tata took the design. Even today, whatever loitering emission record orders Tata is getting, they use the same autopilot, but incremental innovation happened because they didn't make it VTOL, or what you call the conversion. Somebody made it conversion, somebody then, that's how it went. And in fact, the male UAV, the navigation loop is exactly same as it is being done. What is the difference? Difference is in the fail-safe and the flight management system. That is where so far, so much AI I was hearing, I think that taking a decision based on the situational awareness, AI perhaps will be able to help and take a correct decision rather than waiting for coded fail-safe. Next, please. And you see that the startup emerging from IIT Kanpur, and you are all aware now, View Dynamics, Endura Air, Arab, so many, right? And they are handling, they are facing challenges. However, they have made an impact. I am saying, because I am not in an industry, okay? I see the response, what sort of a performance are happening. And I salute to these young boys and professors. They are really making an effort. So till this point, the debate was, if it is a fixed wing, so we'll say aerospace, we'll say a UAV is as good as its endurance and flight performance. If it is a drone, or so-called typical with quadcopter or hexacopter, well, it will be as good as the energy density of the battery. But then both were, shot. Suddenly came, a drone is as good as its payload. Drone is as good as its communication range, not the physical range. So indirectly, the opportunities are coming. Money is not there much. How can you do some delta incremental innovation and extend the communication range? Yeah, next please. Yes, the whole scenario changed. I was a member of Operation Sindoor analysis. I was coming back from there. And once I came back from there, now UAV is as good as electronic warfare or the jamming capability. So totally the scenario changed. And in fact, most of the surveillance UAV at 4 or 5 kilometers, they were drawn back, right? Because easily it was getting jammed. Harop was also getting jammed. Both sides it was getting jammed. So that again create a opportunity. Now the statement, if you see in the users, they'll say, what is the jumping capability? And second, more important thing came, standoff. If your range with the warhead is 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers, they say it's of no use for us. It should be at least 300 kilometers. And the speed. So that is another paradigm shift. Now you will see they're asking for launch from a ship. If launch from a ship means it has to be more than 500 kilometers because to protect the ship. And then launching from the ship itself is an art, is an attention to be drawn. So this, when this drone unfortunate conflict happened and the outcome, can you go to the next slide? If I just listed out the operations in the, of course, these transparency are made by Nimish. I cannot make transparency, I gave him a hint and that's all he made. All good is his, all bad is mine. If you see war situation context, contested air domain with layered air defense and electronic war activity, enemy use active jamming and spoofing, communication under denial, need for persistent ISR, rapid target handoff, and low latency strike decision, survivability and autonomy became key performance driver. And it got extended to aircraft also. Right? Drones' role in operational impact, loitering ammunition, autonomous fixed wing UAS, and now this word Edge AI autopilot stacks enable local decision loop and fail-safe mission continuity. It is part of the word, and the computational power has increased. And counter EW techniques, frequency agile links, directional, low probabilistic intercept communication, and Kalman filter-based test estimation to resist spoof and jam. So this is, if you talk to military people, mostly they will be talking about this in their own language. Right. Next, please. And if you see world map of drone from recent conflicts, Ukraine, Israel, Syria, and Red Sea, it is giving an impression that drone is going to make a lot of difference. But my personal opinion, it will be too much to think that drone will replace aircraft, or drone will replace a missile. Right? This is my personal opinion, can be contested offline. Okay, next please. This is not clear. If you see from what do you call Ukraine war, key drone deployment, swarm, FVP drones, and please understand, smaller startups are really working good in FPV. But then in a swarm structure, we need to look into it. How do you synergize that? And then similarly, different wars are there. You will see almost it is talking about automation, electronic warfare, fast decision making, and agile propulsion activity. Next, please. You see, this is conceptual, the next generation drone, high energy, aerodynamically elegant, stealth. So many parameters can be added. So people are anticipating, and networked. That's very, very important. The whole war is going net-centric. Next, please. Now, since morning, we are talking about artificial intelligence and autonomy. If you take me, I am talking from the user's point of view, as a user, me. The artificial intelligence and autonomy, the transformation in warfare, autonomous kill chain, adaptive swarm, predictive maintenance, AI-generated mission plans. What is the research implication? Build sovereign AI models for perception, navigation, targeting, establish ethical AI, and human-on-loop doctrines. Second part comes communication and cyber resilience. This is new thing is coming today it may look futuristic, but 1 week back I was talking to one company. They have started working and mature to a level on cognitive radios, which is embedded with decision making, situational awareness, assessment, mesh relay swarm, quantum resistant encryption, GNSS deny ops. Whatever I am writing, most of them has come out after discussion with the people who are the users. Research implication: develop unjammable directional LPI links, national waveform standards, AI-assisted spectrum management. And then comes to the energy and propulsion. If we require the standoff range to be around 500 or 1 kilometer, let's say Harop type, extended Harop, NG, then what should be the propulsion thing? Are you going to use a Wankel engine? Are you going to use some other form of engine? So that's why you'll find if you want to increase the endurance, what are the solutions? Are you planning to work on hydrogen fuel cells? So these are some of the research implications we think may draw few attentions. Right? Next, please. Next. Just leave this. This is repetition, this core research tracks, which is almost all we are talking about algorithm-based war. So what the common buzz is, the algorithm has entered the war. But then one need to also, today also I was hearing about AI. The algorithm needs data. Who captures the data? It's the sensor. We cannot think of algorithm or AI without giving due weightage to sensor development. So that is also one sort of a debate going on, and people are trying to see what is the solution. Let me tell you one thing. There's one discussion. If we go back to 1980s, 82, 83, especially our IGMDB program, right? That time DRDL, it is told that it is a white elephant. And what was IGMDB? Integrated Guided Missile Development Program. What was the smart part of it? 5 missiles were selected based on what is available, what is to be extended, and what is common. For example, we have an engine, CUTSI, ISRO, technology people are having. So do you think the time has come when we define integrated drone development program and select few drone, keeping in mind what is available, how much to be extended, and what are the cross-pollination? That sort of a, for example, you are making a test bench or test center. If you do not know what product you are making, it will be extremely difficult to know what we are going to test. Right. Next, please. This is again, if you see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, this was an half-hearted attempt to create a integrated missile technology development approach, where a lot of weightage has gone into electronic warfare, processing, data collection, and application of AI, application of jamming, anti-jamming features. So in my opinion, time has come when we need to have an integrated approach and focus on this and select few operational requirements. Next. Now I see in IIT Kanpur, we have Center of Excellence. So many activities are going on. Why can't we integrate the Center of Excellence and create verticals? And they only work on that, right? Where the private party can join. So this is one of the approach. So the vision and purpose is written on the left. And core pillars is AI and autonomy, Edge AI, Swarm logic. I must mention about Meher Baba, the way they are giving the challenges, which is also very, giving a lot of incentive to the young minds. Yeah, next. Next. If you see the more important thing is stakeholder and role in ecosystem, keeping in this mind, I'm talking about integrated drone development ecosystem like IGMDB. The stakeholders will be defense and government agencies, define operational gaps, validate prototypes and enable rapid induction, academic and research institutions, drive AI, autonomy, materials and propulsion breakthroughs, startup industry partnership with academia. Because today, if we see what from 2005 to 2025, we need not shout or loudly say. The examples are there how these people have took the challenge to the extent of logistics drone at a higher altitude, which many people could not do, and they have faced lots of problems. I think Endura Air, RAFE, something like that. But the challenges are there. Next, please. The future takes flight from IIT Kanpur to the nation. This is definitely from IIT Kanpur, and the legacy and the way things are going on. We do believe IIT Kanpur has the ecosystem, and that this may be the right place where the professors, faculty, students, and engineers work together. And the most important point is what to do, which one to start, which two, if I start, there's the cross-pollination. That's sort of a mature decision make. Otherwise, we'll be scattered. We'll be doing this, we'll be doing that. That may not help in making a robust product. Next. I think that's all. And as I told in the beginning, this will be my perspective from users' point of view. Whatever I have interacted with them, especially after Operation Sindoor, I could see what they're looking for. One question was asked. We have so much of development in space program, development in missile program. Why such development is not there in drone program? I could not answer because I'm not the right person to answer. But these questions are asked, but that means they want it. Okay? They believe in us, believe in our organization. Sorry, this is what I thought I will present only from the user's perspective. What is the requirement?
So thank you, Professor Ghosh, for. We have time for one or two questions, Dr. Goel.
Yeah.
One observation in life cannot be generalized for a nation. See, you said everything about incremental innovation. Yeah. Incremental innovation has a place. Disruption also has a place. So we can't say only incrementation enough. I just want to tell you that. Okay, because many things have happened. See, Second World War was won because of a development of radar by British. It made a disruption. It was not incremental. Even in the Ukraine war, the way UAV has been introduced is more like a disruption. So please don't, I'm just trying to don't make that kind of a statement. And I appreciate your loyalty towards IIT Kanpur.
Yeah, very correct. I like it. I like it.
But you said that it's not true.
I like it, and I like the context. Right? Very good. You are arranging because this was taught by the young girl. What she says, engineering will always be a survival mechanism. Number one. And when you are making a product, and you want to upgrade that, you do not go from large innovation at that stage. You not commercially efficient. That is what he meant. It's not that it doesn't stop you to make a new concept, a new thing. That's all. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Good evening, sir. Yeah. I just want to know your view about the future UAVs regarding the amphibious UAVs. Basically, that UAVs both can operate in air as well as in water. about the future that these UAVs can change the complete war or defense time because they can operate in both medium. What is your point regarding this?
Our friend Abhishek is there. He can offline talk to me, but what is my perspective? Whether something will work or not, we need to understand what is the concept of operation. What is the mission requirement? If you do not have a mission requirement in place, it will be too, it's like predicting a straight line with one point. Yes, that itself is a different category which has its own launching advantage. But then what is the mission requirement? You understand what I'm saying? If we understand even 50 grams of weight for a low UAV or 500 grams of weight, it makes huge difference for us. The development of our main program in Kanpur, we struggle to reduce around 8 kg to get the reloaded vertical knowledge. It is not easy to reduce the reload. And understand.
So I want to know, since you have exposure to the drone ecosystem today,
I want to know how much of the elements of the drone components are indigenized. Can we claim to be 100% indigenous drones? So if that is not so, what is, before talking about all this advanced thing, we must focus on how to get drones made in India, totally. When you would think that is likely to happen?
Yeah, it will be a positive view from my survey. Let us say drone component which is the engine. Let us say I see engine. Coimbatore and all, they are really grown very fast. Motor, electric motor engine. I am very hopeful those parts will be taken care.
You talked about only one component. There are so many components. Entire electronics, navigation, guidance, control, sensors, propellers. Everything is important.
INAE system, right? The lens material has improved, 100 guidance for that. How is that lens? INAE has been made and we are satisfied that it's going to all HPT-40 and fighter aircraft HRS is replaced by Indian company around system. So what I'm saying, we need to do a formal capability check.
What is most important? At this moment, I think the indigenization, scaling it to supply to the current ecosystem which is happening in the country, sourced from India, is the most important thing that has to happen. I think after that we will talk about this integration. I think we need to first create an Indian capacity.
All these startups, right? They have to have a commercial survivability. So it is a chicken and egg problem. I know how much they, but then I don't mind. If I have to go from here, Kanpur to Delhi, if I cannot make a Mercedes, nobody stops me to go to Kanpur. Delhi, I can buy another. I'm just talking to you. We have to move. We cannot sit idle telling not possible, not possible, not possible.
Nobody is telling that you should not move, but the focus should be on that part.
Sir, I completely agree to your point, but sir, there is one big challenge. Okay? In India, we are not buying straight actually. Okay? Our requirements here. So defense keeps changing requirements every other day. Okay? I cannot keep designing 100 different drone designs and commercialize it. See, DJI could actually scale up primarily because, I mean, they built one drone and everybody was just buying that one drone. So they could build it in millions. They could build it. Right now, army tender comes for 10 drones. Okay? Tomorrow they will come with another tender actually will say 15 drones and completely different requirements. So if that keeps happening, I cannot actually scale up to anything actually. I have to keep buying from somebody else and I can only integrate. I can create new designs, but I cannot actually build every system to that degree of level, sir. Actually. So solve is actually, we have to think, sir, it will be it's a long answer, sir, actually. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I think this is a very important and interesting question and discussion.
Coming from him, actually, I wish young minds were so wrong back.
So Ghosh, thank you so much for
forwarding it. I now request our session chair, Professor Kamath, to give a small memento to Professor A.K. Ghosh.
So our next speaker is Mr. Prashant Singh Bhadoria. Mr. Bhadoria is an accomplished aerospace professional with more than 24 years of experience in aircraft design, development, and certification, specializing in avionics systems and project management for fixed-wing and unmanned platforms. Currently, he's Associate Vice President, Program Management at Tata Advanced Systems Limited, and he leads major programs, including the medium altitude, long endurance, which is the MALE UAV, and other programs as well. Earlier, he was with HAL Aircraft Research and Design Center, where he served as a Deputy General Manager and the Project Manager for HTT-40 Basic Trainer and the AMCA 5th Generation Fighter Aircraft. A domain expert in avionics architecture, systems integration, and flight testing, he has over 40 hours of flight test experience and significant exposure to international collaborations. He holds an MS in avionics from Cranfield University, a bachelor's in electronics and telecommunication engineering. His contribution to aerospace innovation has been recognized with multiple awards, including the Bharat Ratna Dr. APJ Kalam Award from the Aeronautical Society of India. He's a recipient of the Course Directors Award and the Fan Makers Award for his project at Cranfield University. He was also awarded the National Project Leadership Award in 2022 by the IPMA. So it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Bhadoria.
Before I start, apologies, Dr. Pashilkar, Dr. Somnath. When I started my career, I remember it was 2000, and I was on the fence watching the first flight of NCA as part of HAL. So in our culture, we normally don't speak in front of the gurus, so kindly take it with a pinch of salt. In fact, Dr. Somnath, when I told my daughter today, I am in a forum where he's the chief guest, she didn't believe me. You are more of a Chandrayaan hero, and in our terms, we call you as the Nagarjuna of aerospace and space domain. So my apologies if I speak something and I just look at one of the juniors trying to put the ideas, what he has done. I owe a lot to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. That's where I worked for 23 years. Subsequently, I migrated to the private sector. Dr. Ghosh made me come to IIT Kanpur to give this lecture, specifically because we tend to recruit quite a few people from IIT Kanpur. And there's a very strange phenomenon there. Every 3 years, they do come back to
The title says dawn of the drone era, but the drone era has been on for quite a while. I'm talking in the Indian context, Op Sindoor in particular, and the fallout of all of that. So it has come much more nearer to us than it was before. And what I think, or what I believe the country needs to do, I'll also try to answer some of the questions which were posed by some of the eminent people here. And I'm open to any criticism or suggestions, because this is this is a thought process. So with that, I'll just quickly move on. Since I see lots of students here, so basically in terms of application, many people believe, and many are working on all kinds of applications. Some of the military aspect was presented. Apart from that, there are many other applications, and I will try to quickly flip through this because that's not the heart of my presentation. It's just to excite you about the possibilities of drones. The word drone itself implies some level of autonomy, in the sense that it's typically unmanned, though really speaking, if you carefully look at it, no military drone is completely unmanned, because there are ethical concerns when you are trying to use it as a weapon of war. You want some man in the loop or woman in the loop in that sense. So really speaking, it's a little bit of a misnomer to call it a drone. There will always be manned, some intervention at some level. So you see all of these things are genuine possibilities. Some of them have been presented by the earlier speakers. So I'll little bit speak about the civilian part of it. So you have agriculture, with various panchromatic cameras, you can figure out health of crops, various things like that. Okay. You also can use it for urban air mobility. People are talking of urban air taxis. That's another exciting, very interesting area. Much to be done there. Underwater exploration, the country wants to explore its oceans, particularly Indian Ocean. There's a lot of mineral wealth there, and there's good reason. We already have some of our neighbors trying to, it's like we used to joke that you put your handkerchief on a seat, means that is your seat. So that's the kind of thing which is happening with exploration in space and exploration in the sea as well. So if you go and prospect some area, that outside of the, of course, economic zone, that part of the sea belongs to you. And all that wealth is yours. Same thing is going to happen in the race in space, I guess. And so, therefore, it's important for us to start looking in that direction. We'll talk a little bit about robotic swarms, because that's a complete paradigm shift compared to individual, expensive, powerful vehicles being used for air dominance. I'm talking now on the military side of things. There are many other things that can be done on construction. You can use drones for constructing. People have used robotic this thing to construct. 3D printing of buildings is there already. So in a sense, that is there. A lot of logistics inside warehouses, all of that is being done with sort of drones. If you want to expand the scope, not just flying, but also terrestrial, underwater, all of it. Planetary exploration as well. And you can also have, as many countries, populations are aging, so they probably need a lot more support of automation for managing, monitoring urban areas. Also, when you have large power lines, infrastructure, pipelines, you may want to maintain them and monitor them, particularly with such devices. So the list is exhaustive. I'm not going to really go through each one of them, but just to tell you that the potential is huge, but there are also challenges, as we will see. So when you say autonomy, as I said, a drone implies autonomy. This is the SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, definition of autonomy. So we are far away from level 5. You have seen so many news items about, self-driving cars and all. We are not there yet. 5 is a bit far away. But there have been challenges to excite, and we will talk a little bit about that later. And as I said, for ethical reasons, you cannot really not have a man in loop, especially when you're talking of military application. So planetary exploration, thanks to ISRO. So we saw the Vikram lander. So there are many possibilities. People are talking of exploring Mars, of moons, and so many other things. So there is a possibility there. I'll not dwell on it. This is my thought process that, basically
these are the elements that you need to tackle if you are doing any kind of planetary remote exploration with such, vehicles. The next point was also dwelt upon a little bit. There is a need to protect our borders, particularly on the northern side, western side, where we need persistent surveillance. So typically when you have other means of surveillance, you will get on and off periods. You want persistent surveillance means you are consistently looking at a particular part of the landmass 24/7 days of the week or even months together. So this is where I'll talk a little bit about what NL has done. So this is the high altitude platform. There was mention about it. Essentially what it is basically a solar powered vehicle which flies 24/7. Today with the battery technology, of course not all of it indigenous, so we'll talk a little bit about indigenization at the end of the talk. But it can potentially give you 90 days of continuous flight. But the altitudes we are talking about is about 18 to 20 kilometers. And why? Because that's where the winds are the lowest. And since it has to generate power on board, typically solar, you obviously have to have all of the efficiencies factored in. So straight away, solar power means 30% efficiency is the order of the day. Everything else in the powertrain, you can make it close to 90 or more than 90% efficient, but the solar, gathering the solar power itself is 30%. So that itself makes the vehicle big, and you need to make it light, obviously, because you don't want, it to basically maximum part of it, about 40% of it will be just the battery weight, because nighttime you have to store the energy, right? And battery, given even the current energy density, theoretically is almost double of that, but whatever it is, 500 watt-hour per kg, still today to close the mass balance and the energy balance, you will have to make a very light airframe. So we're talking like 15-16% of all-up weight. Typical aircraft would be close to 50 or 60% of all-up weight. So you're looking at those kinds of numbers. So it's a challenge in every front. So these are the challenges. So it's a very nice vehicle to work because it pushes every boundary that you can think of. Is it aerospace structures? You have to be very light. If you're talking of L/Ds, lift to drag, aerodynamic efficiencies upwards of 30% or more. A typical aircraft is 12, maybe 20. That's typically what a passenger aircraft would be close to. So you're talking much more than that. Low Reynolds number, flows. Custom design for the propeller and the motors, because it has to operate at those altitudes where winds are low, which means 18 to 20 kilometers, the temperatures are all in the minus. So you have to have fairly good cooling, whatnot. And then when you're down on ground in Indian conditions, tropical atmosphere, you have plus 35, some cases plus 50 also. So a range of things you have to do thermal management. The batteries themselves, like I said, though they are high energy density, but they are very temperamental batteries. So you have to take care of their thermal management. So in every way you look at it, it's a light, flexible vehicle. So flight control is a challenge. So it's a very good project to do, research project. So we have been working on this, and the vehicle which we made has flown at Chitradurga, that is the DRDO's test range. We were allowed to fly only up to 25,000 feet, unfortunately. We would love to fly to 40,000 and then go to 70,000, which is close to about the 18 to 20 kilometer range that I was talking about. And this is what is meant for the surveillance part of it. We hope, this is a 1/3 scale model, so we still have to make the full scale model. So this again, prototyping, the first prototype which has flown, it's flown about 10 hours plus. But it has to fly 24/7 and days together. So that is what the full scale will achieve. So right now, work in progress, just to let you know. And we have also flown some payloads for some of the people, like the SAR payload, one of the startups had made. So we flew for that. We are open to flying any other payload that people may have. This is the vehicle itself. You can see it's about 11 meters span, and it weighs about 23 kgs. And what you see on the right is the actual spiral climb all the way up to 24,000 feet, which is what we were allowed. Because there are airline airways over that from Mangalore to Chennai and Bangalore. So that's the reason why they're not allowing us to go higher. I wish they will figure out a way, because we just need 5 nautical miles radius, clearance cylinder all the way up to 70,000 feet. So hopefully that will happen, and then we will be able to prove the full scale vehicle. Urban air mobility, again, very much interesting. Ministry of Civil Aviation is very keen. They have already, I was telling Professor Abhishek, they have given 4 companies in India design organization approval for doing this work, despite the fact that the example I'm showing you is probably kind of declared bankruptcy or whatever. But fact remains, there are a lot of challenges. Very interesting project worth doing, so we would be happy to collaborate. We are also starting up with Professor Abhishek to look at all those aspects. Here the challenge would be, can I reduce, instead of 2 pilots, can I make 1 pilot, or can I make it pilotless? There are challenges here. Those are listed out there. What happens if that pilot has a bad day? He's fought with his wife or whatever, his girlfriend, and then you have all the other attendant issues of what if he's genuinely incapacitated for some reason? So how do you manage that? How do you manage? So it's all about redundancy, primarily both in terms of the pilot as well as the vehicle itself. And you're flying over a dense urban environment, so which means what if there is a failure on the vehicle, or how do you navigate in such a cluttered environment? All of those are challenges, and you will see when we talk of potential for using drones for all the civilian military application, this problem of our traffic management will come. So we will discuss a little bit at the end about that. Yes, disaster management, we are seeing more and more extreme events, plus also other kinds of disasters. So drones or robotic terrestrial will definitely, so some of the technologies will be there, common to many of them, navigation, control, all of it, in some form or the other. And that forms a good topic for robotics researchers to work on. So all of that is also included here. More and more people are, like I said, as the populations in many of the countries are aging, so people are looking at robotic assistance for medical interventions, or even simply border security. So you already started seeing some of these being deployed. Other day I saw a video on the TV where I think we have bought these vehicles, these kinds of, I don't know, security dogs or what you want to call it. Boston, I think Boston Dynamics is a company which does a lot of work in this. If those of you who have seen, good, but those who haven't seen, I encourage you to look at the kinds of robots that they have built. Underwater exploration I touched briefly about. There is a deep ocean mission the government is launched. So again, possibilities there. Here the challenges are slightly different, because unlike air vehicles, the visibility in turbulent waters can be pretty low. And the chances of having a GPS in that sense is also, GPS signals don't penetrate below a certain level. So you need to have something else for the navigation, possibly sonar related and things like that. But the benefits are mineral wealth, marine biology, all of it, which is listed out there. So again, a very interesting possibility. And this is a little bit about NAL. So since we are a civilian lab, so we have been working a lot more on the civilian side here. So these are all drones related to agriculture for, pesticide spraying or many things. And there are many entities in India today who are providing this as a service. So, the drone Didi scheme and all of that. So there is already quite a bit of it going on. We have also transferred technologies, and there is also the possibility that you have for slightly longer endurance, both wing-borne as well as a combination of, so eVTOLs, basically electrical vertical takeoff landing. So that's one of the vehicles which we trialed at Bhuj. Again, this was useful simply because it was able to take 20 knot winds and fly. And you have probably heard recently that that area is again getting contested. And the challenge there, if you know the geography, is that the sea comes in quite a bit. So suddenly what was land becomes sea and so on. So, because it's low-lying area, Run of Kutch. And so the BSF has a big challenge manning those borders, the Sir Creek, for example. So, they can get lost in that wilderness. It's practically a wilderness. It's a desert in a sense. So coming back to, again, the military side of things. So we have heard, seen, and to some extent now in Opsindur experienced the power of unmanned combat vehicles of various kinds. And really, this puts us back to a paradigm of, in the military side, you say there is this OODA loop. What is the OODA loop is you observe, you orient, you decide, and you act. And the one who does it fastest basically is able to overcome the enemy. So this is, 50s, 60s doctrine where speed, the fastest finger first, or speed dominates, allows you to dominate over the adversary. So what is the perspective, what is the implication of all this? Implication of all this is that compared to humans whose cognitive response times are of the order of, say, a few hundredths of a second, machines or computers can do it much faster. Therefore, we should, and we are seeing much more automation in warfare. Extensive use of, he who dominates the air will essentially dominate the war. So use of air power, I mentioned persistent surveillance application, anything which is dull, dirty, and dangerous, like you want to operate in a minefield and things like that, or there are hazardous chemicals around, there's a disaster in a chemical plant or some area where you want, obviously you would rather have a drone or something else enter that area first. And this is prompting a new race. We are seeing it everywhere. And there is also the other side of things where non-state actors can get access to this technology, and therefore anti-drone technology is also really picking up. So this is what is happening in the military domain. And we can't be oblivious to that. But there's another paradigm which I wanted to speak a little bit about, which was mentioned by the previous two speakers, where drone swarms are becoming important. We are seeing every night, maybe a few hundred, or in some cases, thousands of drones are sent. And that by itself is creating a disruption on the military side of things. And why does these drone swarms, why are they so, why is it a paradigm shift? Simply because they are very low cost and they can create a lot more damage than to the enemy. They can impose a higher cost, what we call asymmetric warfare. Smaller means difficult to detect also in many ways. You could potentially cover a larger area if they are interconnected or cooperating with each other. You can cover a large swath of area. Basically, you're parallelly gathering data rather than sequentially. And you can, if you build AI into it, make it self-healing, which means if you lose a few, the mission is not fully compromised, or at least largely not compromised. That all can be built in, that's left to us. And I borrowed this picture from Craig Reynolds. Basically, those of you, if you are, they create these animations. Nowadays, a lot of this, in movies, you have synthetic imagery being used. So to create swarms or to make it appear as if birds are flying around, and birds are a very good example of entities which are able to do this. Swarm itself is basically come from those concepts, insects or birds. They are able to maintain separation, they are able to get alignment, and they are able to work together in a certain pattern. And you just need these three things to be done. So those three pictures, if you use in a computer program, you can actually create a synthetic swarm. That's how movie people do it. I mean, the CGI part of it does it. And this itself can be used for, creating vehicle swarms. So I'm just telling these are the three elements which just about enough for you to basically make a cohesive swarm work in a certain manner, which may appear to have a mind of its own. So next point is, from that point itself, having manned and unmanned teaming up together. The idea being that you don't want to send your most expensive assets first into a battlefield. You want to send low cost or relatively low cost drones in front who will have the sensors, perhaps passive, or they will be probing the enemy's air defenses and giving you first-hand information. Even if few of them are destroyed, you still have your main asset protected, and typically that will be a manned aircraft with much more sophistication, more expensive. And so the intent is that you create a lethal combination of manned and unmanned, which is giving you situational awareness, because the sensors are there also on the unmanned vehicle, which are ahead, which are smaller, difficult to detect, and they are networked together. So the key here is really the network part of it, and much was said about jamming, spoofing, all of that. So this entire concept works on the fact that you have a resilient network which works for you. And eventually the idea is that the manned vehicle will survive because it has assistance from many more unmanned vehicles in front. And clearly, again, it depends on the machine speed. This is where a level of AI comes in, and large number of these can be deployed. Again, as I said, dull, dirty, dangerous missions can be taken up both on the military side, but also on the civilian side when you are dealing with search and rescue or other kinds of problems. So already we have in the works the advanced medium combat aircraft, and these kinds of aircraft will essentially have to work or will have to integrate. The work is already going on integrating manned and unmanned teaming as part of their avionics, so to speak. So essentially you will have a network-centric vehicle. Vehicle will be one part of that network, one node probably, and you have a lot more other assets both on ground, in the air, in the sea, all of it integrated through this. And which brings us to the technical point of sensor fusion, because you need to really, because whole mass of information is coming onto the pilot, and therefore, given their cognitive abilities, you must design the human-machine interface in a manner where it is possible for them to take the best possible decisions. And in this case also, they're talking of an electronic pilot. So pilot being assisted by a, algorithm at the back end, which is absorbing this information and providing, and it has got also a learning ability. So you then create various scenarios and train that electronic pilot. So the question now is whether you make it autonomous. Well, since the pilot is there, you would probably give an advisory to the pilot based on what the electronic pilot is learning. And this is the paradigm which is currently being deployed, is already deployed in many of the leading air forces. And basically, that's called the pilot associate. So this is all developed under DARPA, so I'll not go into details, but essentially this is what NAL also worked a little bit on. And then you have wearable devices, all of it. So it's now you're integrating various cues. So typically you have visual cues, you have oral cues, you have haptic cues. All of those cues can be used to basically provide inputs to the pilot with regard to what's happening around them. So in a sense at NAL, we have been working on basically creating, how do you create situational awareness by fusing data at various levels. And this has been already deployed many of the DRDO projects, but it has a much broader context. It need not be limited to vehicles in the air. It could be done on ground by the Army or the Air Force or the Navy, because everybody is faced with this challenge of figuring out what's really happening. So that's what it is about, situational awareness. And you have sensors which are manned, you have sensors which are flying on unmanned platforms. All of it needs to be integrated. How do you integrate it? How do you make it fail safe? All of those are engineering challenges, so that's an exciting area to work in. And then human factors come into play, because you don't want to overload the pilot. So that's where you need to make sure that you're design the system right. And there's a simulator, so lots of simulators are developed, and you have to now worry about a systems approach, which typically guides all of these things, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Of course, what can AI do? And the point is it can do many things, but the real interesting question is AI the future of flight control? Because What you're doing is you're absorbing information, you're processing it. Potentially, that's what I'm trying to show you here in a defense scenario. So will you then allow that AI to take a decision? Because a driverless car is nothing but you have given the decision over to the car, right? To that automation. So is that what it is? Will we end up with all of that? Like I said, those SAE 5 levels of autonomy. Interesting question. I am not going to answer it. Obviously, the answer is, as of now, we are not there. But nevertheless, an interesting question. And for missions where we are not physically going to go, like I said, interplanetary at the present time, or even deep undersea and all of that, because lots of effort is required, to keep a human safe at those pressures under the sea. A lot more things have to be done. So the low-cost alternative, is it possible, worth it? It's a matter of investigation. These are all research areas. Coming back to the point of grand challenges, so why is it good and bad? So you can see for yourself what grand challenges did for AI-based things. And this was on the automotive field. But you can see the kind of sensors which are required to basically figure out where the vehicle is, what it is doing. So it's not an easy job. It's very expensive, as you can see clearly. But then there has been a progress. My point was that having a grand challenge really forces everybody to work at the cutting edge or the bleeding edge. And so in that sense, they are good for technology development. Of course, as I said before, there are these building blocks. You need to understand the vehicle, the physics, all of it, but also the autonomy part of it. And then you need to put a framework of model-based engineering to really make it work. Yeah, so this is my perspective. Basically, the endpoint is that you need lots of data if you're going to have a data-driven approach. And how to generate that data, there have been talks before in the previous session, so I'm not going to dwell upon it. But these are really the challenges. How do you make that data accessible? There are challenges also about who owns the data, what is the IP, and how do you provide it? If you are a supplier of AI tools, if you have learned something on one project from one customer, you obviously will have a non-disclosure agreement. So how do you handle that and not allow the other customer the benefit of that? So these are all challenges. So anyway, given all those things, we thought we should also launch a loitering munition project. So we had the support of DRDO. And this is the vehicle, which is somewhat like the Haroop, which we discussed. The point was to pull out the technologies from our laboratories, and we were able to get a production partner going, the idea being that to speed up the innovation. But as I said before, if we are going to have so many of these drones flying around, you need to figure out how you're going to manage the traffic. Because all of them would like to fly whenever they want to fly, or whenever the need arises. So there has to be some dynamic path planning, all of that, which itself is a very interesting research area. So I'll leave it at that, because we're running out of time. So now comes the real question, which was, given all this potential application and the fact that there's lots going on, how do we basically create a catalytic effect so that the drone ecosystem in this country grows? So one of the biggest challenges which all private people have told clearly to everybody is that there has to be an aggregation of demand. So it can't be like 10 I'll make of this and 20 I make of this. It won't make return on investment. So private industry will not be able to sustain that kind of very, very low volume, high cost kind of development cycles, which typically the military side people or any other thing will. So there has to be aggregation of demand. So we took inspiration from Ola, Uber, and Amazon. They are aggregators of demand. They connect the user or the end user to the supplier. So what we thought was, can NAL, with all its facilities at different stages, design, manufacture, we do composite manufacture a little bit, testing of these, you have seen some of the drones there, we flight test those drones. We can also help you certify those drones. We understand that process because we have been doing it for civil aircraft. So can we act as a multi-stage integrator on a portal which is agnostic to where you are physically in the country, and we connect people who will help you to do the design. So when you submit a paper to a conference, it goes off into Paper Plaza or goes off into Easy Chair or some such setup, and there's no conflict of interest. It goes off to somebody to review. So you get a review and then the paper is either accepted or modified. So you can do that for design. You can have a conflict-free review process which supports somebody who wishes to design a drone. You can have a conflict-free manufacturing of your drone. You can have various kinds of non-disclosure agreements. You can have connection to the local ecosystem where these things can be manufactured, who can manufacture it. Testing, you can have test facilities which are listed there. In various parts of the country, there would be some of them NABL accredited, which this platform would connect you to all of them. So you need not have to worry to come to only one place. So that's the thought process. And this is again open to discussion. So thought process is among all the various stages of design, manufacturing, testing, we create a platform and it is agnostic to physically where you are. And we link you up to people who can help you do these things and thereby create an aggregation of demand and service that demand through this platform. So that's what is the thought process. And initially, of course, we will be open to provide our own facilities at nominal cost. So this is the thought process really to create a catalytic effect and to create an aggregation of demand, or to allow people to basically, suppose I'm a payload developer, why do I have to make the drone? So NAL will provide you a drone. If you say, I want a 5 kg payload I've got and I want to fly it, so we'll give you the vehicle and we will charge you some nominal thing to fly it and you can test your payload. I mentioned that regarding HAPS. So this is the overall thought process. Hopefully it will work out. And the other part of it was, why not have a baseline controllers and autopilots developed like we use Ardu, or many of these are open source autopilot, Pixoc and so on. So since we want to indigenize a large part of the drone stack, so why not have public funded institutions develop these designs with public fund and give it for free? So large number of people can manufacture it, and thereby again the cost will be driven down and should be able to compete with whatever is being imported. So that's just another thought process. So like Dr. Somnath was asking, so broadly speaking, you have all these things to worry about if you have to indigenize everything. And this is thanks to PSA's office. So we have worked closely with them to identify who is doing what in the country. So these are some of the areas which have been identified, whether it's on the power plant side or structures or material side, where potentially a call for, challenge-based call can be given out to anybody, public or private, to develop this for the country. So again, navigation control, communication, we talked about a little bit. Payloads, autonomy, AI, safety certification, traffic management, all of that. And some blue sky stuff like underwater and so on. So this probably will come out very soon, maybe through ANRF, I hope so. And this will be challenge based. It's open to anybody. It's open to any Indian entity who is willing to contribute. There will be a review process. They will get funded. That's how thought process is so that the entire drone stack, from raw materials to components to systems to the vehicle per se, will hopefully get indigenized over a period of time. So I would like to conclude quickly just to say that we have just thought about this multi-stage integrator. I'm open to any criticism or suggestions on that. Basically to catalyze the growth. As I mentioned, challenge-based approaches really tend to bring out the best in people. So I wouldn't say it has been great with whatever we have done, but it's something worth thinking and maybe reformulating so that it really works for us. Autonomy, obviously is being driven simply to reduce cost and loss to human life. You have seen it in the military domain, more of unmanned vehicles. And of course, flight control is mature, but whether AI will take over. So my thought process there is basically for safety critical systems, I would say if you are interpolating within the data space which you have collected and which you have used for learning, probably you are safe. If you are extrapolating, probably you will not. I mean, I don't know whether certification is going to buy your arguments or whatever it is. This is my very, very sort of broad thinking about the whole thing. But so I think I rest my case there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for just one question, please.
Now you mentioned about two pilot versus one pilot issue. And why at all you should discuss this? In my opinion, Uber, when you ask, you are not asking the standby driver is there or not, and you are not asking whether he has been operating it for so many hours. There is no check for it, and it has same danger as that of traveling in a drone vehicle.
I will just put it slightly.
Who is asking this question?
No, sir. I will put it this way. On a ground-based vehicle, if something happens, you are on the road or on the side of the road.
No, you are bursting on the side of the road.
Yeah, but what I mean.
There is no guarantee that you will survive.
Well, I would say, but gravity is a problem for us. So 10 raised minus 9 is there for civil aircraft. I mean, this is my interpretation.
No,
but
I think we should ask this question. I think the regulators do for aircraft shall not apply to this. Who is actually going to regulate?
Sir, my impression is, I mean, if there are many studies on this about major disasters. I mean, there are books written on that. So what happens is when few people die, humanity says, okay, something happened and all that. But when hundreds of people die, like few hundred, 300, 400, so that's a potential for a passenger aircraft. There was an accident where 2 passenger aircraft of jumbo size collided on Tenerife Island some time back. In one stroke, about 500 or so people just died because of fog or whatever it is, there was mistakes. So that has such a dramatic effect that everybody gets worked up. The reality is that aviation, the accident rate is much lower than any other means of transport.
Precisely. I think you look at one point in India, every day traffic accidents, 400 plus people die.
After Africa, we are the worst in terms of people dying on the roads.
400
that is
plus.
a fact.
It is much more than an aircraft accident every day.
Sir, the problem is you can't sell a product on that basis, saying that my accident rate is, you have to sell it on a positive basis that my safety rate is, it is, you will survive a car crash or whatever. I mean, airbags or whatnot. So this is the challenge. Human psychology is involved in this, I'm sure of it. Because when major accidents happen like Bhopal gas tragedy, those kinds of things, it really changes and everybody gets into it. So then the regulations, all of it starts. So I think, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think, thanks. I think we have another program ahead of us. So again, please join me in thanking Dr. Pashilkar for this wonderful talk.
I request the chair, Dr. Kamath, to present a memento to Dr. Pashilkar. इसके बाद क्या करें थोड़ा सा 5 मिनट ब्रेक करें ना नेक्स्ट सेशन इज एट 6 so next session is at thank you. So next session is, there was supposed to be a half an hour break, but you are running a little late on schedule. So next session is at 6. It is going to be a plenary talk by Shri Jayantri Patil, President INAE. So let us take a quick 5-minute break and let us convene again here. Meanwhile, they will also join. Thank you. Thank you very much.
just message you or anything. Did they message you or anything? No, I asked everything.
was the president of Indian National Academy of Engineering. Dr. Goel received many awards in engineering and Padma Shri from the Government of India in 2001. Currently, he is Honorary Distinguished Professor at NIAS, Honorary Distinguished Professor at ISRO, and he is chairing Technical Committee for 6,000-meter Manned Submersible and Technology Research Board of Ministry of Earth Science. With that note, I welcome Dr. Prem S. Goel, former President INAE, to chair this session on the second period. Thank you, sir.
Good evening to you all. It's a pleasure to introduce a very old friend, Dr. Patil. Of course, currently he is the president of INAE. He is a alumnus of IIT Bombay, and he has got a very long term, something like 35 years or more, as in L&T, and in bringing L&T what it is today, he has contributed a lot. In fact, he is one of the pillar of L&T. He has totally created a defense wing in L&T only by his effort. And not only that, he has introduced so much of a manufacturing capability in defense equipment. So that's something we normally don't notice, but this is something very credible thing he has done. Currently, of course, he serves on several national committees, including in space, ISPA, PMA India, and he has been member of multiple governing advisory bodies, defense space, technology policy, and also he's a fellow of INAE, and also he has been recognized as the 100 great IITians in the country, and also a distinguished alumnus of IIT Bombay. I have known him for almost 25 years when we wanted to do something indigenization work
call it the best in terms of efficiency of cost.
So once again, give a big applause to Dr.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. My pleasure, sir. I request our session chair, Dr. Prem S. Goyal, to present a memento to Dr. Mr. Jayant Patil as a token of our appreciation. So that brings us to the that brings us to the end of the events today. Thank you very much for joining us. We will meet again tomorrow morning, same venue tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the session 4. Of course, for theme 1 the venue is here, Outreach Auditorium. For theme 2 again the venue is the same, big classroom. Thank you very much. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thank you.